One.
For all the attendees, if you have any technical problem, please do not hesitate to contact us at the email I will write in the chat, or you can write to us directly in the chat.
Yeah, because
I don't share, but if I share, the camera will not share. No, I can share.
For all the attendees, we are still making some checks from Brussels for the on-site part. So in the meantime, while we're waiting for the start of the event, I would like to ask René Kolditz if you would like to test this audio and image.
Video, I suppose. Good morning. Test.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Thanks.
If you can move a little bit your camera, because a little bit down, because we can see it's on. Okay, that's better. Will you have a presentation you want to share?
No, it will be the same as Federica Schaas.
Okay, do you know if where is he? Because we is still not in the.
He will arrive soon.
Okay, great. Thank you. I can see also Emanuele Pitto. Will you be online or on site? Will you present online on site? Good morning, Frederick. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. Who is talking?
I'm Laura Gregori from Pomiglio Bloom.
Okay, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. Yes. Can you also try to turn on your camera so we can check also your image? Good morning.
Good morning.
You will have a presentation
Yeah.
that you will share with René Polditz. Do you want to try to share it? Ah, okay, you're together.
He's next to me, but he will be in another room. But I will share only from myself.
Okay.
I can, if you wish, I can test sharing. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Share content. No, share content. Ah, share screen. Share screen. Do you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, and then I go next. I go slide by slide, like that. Okay.
Okay, great.
Just let me see how I can unshare. Unshare is stop. Okay, that's fine.
Yes, thank you.
And to if I stay here, I will hear the other presentation, the webinar, correct?
Yeah, you can stay in the WebEx session and you will follow all the webinar.
Okay.
Also
Thank you.
the on-site speakers. For all the speakers, just one kindly reminder, please keep your microphone off while the other speakers are speaking, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the colleagues in Brussels, just to let you know, we are ready. So whenever we want or whenever you are ready, I think we can start.
Hi, I'm just testing that the lighting is better. Can I ask a question? I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask about this, but is the plan to open for questions? And if yes, when will that take place? Or are we moving directly to the panel with the member states as set out in the program?
Hi, I'm going to reply to you to this question. The questions will be done through Slido. So we kindly request to the moderator to let us know when we can share the QR code, and everyone can scan that QR code as soon as we share the slide, and you can, all the participants, speaker can place their question on Slido. And then the moderator will pick up probably the questions that they would like to share with the speakers. So
there's a plan to have questions towards the end after all the speakers in the session, correct?
Yeah, but through Slido, because I just want to remind to everyone that the participant cannot take the floor. So there is no way for the participant to activate their audio and video. The only way for the participant to ask a question is to put through Slido. And then it will be up to the moderator to pick up the question and probably address it to the speaker.
Exactly. I don't pick up, so can we also see the written questions or only the moderator?
No, we are just in touch with the moderator from the back end.
Exactly, so then he will filter
what
questions to raise.
I think, yes, they are going to, I mean, from the technical point of view, I'm going to pick up the question and I'm going to share it to the moderator. Then it will be up to the moderator to share these questions.
A little bit depending on how much time is left after all the speakers are finished.
So the kind of question, I think it's going to be content choice, let's say. But
can you confirm that the light is okay on my side now, or is it still a little bit dark?
Better. but if you can increase a bit, it's better. But compared to before, it's better. Thank you.
Thanks.
Much better, yeah.
I'm just reading some comments from the participant. I just would like to remind to everyone that the participant cannot activate audio and video. So if you have any technical issue, please feel free to drop a message on the chat box, or we do have an email address where you can address all the questions. Only the speaker can take the floor and present their slides. We are going to share shortly all the information for Slido in order for you during the sessions to share any question or concern if you need. Thank you.
For the colleagues from Brussels, can you give us an update? Should we start or? Is there anyone can hear me from Brussels? Okay, in the meantime, I can see that there is also Jean-Bernard Dereclan. Good morning. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning,
Okay. Good
everybody.
morning. Good morning. So, Jean-Bernard, will you have a presentation to share?
Yes, normally I'm working with Marine Reboul from the Ministry of Environment, but we have an informatic virus attack beyond the different ministers, and I'm not sure that Marine is going to connect, but I will take contact with her.
Okay, because she's not here anymore.
Yes.
And we cannot see you. Can you turn on your camera?
Yes, sure.
Okay,
If it
so
works.
yes, it works. So she's supposed to share the presentation, or you will share it?
She is supposed to share,
Okay.
yes.
If you can try to contact her so we can also.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you very much.
I do it. Thank you.
In the meantime, while we are waiting for an update from Brussels, we will share the QR code for the Slido. So you can already have it, but we will share it also during the sessions.
Bon,
Hi everyone. Do we have any news from Brussels? Shall we start? Hi everyone, for those who are connected online, we apologize for the waiting. We are waiting for any update from Brussels. So if Brussels can hear us, it would be nice if you can update us on when you wish to start. In the meantime, if you have any question, please feel free to contact us on the chat box, on the email address, or if you have any question for the event, content related, please use Slido. Thanks.
Emanuele Pito, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, but I cannot see you. If you can turn on the camera.
Wait a second.
Yes. So in the meantime, we can check your test. Okay. Okay, we can hear. We do have a presentation.
Yes, Mauro, we can hear you.
Sorry, Emanuele, will you have a presentation to share?
No, I will not.
Okay, great. So thank you. We will just wait for the okay for starting the event. Thank you.
Good morning. I would just like to invite people to slowly take your seats. We will start in about 5 minutes. It's a long queue. Well, the queue is already shorter at the entrance. Apologies also to the people online. We had technical issues with letting in people here on site. So we are about to start in 5 minutes.
Good morning, Marin. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Will you have the presentation to share so we can quickly test it?
I don't have presentation on my side.
Okay, great. So thank you. We will just wait for. Okay. Is anyone in contact with Thomas Riedel? No. Okay. So we'll just wait for the okay from Brussels to start. Sorry, we cannot hear Brussels.
Cannot hear us. If you can hear me now, please
yes.
give us a sign. Yes, okay. So good morning, everyone. Warm welcome. Also, good morning to our online participants, as this is a hybrid event. My name is Elisabeth Hamdouche. I'm the Deputy Head of Unit of the Earth Observation Unit in charge of Copernicus of the Directorate General Defense Industry and Space. Today, we focus on Copernicus and forestry. Forestry is one of the traditional areas of strength for Copernicus. We have a very long-standing expertise here, but most recently, forestry has become much more significant and has become much more important. We have a new political framework that helps us to bring Copernicus to the forefront and that makes Copernicus important to deliver. So here I'm thinking about our new deforestation law, the observatory, and all the important policy initiatives, but also international cooperation that go on to be able to act on forests. I had a look yesterday at the report from the European Environment Agency on the climate risks report. I'm sure that many of you saw it as well. And here we also had a very good example of how Copernicus is used to understand climate risks that somehow, where forests are in one way or the other important. So Copernicus is an instrument, it's a tool, it's a strategically important tool that gives us information. It's seen as the gold standard in terms of Earth observation data in the environmental domain. And here this workshop aims to bring Copernicus together with the use cases. We have colleagues here from our policy directorate generals that will explain to you our policy framework, so notably colleagues from DG Environment, but also from the Environment Agency and from Directorate General for International Cooperation to see how this fits into the international context. And then we can dive here into detail of how the Copernicus services and products can help to implement these policies, how they can help at European level, how they can be a tool for member states, and how stakeholders can benefit from it, and how the downstream sector businesses can develop applications that can be brought to use to support the various levels to implement what we have to deliver on forests. So I look very much forward to this workshop. I will not be able to follow all of this here in person, but we have our colleagues here who stay for the whole day. We have a broad mix of people in the audience, here in the room, and online as well. So I invite you to interact as much as possible to get most out of it. Then I would also like to thank the people who organized this workshop. So, of course, the colleagues in DG Defis who worked on it, but also the Joint Research Center and EUSPA, the Agency for the European Union's Space Program, and also our agencies with which we implement the Copernicus services that are most relevant here. So here for the land service, that is the most important Copernicus service for forest monitoring. It's the Joint Research Center again, but also the European Environment Agency. And we will also have an important contribution from the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast, ECMWF, to see how the climate change and atmosphere services are important with regards to forestry. So with this, I stop with my short introduction, and I think I hand over to Tim again. I wish you a very good workshop.
Thanks a lot, Elizabeth. I will give you a helicopter view of what Copernicus is. It will be a very fast helicopter just to try to win some time. Rachele, can you? Copernicus is one component of the EU space program, as most of you know. It is the most important, is a flagship program of the European Union, and it's the world-leading provider of Earth observation data. Many other countries are really jealous of what we achieved here in Europe. And then how Copernicus is set up. Copernicus is set up of, first we have the hardware, the satellite and ground component delivering the data. We have the services, and then we have the end users using the data. So we have these three components: space, in situ, and the services. That's the big three components, the big three elements of Copernicus. I'll go a bit into more detail because you will hear a lot of these components and names back today. Can you give me the next? This is an overview of, that's one back? Yes, this is an overview of what we currently have operational. We'll just further look what is the future, does the future bring. Currently we have 6 Sentinel satellites in orbit. Sentinel-1 and 2 are in fact the most interesting ones for forestry management, because with Sentinel-1 you have very good radar data. With Sentinel-2 you have optical data which are really useful for land cover information for forestry as well. And now if you go to the next one, there you see the missions which are coming, and that is a long time away, but of course future is coming closer and closer. So as from 2028 we would have these first satellites being launched. Notably to mention are the ROSE-L SAR mission, which will give even more detailed information for forest management, and the CHIME mission, which will give hyperspectral data in a continuous way, which will be very useful for forestry management as well. And then we have here the overview. I'll not go into detail of when which satellite was launched and will be launched. So if you go to the next one, these are our services. I think they're familiar to most of you. We have the land monitoring service, marine, atmosphere, security, emergency, and climate change. For forestry, the most important ones are land monitoring, of course, climate change, because you do have information on forest fires, and then the emergency management, where you have the forest fire information system as well. And if you go to the next one, that's my final slide, because I want to put the land service in the picture here, because many of the products of the land service will come back today. You have, of course, the land cover, land use product, which is a very valuable source for forest land cover as well. But they have more detailed products as well on forest type, dominant leaf type, or tree cover density, for example. And then there are a lot of vegetation indexes, biophysical variables, which can also be used to monitor the health of forests. But I will not go in very much detail here, because I'm sure that my EEA colleague will come back to this later today with much more information, and the other presenters will obviously also give more details. Thank you for this. So that's my last. If you go to the next one, yes, should be my last. No, one more. Yeah. Then I invite Greet Mahout from the GRC, who will go a bit deeper into what the GRC is doing for forest monitoring.
Good morning, colleagues. It's very nice to see you all here. Forest is apparently also an important topic. We share this all together, and we have seen forest science going up a lot. I did prepare as well a short presentation, so I hope it is coming online. We are located in ISPRA, that is the third largest site of the Commission, where we have the science for in support of policy DGs. And the unit that I'm leading, the Forest and Bioeconomy unit, is very much supporting DG Environment. And in particular, of course, also we work together on forest monitoring. And that on the European scale, as well as on the global scale. Yeah. So also with Astrid Lade-Vogt, we are working on the EU Deforestation-Free Supply Chain Regulation. Yeah. Okay. And for that, we have developed our EU Observatory on Deforestation and Forest Degradation. We are there for developing methods, for testing out tools. We are not there for the automated systems running that in an operational modus. So in that sense, we are more to be seen in the design phase of certain products, but not in the real production phase. And for that, I think we need to link with the industry, and we are very happy to connect to that. If I can have the next slide, please. Thank you. So I invite you all to go to the Forest Observatory. You find there 3 blocks. And let me now go to the first block. If you click further on, thank you. And another one. You see the first block gives you the global forest monitoring part. And if we go to the next slide, I would like to say that this is the part where we are supporting the Deforestation-Free Products Regulation. Now, this is not something that has been developed overnight. That started all with a communication in 2019, has had a lot of consultations with partners in the stakeholders platform from all over the world. And we are very proud to have, let's say, a regulation with which we can say that the consumers in Europe value their value of not having products coming from deforested areas. And I think that's a very important step forward. We don't own, of course, these areas, but we can say we don't want to consume products for which the cause has been a deforestation by producing it. So when we have our chocolate eaten, then we can be sure in the future it will not have caused any deforestation with the cocoa trees. If we go to the next one, 2019 is not when we started in the GRC. We started much more before. So we have almost 30 years of experience in monitoring tropical moist forests. And we have developed as well a tool that is an advanced tool. This is a global tool. Does not have 100% accuracy. This is just not possible. So we are working on towards 80% accuracy that we have. That is considerable. Of course, this means as well that certain areas are less good than others. And we invite you all to look into that and to provide us comments. The tropical moist forest is a very important part because quite a lot of the biocommodities that are under the Deforestation-Free Regulation are coming from the tropical belt. When we think of cocoa, coffee, but also beef is coming from Brazil, rather they're close to the tropical belt. We see as well other products imported, and we have as well on our observatory the trade flows mapped so that you can see where it's coming from. If we go to the next slide, to monitor a tropical moist forest, which is an evergreen forest, might seem very easy. Of course, the cocoa plants that are underneath the trees are not so easily seen. And with this slide, I just wanted to demonstrate that we need to combine quite a lot of different layers of information to come to a really good mapping of where the cocoa plantations are and where the moist forest is suffering from that. If we go to the next. On our observatory, you find as well not only the deforestation evolution with the tropical moist forest from 1990 to 2021, and 2022 is coming now, but also the forest connectivity indicator, which is over the whole world looking on how forests are becoming more and more disconnected and so fragmented and so degraded. This is here an example over Brussels, just to make sure you feel at home. So there it shows as well how roads are leading to fragmentation. And at the roadside, you have quite a big area that is affected by having this fragmentation. So it's not just the line of the road, but much wider range that is affected. We are very proud on our global map for forest harvest rates and deforestation for the year 2020. 2020 is a very important year because that's the reference year used for the Deforestation-Free Products Regulation. That here combines quite a lot of different data sets because you understand that the boreal forest is very different to monitor when it comes to deforestation than the tropical belt. If we go to the next, then I would like to give also a small overview of what you can find on our observatory also for the European forest. Now, the EUDR is as well is also embedding Europe, but for Europe we do want to have as well a little bit more, and there is as well the forest monitoring law that is at the moment under discussion at the European Parliament, so has been proposed by the Commission in November last year. And here we are as well following closely what can be done and what Earth observation products can help us to monitor the forests. Another click, yes. Also that is not something that is born overnight, so there has been a lot of discussions also here. Started with the EU Forest Strategy, a very nice strategy of 2021, and we are very hopeful that also the forest monitoring law will help for all member states together to have a certain basis in a capacity building where we see harmonized data measured with Earth observation altogether. We provide at our European part of the observatory, if we look to the next slide, also tools, and also we are working on the benchmarking of some tools and on some products, which we think is very important. The accuracy of algorithms need to be, of course, assessed, and also that needs to have the right methodology. And maybe one other click, you see here, for instance, the forest disturbance mapping. This is something that can go in much more detail over Europe because we do have much more data there. And we are combining there as well much more information, not only than Sentinel-2 or, also with LiDAR we can help there further mapping the different disturbances. So to conclude, I would like to invite you all to have a look and to collaborate and tell us where you would like to see us further developing. And we will definitely give you some work with developing, putting them in production products through Copernicus for keeping our forests in a healthy status. Thank you. Questions?
Okay, good morning everybody. Tobias Biermann, I'm Policy Officer in DG DEFIS in the Copernicus unit. Firstly, I would like to thank Gret and the speakers from the introduction to open this workshop. I think we can jump directly now into the session 1 about the Deforestation Regulation. Short introduction from my side. We really see Copernicus as a user-driven program, and therefore we have a user forum. We do regular meetings with users, and therefore we organize every second user forum, but twice per year also a thematic workshop to really get in contact with a user group for Copernicus. This time we decided to use or to go towards the forestry group, because we really see we have different communities. We have the space community, and we have this time now the forest community. And the idea of this workshop is to bring these two communities closer to each other. Forests are for me very important. When you look, forests cover 31% of the global land cover, and forests cover 43% of the EU land cover. So it's really economically for the society, but also for climate change, a very, very important sector. So I think it's important to discuss it here. And for the EU, often deforestation seems to be something far away. But I worked in my last job in Colombia, and where we really are very close to deforestation. In Colombia, the deforestation rate is about 150,000 hectares per year. There you really have the frontera agricola, you have really a border that moves towards the forest, the rainforest. So really you have really a clear feeling that we have a problem, and this forest deforestation, forest degradation is really a big issue worldwide. And Earth observation, of course, can be a very important tool to monitor these parameters, to land monitoring, so very useful in the control of deforestation. Why do we do this workshop on Copernicus and forests now? And I think we observe that in the past we had Copernicus here and EU legislation there, but we really see that we are converging now. In each new proposal for the environment, we really see that we get more references to Copernicus. In the past, for nature restoration or other lake, there was maybe a recital referring to Copernicus. And now really with a new proposal from the Commission on forest monitoring, we have the first time really a hard reference in the legislation that we have to use Copernicus data for that. And from the timing, we really know that we have the EU legislation for deforestation-free products that came into force in June 2023 and will now apply of 3rd of December 2024 of this year. So we are exactly in the middle between enter into force and into application. So it's really now urgently to use for this regulation Copernicus data, and therefore the idea of this workshop is really to see where we are. I want to make one point very clear, because we know there's a lot of interest in this EUDR regulation. We have now one session that is more dedicated to the governmental use. The first session is really with member states and so on. And the second session organized by EU Spice and for the private sector. But the idea of this workshop is really not to... Continue speaking. The idea of this workshop is not to discuss the implementation of this regulation. So no really questions, how should I implement the direction, how shall I deal with my coffee or with my soya beans? We really need to be at this workshop at another level, because we really want to bring together the Earth observation community with the forest experts. And therefore the idea is really to bridge this gap for understanding between Earth observation experts and forestry experts. And we have now set up a panel, the first session with 4 presenters. We have 2 presentations from the European Commission, starting by DG Environment, followed by the JRC. And then we have a presentation from Norway, followed by another presentation from ESA, to really set the scene where we are at. And after that, we will have a short panel discussion with member states, really to see how they perceive it, where are the member states now using Earth observation data in this area. With this, I would like to invite my first speaker, who is online, and it will be Emmanuel Pito. He will not have a PowerPoint, but he offered to give a nice introduction now into the EUDR. And therefore, I would like Emmanuel to come in and to give his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Tobias. I hope you can hear me and see me, and thank you for the opportunity to speak at this workshop. I think to a large extent you made my life a lot easier to set the scene of why this workshop is very timely and very important. Indeed, the European the Deforestation Regulation or Deforestation-Free Supply Chain Regulation entered into force in June 2023, and it will be applicable as of the end of this year. At the end of a transitional period, which is 18 months. And so we are squarely halfway through this transitional period. And of course, a lot of efforts are being undertaken at the European Union level, but also in third countries to adapt to the requirement of this rather pioneering and innovative regulation. Now, I will merely recall the main feature of this regulation, which is based on as a scope of a set of commodities, which are largely but not exclusively produced in third countries, but not all. It's not all of them. It's a regulation that covers imported products as well as product exported from the EU, as well as domestic products. And it is a regulation based on due diligence obligations. Operators wishing to place on the market commodities in scope have to carry out due diligence to prove that these products are actually deforestation free. And by deforestation free, we mean products that have been produced on land that has not been subject to deforestation after 2020. The date that was mentioned in the introduction, the cutoff date. And by deforestation, we mean conversion of land from forest to land that is agricultural use. So as you can see from these very basic requirements, the possibility to prove where the products has been produced will largely rely on satellite data, on Earth monitoring system, satellite monitoring system. So it is crucial that these technological tools are allow and support operators in their due diligence obligation. The key innovative feature is the geolocation to the plot of land. And operators will have to provide this information, which is very described in a very granular way in the regulation, either by means of polygons or latitude and longitude points. So operators will prove the deforestation-free nature of the commodities they wish to place on the market by providing geolocation. And the obligations are on operators, those placing on the market, or traders, placing on the market any such commodity in scope. Of course, Earth observation tools are on the main users of Earth observation tools will be therefore the operators, which will rely on such tools to ascertain the compliance of the commodities they wish to place on the market. But the main users will also be the competent authorities in the 27 member states, which will be in charge of enforcing this regulation. So Earth observation tools will play a very significant role in informing the risk assessment of the operators in their due diligence obligations, but also of competent authorities in trying to identify those products that indeed are worth being checked or being checked against compliance. Now, these are the roles of operators, the roles of competent authorities, and of course, they're discharging their obligations to implement, to comply, and to enforce. As I say, they will rely on Earth observation tools, and of course, Copernicus in this regard is the backbone of what the EU can provide in supporting and helping risk assessment. Now, shortly, we have the regulation is not prescriptive in this regard, and just nuance perhaps what has been said earlier. When it comes to implementing the EUDR, neither operators nor competent authorities, they don't have to use Copernicus necessarily. So, and it's important, they may wish to do so, and it's of course essential that we provide as a European Union a tool that is up to standard and can help operators and competent authorities in their work, but there is no specific obligation to use a specific EU tools. Now, shortly we will hear the presentation on the observatory on deforestation developed by colleagues from GRC, and this is one of the tools that the European Union makes available to both operators and competent authorities to ascertain whether a product has actually been produced on land that was subject of deforestation after 2020. But as my colleagues will explain, it's the use of the observatory is neither mandatory nor exclusive or legally binding. And this, I think, brings me perhaps to the last point that I want to highlight in this introductory section, is that in developing tools and in actually increasing the granularity of Earth observation tools that we are, or in developing services, applications that are based on Copernicus, I think will be important to highlight two messages, especially vis-a-vis third countries, but not only. On the one hand, EU tools as such will not ensure per se compliance. The use of EU tools will not ensure per se compliance, nor higher chances to ensure compliance or any preferential treatment. This is very important. The regulation is not prescriptive in this regard, so one may well use tools based on Copernicus, but the other side of the coin is the second message, that there may be other non-EU tools that can provide a useful support in implementing both to operators and to competent authorities to implement the EUDR, to inform the risk assessment. So the use of national data tools, maps, or based on other Earth monitoring, Earth observation tools can definitely play an important role. So they don't have to use EU tools. I think this is a message that is very important when developing or pitching for services that are based on EU tools, because this, of course, is what the regulation says. The regulation doesn't acknowledge any specific role to Copernicus, but of course we do acknowledge that it is a service. It can be the backbone of a large panoply of services that of course can help operators and competent authorities without anyhow being exclusive or mandatory as such. I think I will stop here, and perhaps I will leave colleagues from GRC to present one of these many tools, which is the Observatory on Deforestation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Emanuele. For me, a very good, clear presentation. You made really clear what are the obligations and for whom, and really who should use the Earth observation tools we have available. Mainly that's really for the operators and the competent authorities of the member states. So thanks for your very clear messages, and I think everybody is now keen to move from legal text a bit to maps to really see something. Therefore, I'm very happy that our second presentation will be from the JRC, from René Achat and Frédéric Achat, Irene Kolditz. And they will present the new EU Observatory for Deforestation and Forest Degradation. And they have prepared a nice slide. So I would like to hand over to René and Frédéric. I hope you are available and we will show your presentation.
Thank you, Tobias. We are available. I hope you hear me. I'm Frédéric Achat. I will share my presentation from my side. We have tested that it should work. Let's try immediately. So hopefully.
Okay, we can see your slides. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I have, thanks for the introductive talks. I have my presentation, our presentation. There's 2 slides to complement what Emmanuel has said on the role of the EU Observatory on deforestation and forest degradation versus the EUDR, the Deforestation-Free Regulation. We have a few slides showing some maps, some global maps, and that will be in particular global forest map for year 2020. That will be illustrated by René. And then I will conclude with 3 slides on the future, how we expect to use a new Copernicus product on the global land service, which the project is just started. So we know that next year we'll get some new product on that land component, global land component. So first, sorry. So, 2 slides to explain a bit, complement what Emmanuel said. The EU Observatory on deforestation and forest degradation. My message here is it's supporting different EU policies. It will support the EUDR Deforestation-Free Regulation, but as you can see that from that slide and what was introduced also by GRIT, it's supporting a number of policies related to forest at the global or European level. The message here is that when people are starting to look at the web platform of our observatory, they find information. They say, how does it relate to the EUDR? Some of the products that we are showing are not necessarily of direct use of the EUDR. Just to say that we are also illustrating a number of knowledge and expertise that is not directly using. It's wider than just the EUDR. So that's the main message I wanted to pass on that slide. We'll try how it's happening in the Deforestation-Free Regulation. There is an official text that probably most of you have seen, or if you have not seen, I want you to look at it. The observatory appears in one of the introductive recitals, and here I have in the green box I've highlighted what it says in that recital. So it's not, as Emmanuel mentioned, it's not a legally binding instrument. It's in the introduction, and it says that it will support the implementation of the regulation by providing scientific evidence. So we do our best to provide scientific information that can help on the implementation of the regulation. So that's my main message of that on that slide. I prefer not to spend too much time. That was shown already by GRID. That are the 3 main components of the web platform of the observatory. We will not go in detail of the GRID has shown some detail on the tools. What I will focus is on the left part, on the global forest monitoring part. We will show in particular the global forest map. I will first start also show the global map of forest drivers very quickly, and then I will pass the floor to René for showing the global forest map, because the global forest map of year 2020 is the most important in relation to the regulation. So if I try to always keep. So first of all, we have to show the expertise. GRC, we have expertise, a long-time expertise. You can see maybe from the color of my hair, I'm quite old, and we have that expertise of mapping global land cover at global scale at GRC since a long time. We don't do it necessarily ourselves anymore, but we have kept that expertise, the knowledge in particular on the scientific challenges and opportunities in that domain. So that's the reason why we are well placed to understand and to make such products evolving. GRIT has already shown that one of the products which is available on the web platform, it's here illustrated a change. It's an annual change. It's illustrated for year 2020 on the web platform. It's available from 2016 annually up to 2022 for the moment. Just to say that the main message here is that this kind of product is not necessarily on direct use for the implementation of the regulation. The regulation needs to know what if it was for the forest question. Was it a forest in 2020 or not? So it doesn't need to know what were the change before and after. But what you have to also to understand is that sometimes it's for some particular types of forest or non-forest, it's difficult to understand just for one shot, looking at one image in 2020, if it's a forest. I'm just mentioning agroforestry systems or burnt area. If you look at just year 2020, you don't know exactly if it's a forest land or not forest land. So the historical information before 2020 or what is becoming afterwards can help in understanding this, what is a land use type in 2020. So just to that's the message of that slide. It can be that information might be of indirect use for the implementation of the regulation. But just in matter of time and interest, I pass the floor to René. That's for presenting the global forest map, which is for year 2020, which is another key element of the observatory available now. Please, René.
Thank you very much. The Global Forest Map for the year 2020 is a harmonized, globally consistent representation of forest and or non-forest. So there are exactly two classes in that map. The map has a spatial resolution of 10 meters and it retains areas that are at least half a hectare in size. So the patch size needs to be half a hectare. We have not processed satellite images from scratch, but we have used a bunch of existing global layers for representing forest or also what is non-forest. So you see here a selection of the input data sets in this slide. This is not exhaustive. And there are two basic steps which we have undertaken in order to produce this synthesis map, so to say. In the first step, we tried to map where forests could potentially exist. And in the second step, we basically began to exclude areas where forests are not present because they are different land use or land cover types, or because they are trees, but they are not forest. Next slide, please. In that slide, we see one of the input data layers. This is the ESA World Cover map, relatively recent, representing data for 2020. There's another one for 2021. It has 10 meter spatial resolution. And what you see in green, these are trees. Also, you see in the legend, tree cover. The other colors represent other land cover types, so to say, not forest. Next slide, please. And this slide then also illustrates the challenge we have in mapping what is forest, because not every tree is a forest and not all forests have trees standing at this moment. So here we see the island of Borneo. On the left-hand side, you have the world cover map, which represents, as you know, tree cover. And on the right-hand side, you see a representation of what is forest in the meaning of a forest land use definition according to the EUDR and the FAO as a land use. And you see in this pinkish color areas which are, yes, trees. This is correctly mapped in the ESA World Cover map, but no, they are not forest because these are palm oil plantations. And therefore, by the meaning of the forest land use definition of agricultural land use. I also mentioned that not all forests have trees standing, because if you take an image and the forest has in this moment been harvested or burned, there are no trees at this instance, yet the land use will not change, so there will be trees regrowing. Therefore, it remains forest under the definition. But in this instance, without trees, this is much more challenging to be mapped by remote sensing. One would need maybe historical information in order to do that, and this is also one of the deficiencies of our map. It's not perfect in this sense because that hardly can be represented. Next slide, please. This illustrates now This illustrates first the global map. You see the distribution of forests on the globe, and let's move right into some zooms, close-ups. This is a representation of agricultural uses, palm oil and pastures and soybean. Here we are quite happy with what we see. in the representation of the forest. This is more or less correctly mapped. The next slide, please, is an illustration of a much more challenging situation, because you can imagine when you have dry forests or very open forests, it is hard to draw a boundary where forests are and where forests not are. And even here, we had a review process with qualitative interpretations by a couple of reviewers. They all acknowledge that it is extremely challenging to map forest as a discrete class, yes, no, binary. Here, and if even an expert would need to indicate what is forest, here it would be extremely challenging. Last example is an example where the map is not so good when it comes to tree plantations, where trees are present. Underneath there are agricultural crops. Here in this case, cocoa plantations, we significantly overestimate the area of forest. So what you see here in this image is all basically not forest, yet our map indicates forest. To give you an indication of how accurate we are, preliminary numbers indicate about 80% accuracy level at global scale. This doesn't mean that the map is 80% accurate at the local level. Next slide, please. And now we already come to the use of a map. We have heard in the previous presentations, there are different phases in the regulation. We see the map use mainly in the phase of a risk assessment of in the context of the EUDR, when an operator needs to assess the risk, whether there has been deforestation, yes or no. There might be a minor role to play also when it comes to the verification. That is up to the competent authorities to decide and to undertake. Here the map could be used when it comes to identifying areas for which much better resolution data should be purchased, that they might be they likely have to be purchased or bought, and therefore it is important to know where to buy the data. And the last slide just illustrates what Emanuele already explained a little bit. There are three roles of this map in the context of the EUDR: non-mandatory, non-exclusive, and not legally binding. Not mandatory means there's no obligation to use this map in the context of implementing EUDR. In fact, you will not find the word map in the regulation. So you can use other information which demonstrate that there is no risk of deforestation. Not exclusive means this map doesn't overrule any other information. And I even want to stress, if the operator has local maps with high accuracy levels available, it should definitely be used. Maybe together with our map, but please make use of your local information, because for that information you have the assurance that the accuracy is at a certain level, something we cannot provide. And finally, there is the outcomes of this assessment is not legally binding, which means if you overlay, as mentioned by Emanuele, the geolocation of your point or polygon with a map, and the map shows forest, it doesn't mean per se that this is deforested as of 2020. Likewise, it's not it's not vice versa. If the polygon or coordinate does matches with non-forest, it doesn't mean that there hasn't been deforestation. And with that, I hand over again to Frederic.
Thank you, René. So I have three last slides. That one I will skip quite quickly. It's we can put in the chat the website address of our observatory. And just to say that we are trying to provide as much as possible reference. There is a frequently asked question document also available on the observatory, and reference to what we scientific and technical reference to what is shown. I would like to conclude, as I said, the link in the future. So the global map that René presented will be improved in the future. We hope that first there will be a technical report that will be published soon in the next hopefully by the end of this month or early April at the latest, describing the global map. We will do also an accuracy assessment with other partners, and all that is done with external partners as well, not only GRC experts. And we try to improve the map when new global data sets for the year 2020 will be made available. So in relation to that, what I would like to show is we have learned under the Copernicus program, land service, the global land service of the Copernicus program. There is a new component which with the project just started in January this year, with which is called the Global Land Cover and Tropical Forest Mapping and Monitoring component. That's a long title. It's led at GRC by other colleagues. It was before Michael Scherle, and now it's Andreas Brink who take over the lead. We are Forest Part, we are involved as well. I just want to, and the project is carried out by a consortium of private space operators. There is a lead from Vito and GAD for the Forest Part. Just to say that we will use how we'll integrate that in our global map or in our global observatory. So the goals of this LCFM service is to improve. So on the Copernicus, there's already global cover maps from the years 2015 to 2019 at 100-meter resolution. This new component is aimed at improving with a finer 10-meter resolution, and for over the years starting for year 2020, and with annual change. It's a land cover map, and there will be, it's not a land use map, so still it will be very similar. The year 2020 will be very similar to what has been produced in world cover. We hope that accuracy will be improved, we'll gain a few % of accuracy of that global land cover. We have also, we expect this service will also produce monthly and ultimately real-time information for improving land cover characterization. And that's my last slide on the, that is a bit displaying, I took that from the consortium presentation. It's the list of products which will be available through that Copernicus component. The most important, as I said, is the third one from the left, the land cover map at 10-meter resolution starting from 2020. So that map is expected to be released early next year, in early 2025. And as soon as it's released, it will replace, will ingest it in our global forest map by replacing the world cover map. I'm hoping that this new map will have a higher accuracy. And then the change and also the land cover characteristics, either the annual change of land cover map, also on the left side, the land cover characteristics at high frequency like monthly, etc., can be used to inform what is happening after the year 2020. It helps to understand what if it was forest or not in 2020, and it will also be used when we envisage to use it for a near real-time alert system. So this Copernicus component will be very important for supporting as well the EUDR. And that is basically my last slide. I thank you for your attention, and I pass the floor. We can share and pass the floor to the moderator. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Frederic and René. An excellent presentation. For me, really, it's important to see that the European Commission is not only proposing legislation, that we also offer tools, and even here a global tool, a global map, a global land forest observatory. So thanks a lot, a very good presentation, and also that you made in the end the link to the land service and also to the Copernicus data space ecosystem, so that really see that it all belongs together. And also thanks that you really mentioned not only a nice map, but also that you already refer to the challenges, and I think we'll really later come to that, because really land cover, forest cover is not all the same. It's complicated, and especially when we have now more discussion on the regulation to discuss cocoa or coffee about with shadow or oil palms, it's also trees. So I think we really started to go into more details, but we will discuss later on. But as we already advanced in time, I think we should now move to the next presentation. So thanks again to the colleagues in ISPRA. And we have another angle for this discussion. We have now invited also Norway, because Norway has a very interesting Norwegian International Climate and Forest Initiative. And I think it's always important that also governments not only implement legislation and look into their own forests, but they do also international activities. Therefore, I'm quite happy that we have now with us Marte Zenstedt, also online, and she will present NICFI, this Norwegian International Climate Forest Initiative. And I give the floor to you, Marte. Thanks.
Many thanks and good morning, and thanks for the opportunity to present the NICFI Satellite Data Program. I would like to start off by saying a few words about Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative, NICFI, which is Norway's largest international initiative to mitigate climate change and protect biodiversity, working to reduce and reverse tropical forest loss. And we work with the forest governments and partners across the tropical forest belt. Next, please. So NICFI, we focus on 7 strategies to achieve this goal set out. We work on land use policies, indigenous people's rights, various markets. We work on commodity markets, international support structures, carbon markets, financial markets, and we work on forest crime. And finally, we work a lot on transparency, as timely, high-quality data available to all the relevant actors is important to all the other strategic areas. Increased transparency regarding where deforestation and forest degradation is happening, when and why it is happening, who is responsible, and who finances it is crucial for tropical forest governments and others to address this and establish accountability. Good policy rely on good data. But access to such data with high resolution have historically been expensive and difficult to access for many actors. So this is really the background for why Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative established the satellite data program. Next, please. So back in 2020, NICFI launched a tender for a public procurement to grant free access to high-resolution satellite images to the tropics to anyone, anywhere, to monitor tropical forest. And that led to a contract for the current program with Kongsberg Satellite Services, KSAT, and its partners Airbus and Planet. And this contract lasts until September this year. Next, please. And the established purpose of the program is to make high-resolution satellite images as accessible as possible and available as a global digital common good to contribute to reducing and reversing the loss of tropical forest, contributing to combating climate change, conserving biodiversity, and facilitating sustainable development. Next, please. The high-resolution satellite images provide an overview of all tropical forest and land masses covering 30 degrees north and south. Next, please. And here you can see a brief overview of the products offered under the program. The mosaics have 5-meter resolution and are updated every month. And we also have archive data that includes biannual mosaics in the period from 2015 to 2020. And some partners have access to historical data from 2002. You can find further details on the program webpage on the products. Next, please. So there are essentially 3 layers of possible access to the data. A large number of users view the data via our collaborative platforms like Google Earth or Global Forest Watch. I'll show these platforms on the next slide. And this access is what we refer to as level 0 and is an open public good. The next level is level 1 access, and this also gives monthly updates and ability to view, but also ability to download the data and make the right products. And this requires registration via the program webpage. And in addition to the images available to the general public, Norway has a limited set of access keys, not only to the monthly mosaics, but also the underlying imagery, access to Planet daily scenes, which of course is very valuable to combat environmental crime, and Airbus archive scenes back to 2002 for download and streaming. And this level 2 access has been given to what NICFI considered strategic partners that applied for such access and was selected based on consideration of potential contribution to the strategic areas I just mentioned to reduce tropical deforestation. And the European Commission Joint Research Centre, JRC, is one of the partners with such access. Next, please. So here you can see an overview of the collaborative platforms that show the data. And it has been important for NICFI that the data was made available on widely used platforms to meet the users where they are. Next, please. I would like to recognize, as also presented by other speakers, that users, of course, also before the NICFI program, had important long-term access to satellite images through Sentinel and Landsat as a backbone for forest monitoring systems. Next. But the higher resolution of the NICFI program has been important for many users, and I'll speak a little bit more about that use on the next slides. Thanks. Next. Even though the program has only been running since 2020, we know quite a lot about the use. We have now more than 26,000 registered users in 158 countries downloading data from 97 countries. And we have also collected more than 1,500 user stories. Next, please. And as the map shows, you can see that users are looking at data from across the tropical forest belt. For example, there's a particular interest in key countries in Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Indonesia. And governments are the largest user group. But we also have many users from civil society, academia, private sector, and indigenous peoples groups. And it has been really interesting to see how a range of forest governments and other important actors are using the data in important and complementary ways. Next, please. So governments, they use the data to detect and more quickly respond to alerts of change. They use the data to investigate and prosecute illegal deforestation activities. And I can also mention that Interpol and UNODC also make use of the data in their important work, as well as FAO. And the data is used by governments to better understand and respond to drivers of deforestation in their work on planning and policy, and improve international reporting, like, for example, on UNFCCC commitments. And we hope that the NICFI data are useful for the Copernicus Global Land Cover and Tropical Forest Mapping and Monitoring Program. Next, please. Civil society use the data in a range of different impactful ways. For example, holding governments and private sector accountable, supporting legal claims related to land rights and the protection of protected areas and indigenous people's rights, and responding to license abuse monitoring supply chains. Here you can see on the side of the slide an illustration of the NGO Amazon Conservation that has used the NICFI data for rapid and high resolution detection of deforestation in protected areas of the Colombian, Peruvian, and Ecuadorian Amazon. Next, please. Another example is that the Rainforest Foundation US has used the data to help several indigenous peoples organizations to monitor territories in the Peruvian Amazon. Next, please. And the Rainforest Alliance Sustainable Agriculture Standard also use the data in their deforestation risk assessment. The high-resolution satellite data made available from the program is inherently correctly geolocated, meaning that points of interest can be extracted or drawn overlain on high-resolution maps. This has relevance, for example, for implementation of the EUDR. Next, please. Private sector use the data to get accurate information on their supply chains, like Unilever, that was an early adopter under the program. Next, please. And finally, we see that the satellite data can be very powerful for investigative journalism, like the work of the Pulitzer Center that had a piece in the New York Times showing illegal airstrips for mining activities on the indigenous lands in Brazil. Next, please. So to conclude, I would like to mention that making data available, of course, needs to be complemented with efforts to support good use of the data. So the program has, in addition to an effective help desk, we provide various resources to help users make good use of the data. And NICFI is also funding capacity building activities through the, for example, the FAO CPOL program to help more countries use the data. And we see this initiative as a contribution to cover the gap towards the expected Sentinel-2 next generation. A recent external evaluation and a broad range of users have shown that this access to high-resolution satellite images has been a game changer in protecting tropical forests. So this is the background for why NICFI recently launched a new public tender. At COP28, NICFI announced that we are partnering with the Bezos Earth Fund to finance continued access to high-resolution satellite data. And the new public tender has now been published with the aim to enter into a contract with a data provider to provide free and open access to high-resolution satellite images when the current NICFI satellite data program contract expires in September. So with that, I would like to say thank you for your attention and pass the floor back to the moderator.
No, thank you very much, Martha. An excellent presentation. First of all, I think we should all welcome and congratulate Norway for all these activities that what you finance worldwide against deforestation. Norway is one of the biggest donors in the fight of deforestation. So I think it's a very important thing what not all countries are doing, but Norway is really excellent on that. And for our workshop, I think it's really now good that we made the step coming from legislation via maps now really to data and geodata. And you explained it very well, how important it is really that we have a community that can use the data and that you prepare information and data that are really useful even up to indigenous communities. So thanks a lot for that interesting presentation. And with that, I would like to move to the last presentation in our first session. And I would like to invite Zoltan, who is here in the room also, to come on stage and to give a presentation on the EUDR and Earth observation from the perspective of ESA. Zoltan, you have prepared a presentation, but I'm happy that you're here in the room and can give your presentation from here. So welcome, thanks.
Thanks, Tobias. No, it's not only one slide. I can talk on one slide if you want, but actually there are several slides. Good morning, everyone. Looks like we will have a little bit of a coffee break here. Just as an introduction, my name is Zoltan Santoy. I go with the name Zolpi. I work for the European Space Agency. And I'm dealing with agriculture rather than forestry. So I'm doing a little bit of a transition from here, from forestry into agriculture. Of course, all the previous speakers were talking about forestry, but everything is actually touching agriculture. And we cannot deny the fact that agriculture feeds the world, but also causing deforestation. And I think that's where I come into the picture. And we found the presentation, so it's excellent. Thanks, team. We can already jump to the next slide. And the next slide is just a beautiful screenshot of the regulation. So everything started here. Of course, we've seen the timeline before, so it didn't start in 2023. It started a few years before. But this is what is driving us. And actually, I don't know how many of you read the regulation. I did read it. Actually, it's a relatively okay read. But of course, since I work for the European Space Agency, I was looking at, well, somewhat critically on the Earth observation part, which Emmanuel mentioned already, that it's not really in there. However, we all see it, based on the previous presentations, that actually Earth observation can play a very crucial and serious role of supporting the regulation. And with that, we jump to the next slide. So if you really want to pick on the Earth observation part, give me one click. What is really concerning us are the commodities which are listed in there. Currently, we have 7: soybean, livestock, palm oil or oil palm plantations, timber, cocoa, coffee, and rubber. So these are the commodities which are currently concerning us. Now, when I said we are transitioning into agriculture, if you see the commodities, well, soybean definitely you would call agriculture. Livestock is, of course, dealing is part of agriculture. And the other crops are also oil palm, cocoa, coffee, these are, or rubber even. These are all generally agricultural productions, even though some of them are trees. Next click. And then, of course, we have the timeline. We've seen already from the previous speakers. Next click. And then we have something that is called due diligence. And I think this is where Earth observation really comes to play a role. Next click. So what due diligence is looking for, what it should contain as a report. So it collects relevant information. looks at the risk assessment measures. René already mentioned those. Thanks, René, for picking that line up. And it has something which is called risk mitigation measures. And that's where I am touching the topic or looking at it. Next click, please. And one more. So from the risk mitigation measures, if you really look at the document, the regulation that is requiring additional documents and information or data, having in place adequate and proportionate policies and procedures to mitigate and manage risk, and from my perspective, carrying out independent surveys or audits. So when you look at the competent national authorities' perspective, and perhaps also the traders and operators, this is something which concerns the Earth observation part per se. Next slide. So how the European Space Agency can help. I was thinking what to put here, European Space Agency on Earth observation, so take it as you wish. Next slide. So we were talking about the Copernicus program. It's a gold standard. I think Greg said that. I would love to say, or I would like to say that the European Space Agency is also a gold standard, at least in Earth observation terms. And you see our timeline here in terms of when we sent up satellites and also how many we have currently past flight, currently flying, and will be flying in a next couple of years. Here I would like to emphasize Copernicus. Of course, we are in a Copernicus meeting. These are operational satellites. And these are the ones which actually can serve really the needs of the monitoring of the EUDR, or helping with the monitoring and enforcing the regulation. Some of the colleagues, I think Tim mentioned already, the Sentinel family, of course, the most important for our perspectives, especially Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2. Next slide, please. And click on it. So, but to prove of the pudding here, well, actually in the EU data, I put up only one example. I could pull many others. Oil palm plantations. So there's already a global map, it's published 2021, where we already mapped oil palm plantations globally. One click more, please. And not only you map it globally, but actually has really local relevance. So you see the original Sentinel image from a location somewhere in Malaysia, I believe, and then the classified image. In fact, here you can see, just based on Sentinel-2 data, as detailed as individual industrial plantations and smallholder plantations. And also you can see the probability layer, how good is that, how much we trust that data what we put out. Another click and another click. Thank you. However, not all the commodities can really be mapped with the Sentinel family. We've seen the NICFI presentation just before, also René mentioned from the JRC, that some things we might not be able to see. Now, ESA also has a so-called third-party missions. These are not ESA missions, but ESA many times provides data to the users, generally from non-ESA or non-European missions, and generally to European users. This can be, well, any kind of satellite data what ESA has an agreement with general companies, but similarly to NICFI, these are unfortunately limited because these all cost money as well, of course, from ESA side. However, can be considered to be used even together with NICFI. Next slide, please. And then Tim already mentioned upcoming missions, so I will not spend much time here, but LSTM, CHIME, and ROSEL, those are the missions which we should really pay attention in terms of agricultural monitoring, although they are not coming up for the next 1, 2, 3, 4 years, but these will be definitely helpful for the EUDR in a longer run. Next slide, please. So first, we needed data, and you see we have data. We have free and open data. This is extremely important, and operational data. Now, the competent national authorities also need to carry out independent surveys and audits. So that's another question mark here. Next click, please. So I do have an example for that. So we work with the DG Agri quite a bit to support the Common Agricultural Policy. And we use Sentinel data for that. Another click, please. So my best example here is the Sen4 CAP project, which you can consider a very similar setup, how you can look at how to use, what to develop to support the regulation from the competent national authorities perspective. So here, to support the CAP, we built an open source system and utilized by many paying agencies. Of course, for the CAP, you have paying agencies, while for the EUDR, you have the competent national authorities. But the point is that we developed a modular system which is capable to monitor agricultural land at near real time, parcel-based monitoring, again, very important also to the EUDR, using Sentinel-1 and 2 data, so these are free, Landsat as well, that's also free, and can be operated locally or in the cloud, and coming in a Dockerization, so in technical terms, you can basically place the system anywhere you want, and it's freely available. So this is the Sen4 CAP idea. This is even running today, although this is more on the operational side, and we are a little bit like JRC, so we are R&D, so we are not gonna run operationally things, but we will develop things. Next slide. So we have data, we know how to build a system, and thanks for the click. Yeah, one more click. These videos are always tricky. There you go. So we have the data, we have a system, but I want to prove that actually it's working. So as you can see, we use Sentinel data and look at globally maize and other cereals, how to map, well, not only map, but detect, map, and show where they are, how they progress, and generally being built in a system free and open. So we have, for example, the bird cereal system, which currently can show that. Next slide, please. So to summarize, next slide, please. Here you go. So, of course, ESA builds satellites, builds rockets even, not necessarily ESA, but contractors. But we also fund a lot of research. So when I read the EUDR and I talked to colleagues from JRC, DG DEFIS, DG Environment, and so on, I said like, okay, why we don't put a tender together to develop a system, basically what I was talking about here. So if you put another click, and will be the last pretty much, the ESA came up with an invitation to tender. So this tender is out now and asking for submissions, where ESA is looking for a company or companies who will develop a free and open system in where data is given, the system is there, and working with early adopters.
We cannot hear you anymore on WebEx. Colleagues from Brussels, we cannot hear the plenary room anymore.
Hi, can you hear us from Brussels? No.
So it's not only the sound in the room, now it's going? Okay.
We can hear you now.
Thanks again to Zoltan from ESA for this presentation, really making for me the nice links and also coming really to crop detection, what all can be done. So I think we have a nice picture and really showing that the EU regulation is there, but there are so many things and tools coming up that can support it. I think when we look at the next session, we got now a bit of flavor what can be done really to use Earth observation data to implement this regulation. However, we think really the main obligations of this EU regulation are for the member states. Therefore, really said we should have at this conference also the views from member states here, and therefore we picked 3 member states, Germany, France and Denmark, because we really would like to know a bit keen what are member states doing and what are their plans and where they see gaps, what they need something. And therefore we really, I think in this setup we cannot really have a good interactive panel session discussion with the groups, but we have invited 3 member states to prepare a short intervention. And I said we have Germany, we have France, and then we have Denmark. Therefore, I would like to ask Germany and Melvin Lippe from the Thünen Institute from Germany is here. And so I would like to ask him first to give a short intervention. And our main question is really, what are you already doing using Earth observation? What are your plans? And what are really your expectations? What do you expect from the EU, from the international fora to support you? Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, so I will first refer to the question Tobias sent us before. So the first question was first introduce myself. My name is Melvin Lippe from the Thünen Institute of Forestry. We are located in Hamburg, Germany. And then explain briefly what our country is already doing to monitor forest and agricultural commodities with EU data and products. Well, first of all, thank you very much that we have the opportunity to present the current stage of the implementation in case of Germany. So I'm a senior researcher of the Thünen Institute, and we are a federal research institute conducting government and third-party funded projects on various topics of relevance in case of Germany and also globally. In case of the EUDR, since 2022, we have provided advice on the negotiation process, and it means also how to make use of Earth observation data and products, the opportunities, but also the limitations and the challenges. And currently we are involved now in the national implementation process. So as my colleague Thomas Riedel is not here today, apologies for that. I will just present some brief words from Thomas and from his team of the Thünen Institute of Forest Ecology, who led the production of the so-called German stock forest area map. So this is a map which refers to forest cover, but also has further attributes. In this case, they use Sentinel-2 tree cover density information, and the map is available on our Thünen public map server. And this may serve as the national reference for the case of Germany. So Germany has a big area of small forest owners, and for them, for example, this could be a benchmark. So when they compared now this national product with the EUFO map, we could see that actually EUFO overestimates German forest area by about 14.5% or 1.6 million hectares. One reason is, for example, parkland areas, and these things are defined as forest in the EUFO map, while in Germany this is a parkland and not a forest by definition. Other works of the Thünen Institute of Forest Ecology include the production of a dominant tree species map, and also currently they're working on a forest biomass map on a national level. So for the latter one, again, they use Sentinel-2 and also LiDAR data. So we had 5 minutes, so I'm now moving on to the second question, but if you have anything later, please approach me during the breaks. So the second question was, EU member states, competent authorities should carry out checks that commodities come from deforestation-free plots of land. Can you tell us if your country has plans to integrate EU data and products in such checks and how? So in this case, the Federal Office of Agriculture and Food, or BLE as an acronym, was recently announced to serve as the responsible competent authority, or CA, of the EUDR in Germany. So they were already the predecessor for the EU timber regulation. So they already have experience for the past 10 years. So for the purpose of the EUDR, BLE will monitor compliance of operators in the obligations of the regulation. However, monitoring of domestic commodities and primary products from cattle, soy and timber, so those produced in Germany are under the responsibility of the respected federal state authorities. Keep in mind, Germany has 16 federal states. That means BLE is the umbrella at the national level, and then the federal states for the domestic production. So the BLE already started preparing the implementation of the EUDR. The German government is supporting that very much, and therefore I can say that the BLE was really early on this adoption level. That means they are currently hiring relevant personnel staff and are also starting to upgrade their internal IT infrastructure. And this sounds trivial, but this upgrading of the IT infrastructure will be one of their big challenges. Because they have not dealt with that type of data, basically big data. So just as a number, some discussions say we have about to deal with 600,000 to 2 million due diligence statements per year for this national competent authority. So of course, not all of them have to be checked in detail, but this is a big number, and this is calling for IT digitalization infrastructure. So we have supported the BLE in designing, or we are supporting them at the moment in an in-house risk-based assessment approach, what we already talked about, and we will rely on Copernicus data and services, and also develop analytical toolboxes. So this is not rocket science. That's already available, for example, on Google Earth Engine, but we try to convert this now in the German cloud-based platform called Code.de. So this is a special platform because it's certified for German government agencies. They are not able to use Google Earth Engine due to security issues. This is work in progress, and we expect to start implementing them by mid to maybe autumn of this year. So this is really keeping us very busy. And again, if you have questions, come back to me. And now I'm moving to the third question. What kind of support related to EU data would you need in this exercise, especially for competent authorities? So now I would like to say I'm speaking now as in my capacity as independent researcher and not as a scientific advisor. So please don't cite me somewhere on Twitter also, X, sorry. So one thing which comes to my mind is very high resolution imagery. We already talked about this. Because one thing I think so far, which seems to be a bit neglected, is the legal issue at the end of this pipe, at the competent authority. And in fact, let's assume there's a violation of this due diligence statement, meaning that plot is not deforestation-free. The German BLE will then claim this as a violation and may bring this to court. So the final decision will be that judge on court deciding whether this is deforestation-free or not. And this person may have most likely no Earth observation experience. So this guy he's a human being, so he relies on visual inspection most likely. And therefore, I think personally, planet data, for example, will be useful. Keep in mind, I'm assuming that from the DDS statements, maybe 90 to 90%, 5% might be correct. So they comply, and only those small numbers of the statements may not comply. But for that, it's very important to keep that in mind. So we need to think also from the end of the pipeline, not only from the beginning. At the moment, we think a lot on the implementation phase, but this is really that this regulation will come into force in the long term. Yeah, so with this, I just will finish my intervention, and of course, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Mervyn. Very interesting. You explained very well who in Germany will do what for the implementation of this regulation. Very interesting, I think, for all the other EU countries to listen to you. We will continue with that because we really said we have different cultures in Europe, different countries. So we would like now also to invite France to come in. We have online Marine Reboul and Jean-Bernard de Reclen. And I would like to ask you to take the floor online. Melvin already before repeated again the questions. So I think I don't need to explain the questions again, what we would like to hear from you. So please take the floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation for this very interesting conference. My name is Marine Reboul. I'm working for the French Ministry of Environment, and I'm a policy officer in charge of deforestation issues, and I'm the contact point for the EUDR. First, regarding your first question, what we are doing now in France regarding Earth observation data, I will focus on the main actions considering the limit of time. So first, in France, the main tool is a French Forest Observatory, which has been set up by the National Institute for Geographic and Forestry Information. It applies the main principles for monitoring the state of forest, particularly in terms of distribution, production, and health. And this forest observatory is based on satellite data coupled with field data. We also use Earth observation tools based on Sentinel-1 data to monitor, for example, deforestation associated with illegal gold mining in French Guiana. This is information in near real-time data. And what I can say for this first question is that with the EUDR and the coming EU regulation on forest monitoring, it will be important to have a good coordination and coherence among the tools and the EU expectations. Regarding the second questions, what's our plan? I have to say first that in France, it's a joint competence authority which has been designated for EUDR with the Ministry of Agriculture on one side, and my colleague Jean-Bernard de Reclen is connected, and the Ministry of Environment. At this stage, our Czech strategy is not established yet. Everything is under process. Nevertheless, what I can say for now regarding the check which will be carried out by the competent authority is that in the first place, what the competent authority might check is the due diligence system of the company, which is mentioned in Article 12 of the EUDR. It means that what we might check first is the procedure and the processes of the company. Then what the competent authority might check is maybe some samples. This means to check the content of the full due diligence for one or few batches, for example. And in that case, geolocation data might be analyzed using some satellite tools. So in that perspective, we have welcomed that the European Forest Observatory has been put online. Nevertheless, we understand that its accuracy is not 100%, and it has been very well explained before. And that, for example, for some cultures which are grown under shade, like coffee and cocoa, the results might be not so relevant. So that might be a point we should keep in mind for the future. And it's been well expressed as well that this European Forest Observatory gives a first indication which need to be complemented in some cases by other tools to have a relevant information. And the point is that usually those complementary tools can be quite expensive for the European, for the economic operators, but also for the competent authority. Another point to raise is that we need to have deforestation data, but also data about degradation processes. So at this point, it's not so clear for us what we can see related to those degradation process. So for this second question, what I can say is that Earth observation tools will definitely be taken into account by the competent authorities, but it will be not one. It will be just one indicator among others, and probably not the main ones, and definitely not the only ones. And for the last question, what do we need for this exercise? I can start saying that to implement the EUDR, we will need a system that could analyze satellite observations over time and create alerts for the member states in order to orientate the checks or initiate field controls as far as the EU is concerned. We will need free tools. We will need high quality resolution in order to avoid misinterpretation. And we will need tools able to monitor degradation as well as deforestation processes. That's the main challenges. And thank you very much for the opportunity for intervening this morning.
Oh, thanks a lot, Marine. It was very clear what you need, really, Earth observation over time. And so good, very clear message from France. To conclude this interventions, I would like now to invite Lars Andresen Skofmøller from the Danish Ministry of Environment to reply to the same questions. What are you doing and what are your plans and what your expectation towards use of Earth observation data to implement the EUDR? Are you online, Lars?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. And thank you for this opportunity. As already stated, my name is Lars Skofmøller. I'm a special advisor at the Danish Environmental Protection Agency, and I'm part of the Danish competent authority with responsibility for the EUDR. Forest monitoring will be essential to our ministry and to our work with monitoring and controlling companies regarding doing EUDR. My most important point for today is that we of course need good maps and good systems and good Earth observation, but most importantly we need the companies and the economic operators to have accessibility to good maps. So also my main point with this and this regulation is that the checks we will do is on the company's systems. And if they have strong systems, my work will become easy. And of course, strong system is very dependent on this Earth observation and the validity and the validity of the maps and how good they are and how reliable they are. So the more reliability we can put in the maps, the easier my task is, the easier the company's task will be in the compliance with this regulation. I've been sitting with the EUDR, the timber regulation, for 5 years, and our experience from this is that Earth observation is an excellent tool in providing assurance in compliance with the due diligence requirements set up in these regulations. Just to make an example, saying actually confirming there is a forest and then there are actually roads into the forest is a very simple and easy way for companies to actually make it plausible that there actually is a concession where forestry is being taken place and stuff like that. So the Earth observation have always been used, and the more precise it becomes and more plausible it becomes, the better it gets. As a competent authority, we also have this one big challenge with this new regulation, and that is that the question whether there has been deforestation or not. It's a yes or no question, but in this sense, the reliability and the plausibility of the maps are very crucial, because if we disagree with a company whether there has been taking deforestation place on the other side of the world, then we need to have some solidified and very reliable maps to bring these, in the worst case, these cases to court. So actually now we are moving towards us as competent authorities being very dependent on plausible and reliable maps for prosecuting companies who are not compliant with the regulations. So I think that's the big challenge and the big worry for us, especially as presented earlier with the challenges in the tropics and stuff like that. So that will be a big challenge, I think, in this, and we will be very reliable on the Copernicus program to provide us some kind of reliable maps. Yeah, and of course, very practical. We need this observation data to compare with all the other data to actually monitor which companies we need to control. Yeah, so that's the last point for me. That's we need good maps so we are able to say which companies are very interested in and who are operating near deforestation and forest degradation. Yeah. So I think that would be my main points, and thank you for the opportunity to present this. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Lars. It was a very clear message, really, that you take this implementation very serious, even think about prosecution. So I think it's really important for all of us that we really need really reliable, good maps to continue to implement this EU regulation. We are quite advanced in time. We really thought to have a more interactive discussion a bit, really to discuss it further, but due to the advanced timing and the problem we had at the beginning, I think we break now for coffee, and we should come back then in 15 minutes. So meaning we try to be back at 11:25. So that we really can start then with a second session. And again, thanks for listening, thanks for all the contributions, and especially thanks for all the speakers for the excellent presentations, and see you in 15 minutes. You, das. We would
Hello?
like to start in 2 minutes. Can you please prepare yourself?
Sorry. Sarah from Please, everyone, take your seat so we can start with session 2. So,
Colleagues from Brussels, we cannot hear the plenary room on WebEx.
hello, can you hear me?
Okay, now yes.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Good, so I hope you enjoyed your coffee. Now we are going to start with session 2. I'm Chiara Solimini from USPA. I will be moderating this session on commodities deforestation-free regulation focused on the private sector. So the session will be structured in 2 main parts. The first part will be for Earth observation companies to showcase their products and solutions that are based on Copernicus and in combination with other data to really address EUDR compliance and support traders and operators in their journey. Within this part, there will be also a pitching session more focused on startups to really pitch the EUDR-based solution and have an overview also what's going on the, let's say, small stakeholders sector. And then we are going to have an interactive panel with private sector stakeholders that are really now implementing the EUDR in the supply chain. And we will hear from different stakeholders, including IKEA, Ferrero, and the European Coffee Federation. I would like now to start the presentation part, inviting Patrick Jaskula from Airbus to present Starling, Verify Your Forest Impact. Patrick, please, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
10 minutes. So good morning, everyone. So my name is Patrick Jaskula. I'm with Airbus Defence and Space Intelligence. And today I will present you a Starling service that is focusing on deforestation and risk assessment in the supply chain. Okay, so as I said, Starling, please don't mix with the Starling. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay, so just an overview of what the Starling is. So this is the geospatial service that is relying, of course, on the satellite data. Mainly, we are talking here about the Copernicus data. So Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2 optical radar data. We're also using Landsat data and supporting various use cases with our own constellation of very high resolution data from Pleiades, Neo, Pleiades, and Spot constellations. So service, the Starling okay, should be better. So Starling service was developed together in collaboration with the Earthworm Foundation. So the Earthworm Foundation is really providing valuable information on the supply chain on the ground, training to the traders and to mitigate the risk of the deforestation. And they're also working with the local authorities to provide more inputs of what is going on the ground. So 4 things about the Starling, of course, is to identify natural forest. Okay, simple as that. Monitoring deforestation, so we're using our base maps, so ingesting data from Sentinel, and we have the 20 years of archive, so we can really see the changes over time and in many various different areas. So we can contextualize deforestation, so explain really to the customers what is happening on the ground, what is the cause of the deforestation, and provide the actions to mitigate the risk. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Okay. Here I would like to highlight the fact that the Starling didn't pop up overnight. It's not a new service. It's on the market for the last 6 years, and we are happy to work with the companies around the world. And just to mention a few big brands like Ferrero, Nespresso, Hershey's, and Nestle. And of course, there is many, many more customers that are using service and are quite satisfied. Okay, and the next slide. Okay, so here, a little bit of information on the workflow. So as I mentioned, of course, the core inputs is the satellite data. So we're ingesting this data almost on a daily basis and building the seamless base maps. So again, to contextualize and see what is going on the ground. And with these base maps, we can have this monitoring of the areas of interest for our customers. And as I mentioned, millions of square kilometers, so don't worry, you don't have to scour through all the images. Artificial intelligence will do the job for you. So you get the report of what is going on. And so this is the back end. The front end, of course, we have the user workspace where the customers can provide the information on their supply chain. We can also support this with open source data and to get the information. So really, the Starling service is supporting deforestation-free verification, EUDR due diligence, the risk analysis, and then, of course, the stakeholder engagement and carbon accounting. Next slide. So, challenges of the deforestation monitoring. So imagine we have monitoring quite large areas. We have a lot of images. The good thing with the Copernicus Sentinel data is that really you have the consistency. So you have this, specific geo-accuracies, but there are some areas, of course, where you need a higher resolution. If you have a smaller plots, where you have really the Starlink service detects something is happening on the ground, and we can detect this from the Copernicus data. And you can see on the left-hand corner, there is a small polygon highlighted in red. So this is the risk here of perhaps risk of the deforestation in Indonesia. And if you click on the next slide, and here we can quickly mitigate this risk and identify what is really happening. So here we use the Pleiades Neo 30 centimeters image, and we see, yes, there is possible deforestation. We can see the logs lying on the ground. So this is a very good example how you can supplement Copernicus data. And the next slide. Okay, another example, this is the cocoa farm in Ivory Coast. So here we have really, again, risk detected. Next to the cocoa farm, you can see the patch of the natural forests. So we don't know exactly what is going on. So here again, we have a help from very high resolution, and we harvest first our archive and see if we have available image. If not, we can task the satellite to have this 100% guarantees that there is really no deforestation, or perhaps there is the area deforested. And if you click on the next slide, you can see the result with a very high resolution. So here, I believe there is no question asked. You don't need to go any further. You can see clearly that there is no deforestation, and it is confirmed by a Starlink platform. Okay. And next slide. By the way, how are we doing on time? Still good. Okay, perfect. So here we have really with the Starlink, you have this interactive user platform that, of course, can be customized. Not all the customers have the same needs. So we can, of course, adapt. And there are really 3 ways to use Starlink. It's all depending on the maturity of your company, of your institutions. So number 1, you can access all the data, right? And if you have your own analytics, you can extract information and have this exactly, you can see what is going on in your supply chain. So level 1, you're doing everything by yourself. So let's call it DIY, do it yourself. Number 2, if your institutions, if your company is not familiar with the geospatial world, we gather information on your supply chain. Again, we can provide additional information from open source or from Earthworm Foundation, see what's going on the ground. And we will provide you then with a report exactly of what is going on the ground and detect the areas where there is risk of deforestation. So this is number 2, so it's a report. And option number 3 is report and support. So on top of that report, we can contextualize and provide you a full set of information of what is going on and what actions need to be taken to prevent deforestation. And if needs to be, you can remove your supplier from your supply chain. And yes, the most important thing, sorry, if we go back, I need to mention this. So today with the Starlink, we can monitor palm oil, cocoa, coffee, pulp and paper, even if it's not in the EUDR, rubber and timber, and we are working, of course, on the soy and beef. So it's coming soon. And the last slide. Okay. Now, so what I need to say I think we all know that there are already available solutions to support European deforestation regulations. They rely on Copernicus data, so there is really, I would say, no need to develop any further. There are companies in this room that can support this, so please come talk to us. We can do it basically started from today and support even the competent authorities to see exactly how we can support you at the country level, so you're complying and the companies in your country complying with the deforestation regulation. And of course, yes, the supply chain approach is the most robust. So often our customers asking us, can you help us to monitor this? Yes, but you need to provide us some information on the supply chain. Otherwise, we don't know what to monitor, right? Simple as that. And of course, yes, as I said, say again, we need to collaborate together with the companies and the competent national authorities to tackle this as soon as possible. So thank you very much for your time. I'll be around if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patrick, with this very interesting presentation. I would like now to give the floor to Niels Wielard from the company Satelligence to present reimagining global monitoring of forests and commodities using Copernicus. Please, Niels, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation. Hi, everyone. I'm Niels Wielard. I'm the CEO and founder at Satelligence. My background is in forestry, and I've dedicated my life for the past 25 years to work on satellite monitoring and commodities. So this is a great day to discuss all this fun stuff. Let's see when the slides are coming up. During the past 10 years, we are very grateful to the support from the Netherlands Space Office and European Space Agency on programs like InCubed to refine our approach to the monitoring of forests and commodities, get good base maps of where the forest is, know where the alerts are, where deforestation is happening, but also what is coming into place. Please, the next slide. So this kind of knowledge we gathered within the framework of several programs, also the Geoforest Carbon Tracking Task. I met Frederick Achard when he was not yet gray-haired. So let's move to the next one. Today, we are, I think it's safe to say, a market leader in this space of EUDR forest monitoring, working with around 70% of the palm and cocoa companies who are monitoring, but also with the largest coffee and soy traders and the top 5 food companies, which includes Unilever, Mondelez, PepsiCo, etc. And then traders like Cargill and others for whom we are monitoring their soy, cocoa, and other supply chains. And why I'm saying this is because this presents data. This represents knowledge. We have millions of farm parcels to know if in a specific place to confirm what is growing there. And that's why I'm showing all these logos, because they are key to what I'm going to present. Next, please. So we can say a lot about our platform and that we have base maps and alerts and include all the plots, all the supplier-buyer relations, but I want to talk about Copernicus and the power of Copernicus. Next one, please. Because in the EUDR, it states that deforestation is non-compliant if it's converted to an agricultural use. Meaning, if something is forest first, it's converted to housing or some other change. That is not the point here. We want to know if it's one of these commodities. Yeah, we have to map these commodities, right? And it's not so easy. There's some really good work ongoing by, for example, Dave Gavot and Descalz and Mr. Santoy showed one of these great achievements. However, it is not yet enough for all commodities. We need to do more, and Copernicus provides a great opportunity. Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, we've already seen some examples, are really good for that. Next, please. Many users and I'm talking about companies who don't know a lot about Copernicus and other things. They think, open data is a cheap and easy way to check my deforestation, but that's not so easy. And this slide, I want to show that if you look at the country of Côte d'Ivoire, what well-known layers say as forest or tree cover, it can range from 40% and 95%, and then FAO says is 9%. Even the EU Forest Observatory map by JRC, and it's very well documented that there are issues, so it's not some kind of secret, as like 40%. There are challenges, and that's the only thing I want to show here. There are world-class scientists who have worked on these layers. They're really good for a purpose that they have, but not for due diligence. And the opening that I'm saying, our maps are not perfect either, but let's look at the commodity layers. How can we do that? Next one. Because it's not just for palm. As we see in the center, it's the existing version of the JRC layer. And on the right is what we mapped with our local clients as palm in yellow. Next one. Similar issues, of course, with perennial crops as cocoa and rubber, which are in pink and red. And next one, also in Brazil, for example, with coffee. It's just super hard to map these perennial crops. So how can we address this? Next one. At Stellies, we have been working for a long time with all these companies I showed, the traders, consumer brands. They have been going out into fields, mapping hundred-thousands of parcels where we know, okay, here's soy growing, here's cocoa growing, etc. This enables us to use that in machine learning to make sure we can get at global coffee maps that are reliable. They don't exist in the world today. Cocoa has been something we've been working on for years. It does not yet exist. So we want to reach out to also the scientific community and JRC to join forces to see how we can speed up this mapping of commodities. Currently in our baseline, we are mapping the main commodities. For coffee, we're not yet there, but working with fair trade and other clients to get there. Next, please. And another thing is, so it's not just the plots from the companies, it's also having a network with the field agencies of the companies, our own team, scientists, everyone on the ground to collect these ground truth. It's critical because if we look at, if a judge, like we heard from Germany, if a judge looks at the picture, he says, oh yeah, forest is green. But wait a minute, cocoa crop is also green. How can he tell that it is different? It's super hard. So we need to have this kind of proof from the ground as well, meaning we need to work in collaboration. Private sector, scientists, institutes, governments. Next one. To collect these kind of field photographs with the geolocation. Next slide. Another thing that we have been working on, you can press next, is the cloud cover. And then what you will see is now Sentinel-1 coverage, which is worldwide, is appearing. This is a game changer. A lot of our clients working in these commodities say, we can't keep track of the forest because of all the clouds in the tropics. And then finally, with Copernicus Sentinel-1, we can see through and be more consistent. It's a big game changer also because the resolution is 10 meters, which is good for monitoring smallers. And the next one, our team has been working with Wageningen University and other scientists on getting better preparation of these images to be more clear so that we have less noise and that we can map the accuracy of the plantations better. That is also an improvement based on Copernicus data. So for the final consideration, I think, next one. So some may say, yeah, it's data wars between a company like Intelligence and Global Forest Watch and others and JRC. That's not what we need. We need a path to data enlightenment, meaning that we need to cooperate and put this data together. It's not my map is better than our map. There's no map that is really the best, right? So let's work on integrating. Copernicus is great. It puts small animals on the map. commodity layers are mappable, but it's a big challenge for years to come for all of us. Relations matter, like I said. The private sector food industry has a lot of information available that we need, like this mass plot data, as I've shown, for better machine learning to create better commodity maps. That's the next frontier for us. And to also get industry consensus. As we have a lot of traders and others working with us, they talk to each other to see, okay, what do we define as forest and not forest? It's so important to get this consensus as well. And finally, experience. I show that the ground support matters, the engagement, because we also get information back when we say, we map this area as coconut. And then a client will say, oh, look at this ground picture, something else. This kind of feedback loops between many users is very important. Because in the end, my concluding works, we need to bridge the gap between providers like us, the institutes, the producer governments, and other governments. That will be the next frontier. So I would like to leave it at that. Please reach out for any kinds of questions. Like I said, this is one of my favorite days, talking about this kind of stuff. So looking forward to further discussions. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Niels, for this very insightful presentation. And indeed, it looks like it should be a joint effort here, right? Okay, I would like now to invite Piero Marlia from LiveEU to present TradeAware, the end-to-end EUDR solution. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chiara. Thank you, Michael, for the invite today. It's really exciting to show you what we've been working on. So I'm the head of business development at LiveEU. We're a satellite analytics company based out of Berlin. We're 120 employees. We've been working with many of the largest companies in the world to monitor vegetation, monitor forests for now 7 years. And I'm here to present you essentially our latest piece of work, which is TradeAware, a platform that was specifically designed and built for the purpose of helping companies comply with the EUDR. And that's why we branded it as the end-to-end EUDR solution. This is not just about geospatial. There's a legal components too that come with EUDR, and TradeAware is essentially a solution that we built to address all these requirements. We can go to the next slide. Yeah, you have to scroll, I think, because it's a PDF. So essentially, we built TradeAware with 3 principles in mind. First of all, it has to be practical, purposeful, and profitable for companies. Otherwise, it will be difficult, right, to influence thousands of companies to start adopting a solution within a few months and then reach compliance by the end of this year. In the next slide, I want to explain to you what practical, purposeful, and profitable means. If we can scroll below. Right, so when it comes to practical, this tool that we launched this week, TradeAware, starts with essentially free tier where companies can start mapping their geolocations and start complying and inviting their suppliers all for free. At the same time, they can receive basic deforestation assessments all for free. So no setup costs, no onboarding costs, and all that companies need essentially is just a supplier's email address. So it's rather easy to get it started. The purposeful component, we designed this with accuracy in mind so that we try to minimize false positives at the end of the day. A false positive can mean that a supplier, a farmer, eventually gets booted out of the supply chain, right? Because it's marked as deforested, can no longer sell into the EU. So we designed this also not only with the companies in mind, but also farmers to keep their jobs and continue serving the EU market. Obviously, our ability to up the resolution, thanks also to private sources of satellite data, can enable us to detect small incidents of deforestation and sooner. So with the idea of protecting the environment before it gets too late. And finally, the profitability piece. We want to basically open this black box that is the supply chain and help companies, first of all, minimize the supply chain disruption that EUDR may involve, may create this year, but also give these companies the tools to limit PR incidents, as well as create some transparent and quantifiable reporting to investors and the market that they're really achieving sustainability goals. If we go to the next slide, I can show you what essentially TradeAware is all about, and one more down. There are 5 steps, essentially, right? Companies already have supply chain systems. It could be ERPs or similar tools. We don't replace that. We work with the existing systems, and we really bridge the gap between what you already have and what EUDR is requesting you to do. At the bottom, you'll see Articles 9, 10, and 11 of the law. That's where companies are required to provide inputs. And TradeAware provides all those steps that bring essential information from a supply chain system into the future EU information system. So we provide the tools for companies to collaborate with their suppliers, map and digitize their geolocations, assess the deforestation, obviously, with our satellite analytics, populate their systems with legal evidence, and create due diligence statements, and then obviously run risk mitigation where that's required based on the risk level of the country. So all in one software. And now I show you maybe in 1 or 2 minutes what the steps are in the next few slides. How this would work. We can go one down. So the first step is for companies and buyers to upload or draw geolocations. Obviously, if those are available and known, in many cases, it won't be the case. So the companies will invite their suppliers to do the same. So they will delegate this request down to a supplier to upload or draw plots of land. And in the next step, the suppliers will record the geolocations and at the same time submit the legal evidence in the same platform so that we combine the 2 souls of EUDR, geospatial as well as legal. And we'll start formatting it and making it easy to digest. And we start populating essentially the due diligence statement, which we, if we go to the next step, obviously, we provide these results of deforestation risk assessments, no matter the commodity, the region, and we do so at plot level. So we're not in the maps business, but rather automated on-demand map analysis that companies can use for their own plots of land. And the final step is obviously we will combine all this evidence, geospatial and legal, and create due diligence statements which can be uploaded into the future EU information system. And here you have a few snapshots on how that's looking like. Now, I want to move to the final part, which is how we combine essentially Copernicus data and what our deforestation analysis is all about. So if we can go to the next view. Yes, we have 3 underpinning principles behind our analysis. The first one is to reach a high level, or the highest possible level of tax sophistication. So as I said, it's not static maps what we provide, it's on-demand, automated, and plot-level analysis, because we believe it's much more granular and it can get much more accurate this way to work at plot level. And obviously, we're not, as you heard, it's not about tree cover loss, but rather land use change, which from a technological standpoint is so much harder to catch. And so we designed the algorithm specifically for this. TradeAware did not exist before EUDR, so we built it exactly to solve this problem. Secondly, on the imagery pool, this is based on Copernicus data, of course, so it's foundational for us. We layer private sources to increase frequency of detection as well as resolution. And we think that the JRC managed maps are a great baseline to base the analysis from. So we think it's a combination. It's not about so much of which of the data, but I think it's a combination of all these 3 sources that provide competitive advantages and enable us to make a great use and a great combination and a great analysis out of all these 3 sources. And finally, the output that we generate is not, it's essentially to minimize the disruption in the business. We want to minimize false positives and obviously false negatives, which can cause fines, and think that 80%, even 90% accuracy is not enough. And you will see why that's not enough in our final view. If you go to the next slide. So these are the negative consequences of a poor or generic software that doesn't do the job and isn't suited for EUDR. On the left-hand side, you'll see an open source analysis where in purple, you will see 8 plots of land that are marked, 2 of which in red have been marked as deforested. So we went there and corrected it and figured out that actually those 2 have not been deforested. They were already rubber plantations before the cutoff date. Now imagine this problem at a scale of millions of plots of land, which is what some of our customers are managing already. So that would mean maybe hundreds of thousands of mistakes and errors. This is not something you want to work with. It's a mess. You'd rather not, do anything because it's like throwing a dice. So these are the negative consequences we really stand to minimize. Obviously, reduction of errors, which means protection of farmers and co-ops, and saving millions in fines and obviously supply chain disruption. So thank you so much for the attention, and great to have a chat soon after this.
Thank you very much, Piero. Indeed, the combination of data looks promising to minimizing false positive and negative. I would like now to start the pitching session and invite to the stage Olia Ryabina from the company Orbify with the presentation Automatic Satellite-Based EUDR Compliance. Welcome, Olga.
Well, while we're waiting, I don't know how about you guys, but I was really thrown off by the whole strike thing this morning. I actually flew in from France last night, and when I heard about the strike today, I was like, did I actually leave France? Why am I still there? Because that's usually the country that's famous for the strikes. All right, I think we can get started. Thank you. So, I don't have any background in forestry, just like Niels does, so we don't have 100+ people, just like Live.io, but our team actually has background in what we call Robin Hood for technology kind of thing. So we're a small but mighty team who decided that Earth observation intelligence needs to be brought to the businesses of all sizes and backgrounds, regardless whether they have a lot of money or a huge GIS team. And that's the mission that we have established for Orbify. We can go to the next slide. Basically, we all know that the problem is that not a lot of companies today have access to the intelligence and analytics that can be derived from Earth observation data. And we decided to solve that problem. You can go to the next slide. By basically creating a system that automatically transforms EO imagery and other remote sensing data into accessible dashboards that can be manipulated by a person like me who has literally zero experience in Earth observation or GIS. We can go to the next slide. So in summary, it looks like this. We take all the different data sets and different data points, combine them into a use case, and then translate them to a final output that can be used by various stakeholders. Go to the next slide. And it all happens literally within a few clicks. So all you gotta do is choose a dashboard or basically a use case that you wanna work on, with EUDR being one of them. Then select an area of interest that can be either drawn on the map or uploaded through various formats. And you get a dashboard populated for your use case. So what does it mean for EUDR? Next slide, please. And even next one, thank you. So there are 3 primary sections that we have in the EUDR template. It's basically the compliance of the plot and the analysis of whether or not deforestation has happened within the plot area. It's the assessment of the risk, and we have a proprietary algorithm for that that you'll see in the next slide. And last but not least, is the ability to detect changes within the plot area in near real time. Next slide, please. So, I guess I can call you guys my colleagues. I've just covered all of these intricacies and pitfalls that we know exist when it comes to EUDR compliance. So the data accuracy. We knew this existed because we've heard it from a lot of our pilot clients. And so a couple of our very talented Earth observation people have actually come up with the algorithm that combines multiple data sources, including Copernicus, and provides an accuracy level that's a lot higher than the public data sets. Then we have also started working on the crop identification. And we have quite a few clients that have provided us with the ground data. So we're able to work on multiple crop types, such as coffee and cocoa. And we can also do the analysis within the crop area to see how the land use has evolved in the last decade. Next slide, please. We have also, just like I mentioned a minute ago, worked on a proprietary forest risk assessment indicator. So it's an algorithm that combines various factors that can pose risk to the integrity of forest. It takes into consideration, obviously, the anthropogenic risks as well as natural hazards, and it determines the overall risk to the forest. And each of these risks could be analyzed as a standalone factor, but you also get an overall risk score. It's very popular with our carbon credit clients as well. Then we do know that EC is going to provide a database for the country level risk, but we have also come up with a feature that's called jurisdictional level analysis that basically allows you to understand the risk within the jurisdictional area of the plot. Last but not least, obviously, there is an ability to schedule reporting and alerting, because we know that for people who are going to be EUDR compliant, it's not just important to produce an annual reporting, but also to know if the plot has become non-compliant within the course of the year. Next and last slide, please. So why we're the Robin Hood of the technology is also because our system is extremely interoperable, so it can actually be hooked up with any of the existing supply chain traceability software through advanced APIs. There is absolutely no learning curve and a very small implementation curve. And last but not least, we have learned from the best, such as Life.io, and have come up with a downstream delegation of geolocation data. So they can also very quickly upload their plots to the system without the trader and operator having to deal with that on their own. And this is it. I think the next slide, you can just see my contact information. Yes. So if anyone's interested, we have a team that can obviously do custom demos for whether you're on the left side as a supplier or right as a trader and operator. We will be thrilled to have you take our system for a ride. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olia, for this very interesting presentation. Indeed, combination of data with Copernicus baseline seems really the best approach. I would like now to invite Anne Goyen from Beetle4Tech to present Galileo and Copernicus, charting EUDR compliance in agroforestry and forestry. Anne, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear us well?
Welcome to the panel.
Yes, I think I was having a problem with presentation. Let me try it here. Okay, can you see my slide, the correct slide? Yes? Okay. Okay, so hello everyone, greetings from Hamburg, and thank you for having us today. I am from Anne from Deforestation-Free, where our mission is innovating for sustainable natural resource use, and we focus on making environmental compliance accessible to all, especially small producers. Our solutions aim to balance ambitious environmental goals like the EU's deforestation initiatives with inclusivity and feasibility for those with limited resources. Our journey begins with timber. We are developing a system to efficiently track the growth spot of each harvested tree and follow each law to processing to exclude illegally sourced timber. Each tree once felled is marked with a unique identifier, as you can see in the left picture, a log ID that's created on the spot, capturing vital data such as location and felling time. This is achieved using our cutting-edge Imago device, whose photo remains confidential due to its development status. With this system, every piece of timber is traceable right back to its roots, ensuring legality and fostering transparent supply chain. Our system's strength lies in its user-friendliness, providing instant insights into the supply chain and certifying the wood's legality, a crucial factor for the EU market where demand for sustainably sourced timber is ever increasing. We leverage the Galileo method of authentication. We enhance accuracy and security against fraud within our tracking system. However, our commitment extends beyond timber, recognizing the fragmented nature of coffee and cocoa production, often spread across small plots intermingled within forested areas. We faced a significant mapping challenge. Traditional satellite imagery falls short in capturing the intricate details of agroforestry systems, necessitating on-ground data collection, a daunting task for smallholder farmers in remote regions. Addressing this, we introduced INI, a one-button GNSS device that's both accessible and precise, thanks to the integration of multiple satellite navigation systems, notably Galileo. This innovation allows for exact plot mapping, providing a robust data foundation crucial for compliance with the European Deforestation Regulation. The genesis of INI was inspired by insights gained from the kickoff workshop, Track Coffee and Deforestation, by the European Coffee Federation and OSPA, underscoring our proactive engagement with industry challenges and regulatory preparation. So the capstone of our efforts is the deforestation analysis. Imago and INI that I introduced earlier provide us with high fidelity in situ data, which we then cross-reference with Copernicus Sentinel satellites, Sentinel-1 with its radar capabilities, ensure that we have reliable data even in cloud-prone tropical regions. In the Ivory Coast, we deployed INI to map a cocoa plantation. Despite the dense canopy cover, Sentinel-1 provided us with crucial insights, allowing us to pinpoint and monitor any disturbances, ensuring the health of our forest and compliance of our product. As you can see in the picture, the 4 location points marked using Imago correlate to the precise locations where trees were felled. This synergy between on-ground precision and observation data means our deforestation reports are not only EUDR compliant, but also dynamic and robust. As we receive feedback from the EU timber regulation team at Deloitte, we refined our reports, ensuring they capture even the subtlest signs of deforestation or degradation. This is where Sentinel-2 comes in, providing us with a resolution report, optical data, critical for detailed analysis and tracking of deforestation patterns. We are planning for the test in Brazil to refine our timber tracing system, collaborating with local institutions. This will help us improve and demonstrate our technology's effectiveness. Thank you for your interest in Beautiful Tech, and we are eager to partner with those committed to sustainable agriculture and forestry. Just feel free to reach out for collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. It's interesting to see how in situ geolocation collection using Galileo can also use together with Copernicus data in the context of EUDR. I would like now to introduce Antoine Lefebvre from CareMap, presenting NIMBO, streamlining Copernicus imagery processing for EUDR compliant commodity production monitoring. Welcome, Antoine.
Hello everyone, and thank you very much to Shara and the USPA for this invitation. So, yes, I'm waiting. So I'm going to present NIMBO. It's our tool to monitor the Earth and all the changes that occur on the land part. So can you go to the next slide, please? So NIMBO, it's a processing pipeline that collect all the data from Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-1 continuously. And with all this data, we sum up them to build some global base map. And after that, we have visualization platform, as you can see on the video, that can give a very user-friendly tool to monitor changes over the world based on this Copernicus data. And we can see changes as what we see here is about a drought, but also, as we will see in the further slide, about forest monitoring. So next slide, please. Here we have, based on the NIMBO product, some basic specification to monitor forest. So we have a global coverage. We have some updates every month on the whole world, and the data is cloud-free and provides some homogeneous views that allow you to have one processing chain to apply to one data in 1 month. And also we provide 4 kinds of layers, and also all the data we produce can be directly integrated in a web platform and also some dedicated software. Next slide, please. Here is a use case we made in Peru in a national park. As you can see on the first slide, on the first part, with the base map, actually it's an illustration that to show you we can read off the clouds, as the previous presentation already showed that clouds is mainly a problem specifically in equatorial areas. And also with the base map, if you follow them month by month, you can set up automatic processing that can bring you some alerts about changes. As you can see in the middle illustration, where you have a red zone, you have some change occurred. And after you can zoom in this kind of changing zone to have a clearer view about which parts of the image change. And you can see some fields that appear and cause some deforestation. So next slide, please. So what I can say here is based on the NIMBO products that we already produce right now every month, you can connect all this data to a dashboard, a dedicated dashboard that can also monitor all the analytics you want about changes, deforestation especially. And we can tailor that in CareMap, but also directly provide you a dashboard already prepared. Next slide, please. Just now to finish, so we are CareMap. It's a company located in France. We are 6 years old, about 22 people. And actually the company is very active on another segment, which is regenerative agriculture. And we already work with different clients, monitoring supply chains of some agro industries like Nestle, McCain. And also we work with the Earthworm Foundation on regenerative agriculture. One thing I didn't mention is the product NIMBO that I just present to you is already operational, and you can directly look at it because if you go on a nimbo.earth, you can directly subscribe for free and directly see by yourself the quality of the base map that is produced month after month. So do not hesitate to have a look at it directly, to have your own point of view on the data we produce. And I'm here all the day to talk about it and give you more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Antoine, for this very interesting presentation. I would like now to start the second part of this session, focus on the panel discussion with the private sector, and I would like to invite here on the stage Eileen Gordon from European Coffee Federation, Florian Hede from Ferrero, and Mikhail Tarasov from IKEA. Please. Thank you very much for joining us today. I would like to start with the first question to Eileen, because it's a bit different from the question to Florian and Mikhail. So, Eileen, how can Earth observation service providers support operators and traders in utilizing EU space services such as Copernicus data for EUDR compliance? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, thank you, Chiara, so much for your kind invitation to join you today and to be able to share the story of coffee a little bit. Sorry, thank you. So we really do firmly believe that service providers can assist us. The reason being that as operators, we really are not familiar in any way with Copernicus or Galileo. Our real mission is to be able to serve good quality coffee to all of you every day. So therefore, it is a little bit far away from our scope. However, as operators, we have a very big responsibility. We are the ones importing the product into the EU, and the consequences of not being compliant fall upon us. We will have to pay the fine, and we will have the reputational damage if we are not compliant. So this is why we really need the support of service providers. However, we do believe that we are at the very beginning and there is no clear roadmap. So we would really need some reassurance as to which service providers are compliant, because as there's no guidebook and we have to rely on them, it is really, really challenging. So therefore, we would need, for instance, a reference map. We think that is essential, but not only for us as industry, but also for the competent authorities. Just seeing all the presentations today, there is so much, not duplication, triplication of efforts. We're all mapping the same thing, and at the end of the day, for EUDR and deforestation, it's super objective. The tree is either there or it isn't. There is deforestation or there isn't. And look at all the challenges that we're facing. So just imagine for what is the second requirement in EUDR, which is legal compliance with how the commodity is produced in the country. So if we're not able to align on something so objective as this, we really are concerned about the rest. So yes, the answer is we really do believe that service providers can support us, but there needs to be a little bit more of a roadmap and a little bit more reassurance for us and for competent authorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eileen, for your answer. And I think you partially answered already, but I would like to ask you, what are the main challenges of coffee stakeholders in implementing Earth observation and especially Copernicus services in the context of EUDR compliance?
Okay, so I think what we really need to set the scene, coffee is produced by 12.5 million coffee farmers. 85% are smallholder farmers and therefore have a plot of land that is less than 2 hectares. Having said this, we have a very long supply chain as well. So for that coffee to reach the coffee container, it's got a very long journey. So I think challenge number one is actually geolocating all these plots of land, which is the starting point for the services to be able to deliver this service. So without that geo-coordinate, we don't even have the very beginning of this conversation. So that would be challenge number one, with Galileo being able, I think, to support it. Challenge number two is, where do you store that data? Who is responsible for that information? How does it go along the supply chain? Challenge number three would be the risk assessment that we have to do. So it's, on the first hand, we've got the legal compliance. Does it comply with the legal legislation? And the second one would be, is it deforestation free? Here, Copernicus, I'm sure, can really help. It might need a little bit of an extra assistance for ground proofing. It probably needs higher resolution images in some cases. And a handbook as well, so that we've all got that same reference map and we can contrast all our information against the same one. And the fourth challenge, I think, is we need collaboration. We really need a lot of practice. We need to work together. And one good example in the coffee sector is the Café, which is the Brazilian exporting organization, has submitted just five data points to USPA. And we really appreciate that collaboration that comes back now 18 months. And what they have done is they've chosen the most challenging points that they could find to be able to assess if the tools that the EU is offering us, and I think that a great starting point, can really be assessed to identify which would be the weaknesses. So like our previous speakers, I really believe in collaboration, and we have to work together, because for the coffee industry and the coffee sector, the big challenge is that we see that we might end up with a two-tier market, and especially that we will leave many smallholder farmers out of the equation. So that's why it's so important, exercises like today, to have an honest conversation as how we can help and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eline, for your insights. Very useful. I would like now to address Florian. And the question for you and Mikhail is the same. So I'm going to ask first Florian, you know, women first. Mikhail, sorry about that. And so how are you currently utilizing Earth observation and Copernicus data in your supply chain management?
So typically, as you just mentioned, and it has been also mentioned before, the first step, just a step back, is to collect the information of our supply chain to then be able to cross it with the satellite images or the Earth observation data set. And here we are already quite well advanced on some of the commodities. Typically on palm oil, we are able to trace back to the farms like 100%, almost 100% of all the volumes, to be sure that they are not contributing to deforestation. On cocoa, we are almost 93% of the volumes that we are also able to trace back to the farms. So this is super useful as a first step to then perform this satellite or data Earth observation crossing information. And typically we work as of now with Starling for the palm oil satellite monitoring. And it's great because we have good results already. We went from almost 80% of non-deforestation verified volumes in 2020 to almost 100% now. So we can see a good improvement. And on cocoa, the approach is the same, meaning that we are working on data collection, on traceability first. And now we are also able to get deforestation assessment reports, this time through the platform that we use to perform traceability. And here it's based on Global Forest Watch dataset. As we said, there is a risk of false positive and false negative, so we want to improve on that part as well. But this is where we are. And regarding coffee, we initiated also data collection for traceability. And for sure, the next step is to go with Earth observation dataset crossing as well.
Mikhail, would you like to reply this question as well, from your perspective?
Yes, and first of all, big thanks for inviting us here. As Elaine said, we also, first of all, home furnishing retailer, are not a specialist in data and in maps, and we are really looking for a reliable, trusted, and commonly acceptable product on the market. Currently, we don't use the Earth observation; we use the statics maps, which serve perfectly our compliance with European Union timber regulation, which we have a long experience of working with. So the statics map are regularly updated. They include all the key functionalities and features like all growth maps that we are committed not to convert to, and many other parameters that help us to secure compliance. But they are far not enough to really help us in securing compliance with upcoming legislation. One of the biggest challenge why we are looking for a different product is the need to aggregate extremely complex amount of data, a big amount of data to a very complex composite product that we are placing on the market. An example is paper that on declaration on access through the submission of due diligence statements will be probably submitting from our industrial players in our supply chain thousands of or tens of thousands of geolocation just for one piece of the product. So when we connected to the need to monitor the deforestation and degradation, that brings the whole area into a different level of complexity. So such as questions such as ability to do computation, security of the data, and many other parameters that needs to be explored. So we're very much looking for really a product that will help us to address this enormous task.
Thank you very much, Mikhail, for your answer. Very insightful. And now I would like to ask you the second question to you and Florian. In your opinion, what needs to be done to improve the accessibility and usability of Earth observation and Copernicus data for non-technical users like yourself?
Thank you. So here we already mentioned that as well, but I think it is key that at some point we have not one source of truth, but at least that when we are extracting some information through data crossing and so on, we have one same reply. Meaning if we are performing an assessment with the platforms providers that we are in partnership with, if the competent authorities have different outputs in their assessments, it's going to be quite useless, our previous assessment. So we need to have an alignment. And for that, I would say that there are at least two conditions. One is to have one same baseline map that Yuri is working on, so it's going to be super useful. But on top of that, we need also to have an alignment on the methodologies and the frame regarding the assessment on deforestation assessment, because with these two conditions, we hope to have and to avoid the false positive and false negative, and again to have one answer for one question: is this product leading to issues regarding deforestation or legal aspects? So I would say this, the harmonization on the processes. On top, I think it's key that there is interoperability between the different platforms, because today we are working with a platform provider for traceability data collection, which again is a starting point for this effort. If we are working with different platform providers for satellite metering and so on, we need to have information that can be connected and the platform that can speak one to each other, so that we can centralize at some point the information. And as you said, a second need that came to my mind was that there will be a lot of information to be provided, a lot of due diligence statements, meaning a lot of polygons or GPS coordinates to be declared to then be compliant to EUDR. So it would be great if at some point technology could support this effort of data sharing.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer. Mikhail, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I could a little bit elaborate on what had been already said by previous speakers. I think what would make the product attractive and really sort of commercially viable and trusted is a few things that are important in functionality of those solutions. So I can give an example that, well, 85% of wood that we use in our range is coming from Europe, which makes our task of securing deforestation and degradation a bit easier. But there's certain plantation-based range that we source from Southeast Asia, for example. We don't use any wood from natural forest, but plantation-based. And we're running a test of comparing different maps, specifically a national land cadastre in Indonesia, with Google Maps and with FSC forest certification maps that map the boundaries of FSC forest management certified plantations. And the result was shocking. They are not corresponding to each other at all, so we can't really rely on any of them, and we could not conclude which one is more correct or not. So this is one of the major challenges. Second big piece, what makes forestry-based products unique and compared to agriculture products, that you need to secure deforestation, degradation. And degradation is not really well understood and well defined as a challenge. So how to secure that, your wood is not coming from constantly degraded area. So if you compare it to the soy plantation where you get a harvest and you get your products from that plot, and the plot is completely sort of harvested. While in forestry, you may be getting your wood for decades from the same very plot. So how to secure that your region is not contributing to degradation? And are there any really reliable maps available that we could verify what our supply chain partners are reporting to us as a origin? So forest degradation is very challenging task. Then I would like to pick up on, I was very pleased about the presentation from the competent authorities. And this is really a rare occasion when we can discuss outside of the regular checks on us. And we can see that there are slightly different approaches when it comes to the Copernicus, for example, data use. We firmly believe that one of the challenges of implementation of European Union timber regulation is a lack of the full alignment and harmonization in the way how the competent authorities from different member states treat operators and checklist and the proof of compliance that are demanded. So with the new legislation, which has more parameters to check, more risk to be evaluated, plus degradation and deforestation, this is extremely important to have one harmonized approach, and especially one reference database and data sets of the maps that would remove the ambiguity in interpretation of the data by different competent authorities. So we believe that this is super crucial. And then maybe a couple of other thoughts, like was already also mentioned. What is important to understand that maps and remote sensing data information is only complementary to the information supplied across supply chain, and ground truthing is super important. Again, when you are harvesting the trees and you detect what is happening there, you don't exactly know whether the plot will be regenerated in time, or will it be converted? And because of the very different lead times that it takes from the tree to be harvested to our product to be placed on the market, it can stretch from a couple of months to a few years. You really need to verify what has happened with that plot before you make a placement of your product on the market. So that's another challenge. And I think that combination of the both traceability data, land use data, together with maps is very crucial for them. Really reliable product. And maybe last point that I would like to pick up, it's more kind of a political discussion about certain countries that are very sensitive in terms of disclosing of the geolocations and georeference data. And I can refer to the discussion that is going today between the US and China. So this may end up with big challenges for the operators to really secure compliance with EUDR.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mikhail, for your perspective. Very interesting. Indeed, there are many challenges here to be addressed. And I would like just to ask a question to the Earth observation companies that presented before, since there is this degradation problem that is appearing. So what are the Copernicus capabilities when it comes to forest degradation? I would like to ask Patrick, Piero, who would like, Niels, who would like to reply to Piero?
Yeah, this is a tough one, right? It's degradation is probably the ultimate challenge in there. So we've been working hard on this problem. So Copernicus and other data can provide part, if not fully, the answer. There are many signals that give away what degradation looks like, right? So there's the ability to detect what is the species, the pattern of the forest, the texture. It will look different between planted and primary forest. So that is, for example, sets of signals we're working on to pick up degradation. Secondly, I think it's not only EO, Earth observation, the answer. There's cadastral data and other sources that we can augment, ingest, and help us tell us, okay, this was already planted a long time before. And I think it's not just about the analytics and the analysis of the what, but also the how. So potentially giving you high frequency alerts on changes in your forest. Do you think this is something intentional? Is it harvesting? You would be notified and told in advance so that you can take actions in advance. I think this is the how part of how to answer to degradation. So there's many things we're working on, and Timber is probably one of the most challenging ones. We agree.
Yeah, we saw similar challenges working with the Dutch government on bioenergy. So wood pellets coming from the US and other places, that in forestry, growth takes time. It takes years. So large areas can be bare for a while, and then you're waiting with your satellite for trees to grow, right? You can wait a long time. So doesn't mean we can't see the growth happening, right? But it takes time. So that's one thing. The second thing is biomass and carbon. Using the Copernicus data to see the fluctuations in the biomass over time, that is a feature that will rather well help rather than trying to measure the degradation directly. So yes, Copernicus data is useful, but some workarounds may be needed, and time is not in favor of those things.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Piero and Nils, for your answers. So I think we should close this. Sorry, Patrick. Sorry, apologies.
Just a quick input. It's true. It's quite a challenge, and I don't think the forest degradation is very well defined yet. And I hear the challenges, and the competent authorities, traders using different data. So we need to use the same source. Of course, Copernicus will be the number one, and in some cases we will have to as well provide some additional sources. But let's hope that we will find a good solution. So for this, we need to work with the traders, with the companies like yours, and with the competent authorities. Otherwise, it will be very tough. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think we can close this session. I would like to thank all the speakers and the presenters for this very insightful session. And yes, I think now there is the lunch waiting for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I go wrong. Maybe if you can say to Michel. Is online. Go ahead.
Forestry on site.
Why is Marco?
I don't think I can.
Yeah.
Sarah, is
Yeah, right. Well, the 4 and 5.
4 and 5, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Come with.
Here we have the other. Okay. Okay.
Hi. Who's the one? Yes, and inspires you or me. Don't 2 days ago. Name. There's one.
Normal. Right.
Biscuits are always good, but now we can already. Right? Often, like,
No, the sandwiches are fine.
like everything. I go without the house that finish.
Maybe like this. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There you go.
Hi, Mark. Can you hear me? I'm Laura Gregori from Pomiglio Bloom.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you also switch on your camera?
Yeah, I believe that I did.
Great, now I can see you.
Can,
And
okay.
you can also try to share your presentation now.
Okay, yep, I will do that. Okay, some message came up. Okay, can you see that okay? I'm trying full screen now.
Yes, now we can see in full screen. Let's try to move to the next slide. Okay, great.
Yep, looks okay?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
great, perfect, thank you. I'll stop for now.
We can also see Peter back. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, we can make a quick test also with you. Okay.
Work?
Yes, it works. Let's try to move to the next slide. Okay.
Yep.
Yes. Can you try to speak a little bit just to...
Hello, can you hear me okay? Peter from Jersey, Ispra.
Okay.
Audio's okay?
Yes, maybe do you have a headset?
I'm afraid I don't.
Okay. Well, it's fine, don't worry.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can also see Yaroslav Kubista. Can you hear us?
Was improvising, but yeah. So, allora, down here. Anch'io non ne conosco.
Microphone test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Tobias?
Hello, we'll start soon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sound is okay, yeah? Okay.
Hi, Yaroslav, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And
Now we should.
can you
Okay, now
see
we.
me as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I will turn to you later on, so you should see me on fast. So, okay, it's working. Great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Do you have any
Hmm?
presentation?
No, no,
No.
no.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, Olaf. Can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yes,
We,
yes, we can.
we still don't see you. Try to turn on your cameras, please. Okay, Gerard, we can see you. Will you have a presentation you will share?
No presentation.
Great, thank you. Olaf, everything is okay? Can you still hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, but we cannot see you.
Okay. Then I will see how I can activate my camera. How do I do that?
You should have the option at the bottom of your screen, start video.
Or is it the one with 3 dots in the... No. let's see. No. At the bottom of my screen, there should be something you said.
Yes, you should have different option to activate the audio, the video, to share the presentation. Or maybe at the upper part of the screen.
Maybe you're not using the app, but
Now I see it. I had to scroll down. So allow like this. Now you can see me, maybe.
Yes, we can see you.
Great.
Will you have a presentation to share?
No presentation, no.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we just received a message from the colleagues from Brussels for all the online speakers. Apparently, they cannot hear you very well, so keep your microphone close as possible to your mouth, okay?
So good afternoon. Can you take your seats back? Relax. Fasten seatbelt. Okay, so we will start the session this afternoon, session 3. So good afternoon. My name is Michel Massard from the Joint Research Center, DG Joint Research Center, and I will try to moderate this session 3. So we are back to Europe, or EUDR was also in Europe, but we are a specific focus on Europe now with the forest monitoring law. And I will ask Marco first to explain me what is the difference between the law and the regulations. That will be my first question to him, because some people are referring to forest monitoring law, others for forest monitoring regulation. So we will start with the presentation of DG Environment to set up the scene of the forest monitoring law and the intervention of several also key actors in the implementation, like the Environmental Agency in Copenhagen and the Joint Research Center. And so in this law, there is a clear role for Earth observation and for Copernicus, and including for the different services, but not only the land service, but also the climate atmosphere service. And that's why we will have also a presentation from ECMWF, who is in charge of the atmosphere and climate service. So after that, we will have a short panel discussion with some member states and to see the potential contribution to this regulation. So the first presentation is for you, Marco. Marco Onida from DG Environment, who set up the scene and explain a little bit more what is about this regulation and forest monitoring regulation. Yeah.
The slides.
Yeah, the slides will be displayed.
Yeah, okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Michel. So I'm actually stepping in for a sick colleague, Adrian Tistan. So the credits for the slides go to him. And I've been asked by the colleagues of DG Defis to give a general setting the scene into EU forest strategy and in particular forest monitoring. To reply to your question, Michel, we don't have laws in the strict sense in Europe, but we call them laws. The legally binding legislation can be directives or regulations or decisions, but we have invented recently the terminology law, for instance, like climate law, and we call it like that, but technically it's a regulation. So in Europe, we don't have laws, we have regulations, directives, decisions, recommendations, communications, but we like to call them law because it's easier for communication. So it's a regulation. Anyway, we come to that. So first of all, a couple of words on, let me see how if I manage to get this to work. Yep. On the EU Forest Strategy for 2030. You might have seen in the past, the EU has been dealing with forest policy since 1979. There was the first communication on the EU on a EU forestry policy. There's been several communications renewing the EU forest strategies or policies. Until 2013, there was a communication on an EU forestry strategy that expired in 2020, and with the Green Deal in 2020, well, Green Deal came in 2019, the EU biodiversity strategy for 2030 of 2000 that was adopted in 2020 called for a new EU forest strategy with the accent to bigger and more healthy European forests, and that came in July 2021 when the Commission published its new forest strategy for 2030. Now, despite the fact that the context is a Green Deal, the biodiversity strategy is a strategy which looks at all dimensions of forests. In particular, the first chapter of the strategy is about the bioeconomy and economic use of forests. The second is about environmental dimension. The third is about monitoring. We'll see that more in detail. Anyway, the principle behind the strategy is the forest multifunctionality. Forests have a multifunctional role. They fulfill at the same time several roles: economic, climate, biodiversity, ecosystem services, air, water, cultural, social, and so on. This is all taken care as a principle of multifunctionality. Of course, the big objectives behind are the planetary climate crisis, which are behind the Green Deal, the climate and biodiversity crisis, the two main planetary crises. Big focus of this strategy is on resilience of forests, because of course there's also an issue of adaptation to climate change and of planning the forest for the future. This is something that that of course cannot be done even within one human generation. It is several generations to change a forest, but of course you need to have a long-term plan and a long-term vision to do that. And then a specific focus on forest monitoring and integrated planning. This is also coming from the forest strategy. Here you can see in this other slide the chapters of the EU forest strategy. First of all, as I said, bioeconomy, protection, monitoring, research, governance, and implementation and enforcement. These are the 6 chapters that you find in the EU Forest Strategy for 2030, which is now already 4 years old. There's a plan to have a review in 2025, and this is the bridge to the forest monitoring law. The EU did not specifically have legislation on monitoring of forests for a while, because you might know that in the past there have been regulations from 2000 and from the early 90s until 2003. We had regulation on the effects of air pollution and the effects of forest fires on forests. These were regulations of the European Union at that time. They were discontinued after the so-called forest focus regulation that was adopted in 2003, and it was discontinued in 2006. So from 2006 till today, we did not have in place regulation specifically on monitoring forests. We do have, nevertheless, a lot of scattered legislation which affects forests. For instance, our nature legislation, Habitats and Birds Directive affect heavily forests. The EUDR, which is going to be superseded by the EUDR, the timber regulation is with forests. We had climate legislation coming in over time, in particular with LULUCF, affects forests. So we do have a number of pieces of legislation which affect forests, but we don't have a single encompassing holistic piece of legislation on monitoring of forests. And that is coming, this is actually announced by the EU Forest Strategy. And this is actually interesting because I cannot see the slides, so I probably need to have my copy. I'm not blind, you know. After so many years in the Commission, you can really ask yourself whether you shouldn't either change contact lenses or so. Oh, this is much better. So also because the slides come from a colleague, so you have to understand my handicap here. So some examples of on the goals of the EU Forest Strategy that would be supported by the Forest Monitoring Law. We put 4 goals that come directly from the Forest Strategy. One, for instance, is the protection of primary and old-growth forests. It's a call by the Biodiversity Strategy. There are less than 3% of all forests in the EU. They have to be strictly protected. It's a political call by a communication. It's not a law, but it's been endorsed politically by the countries. The Council of the European Union has endorsed this call, the Parliament as well. So we expect member states take this very seriously, but you need to monitor that, and that the Forest Monitoring Law will chip in to do that. Another objective is the restoration and to have a more adaptive forest management that is also then connected to the recently, let's say, not yet fully adopted, but progress Forest Monitoring Law. We have a whole stream of discussion today on increasing the type of forest, of revenues from forests, because of course forest owners and managers depend very much on timber revenues, but this doesn't necessarily match with the forest multifunctionality. We need to make sure that there are economic incentives also to protect forests or to use, for instance, non-timber forest products and services that are not necessarily rewarded because there is no market for that, and that is something that can be that's one of the objectives of the forest strategy. And one example recently that comes in this field is the carbon removal certification that will allow to make money out of forest practices to protect carbon stocks. And that, of course, depends heavily on monitoring. And here again, the forest monitoring law chips in. And then another one is sustainable use of bioenergy, which is a heavily controversial, as you know, use of timber, promoted by the Renewable Energy Directive, but with a recent revision of RED 3 with some very clear say boundaries, in particular where certain type of forests that cannot be sourced for energy, like high bioverse or old growth forests and so on. So these are examples of why we need a forest monitoring law. And now the last 2 or 3 slides are just to show you very. I cannot enter too much into detail, but a bit how this proposal, this regulation or forest monitoring law is shaped. It's a framework for the monitoring of what we call the resilient forest. So to make sure that also forests in time will be more resilient. And it consists, you see in green, of 3 basic elements. One is the so-called geographically explicit identification system for forest units, that translated means maps of forest, that will allow us to see the state of forest depending on homogeneous part of forest with forest unit. Behind forest unit, there is the concept of homogeneous parcels that has nothing to do with ownership or with management plan, but is forests which have the same characteristics, for instance, area which has the same type of forest, same structure and so on. So that is something that has to be shaped. And then the 2 other parts of this castle are the collection of forest data and the sharing of forest data. So maps, then collection of data and sharing of data. What kind of data and how? And here there are different actors that come in, and I think it's important. Michel told me you have to talk about actors. There are many actors that are relevant here, all those who have to do with forests. First of all, and here you see the part in pink, there is the commission that comes in with its technology, with the colleagues and the money of DG Defis, that with their satellites, and we observe and we take images and we produce maps, something that we already do. Ludwig Forsum from the EA is there. He's actually the master of the maps from Copernicus. And there are a few products which are already available, made on the basis of remote sensing or Earth observation. Satellites, call it the way you want. What is important here is that this is a work which is going to be done, a job of the Commission and related agencies. We are going to use the Copernicus program, and we are going to produce maps. We're going to produce maps. We're going to look at certain indicators that I will show you, and we produce maps. So this is the part of the Commission. And what is interesting here is, of course, that if we do it the same for everybody. So we use the same indicator for the territory of the entire European Union. We are not going to say we collect data in France in a certain way and data in Germany another way. This is going to be standardized data, the same data going into the system, standardized data, same for everybody. Then the second part of the pink rectangle, the one in the middle, this is the member states. And here is a bit of the tricky issue because, of course, as I said before, the Union had some legislation on forest monitoring up to 2006. Then it faded out. Member states brought in their systems. Some had already their systems, like the Scandinavian countries had forest monitoring since 100 years and also very successful. So there is a lot of forest monitoring today, but this forest monitoring is not necessarily harmonious in the sense that it's not necessarily compatible. Every member state has its own methods, definitions, which is absolutely fair enough. That's the way we are building Europe, by harmonizing what already exists. And this is what we want to do here. We want to build on the system that exists in the member states. So the member states will continue collecting the data, in particular through the national forest inventories, which are very important parts of their administrations in charge of forest monitoring in many member states, almost not all, but most of the member states. And they produce national forest inventory every 5, 10, 15 years, depending on the countries. This is also something that we need to harmonize if we want to have a consistent system in Europe. So these are and in the second part, the actors are the member states, of course, the member states, the national forest inventories, and the people who deal with forest monitoring. So we don't want to tell them, change the way you do it. No, you can continue to do it. You can continue collecting the data and observing the forest the way you did it. Of course, we will harmonize certain things like maybe the frequency. But then once this data, and here comes the third of the green rectangulars, when it comes to the sharing, we will ask member states to convert their data into a common algorithm, into a common language. So we can then compare these data. So member states will observe certain indicators, and then when they will share the data, only at the level of sharing, they will convert their data on the basis of a common language, so that we can then have information on indicators in a way which is comparable, and then we'll feed in these famous maps that we will produce with the forest units. That's in a nutshell how this works. Then the third pink paragraph is the paragraph rectangular is the additional forest data. These are data for which we do not yet have a developed methodology of collection, and this might require remote sensing. Earth observation might also require ground observation, and this is something that has to be developed in the future together by the Commission and the Member States. And I will show you now in a second the type of indicators. Just to complete this slide, again, in order to respect the fact that member states in some cases are very well ahead on forest monitoring, the Commission has foreseen the possibility for member states that want to do the remote sensing part themselves. So what I said in the beginning, we do it for everybody the same way. Well, not necessarily, because a member state might decide, I do not want to play the game and be part of that. I want to come in with my own data. And we allow that. It's called opt-out. So if a country says, well, we have our own satellite, we have our images, we can bring our images into yours, provided they do it in a way that it is compatible. So they will have to comply with certain conditions, accuracy standards, and quality assessment, which we will have to develop in the future. Then the member states can opt out of the 5.2, which is the first pink rectangular, and do not. Let's say our data will not concern their country, but we will use their data, provided, of course, the data are interoperable, accurate, and meet certain quality standards. That is in a nutshell the way the system will work. And then I think this is the final one. These are the indicators that we will look at, that we have proposed, because let's not forget, this is a proposal for a regulation, is at the moment in discussion by the Council and potentially the European Parliament. I say potentially because, of course, it is in front of the European Parliament, but Parliament needs now to take a break for the election, so the discussion will, the first reading of the Parliament will happen after the election. And then you see in the first row, the forest data subject to standardization. These are the indicators that will be subject to Commission observation through Copernicus, forest area, cover density, forest type, connectivity, and so on and so forth. So the second row, you see the ones that the member states will continue collecting or will have to collect if they do not yet do. But these will not be standardized, they will be harmonized, because they will continue collecting this data the way they prefer to do it. We don't interfere with that. But of course, once they will share this data will have to be converted into a common language. And here, for instance, you have the information on the primary and old-growth forest, which I mentioned before, or the location of Natura 2000 forest habitats, or the deadwood and so on. And then in the third row, you see these additional, this is the Article 8 of the regulation, the additional forest data that are those for which we do not yet have a methodology that will have to be developed and could be a combination of remote sensing and ground observation. And for instance, we have the forest habitats outside Natura 2000 or the other wooded land, which is also important because we use a definition of forest which is taken from the FAO. So that we have a common definition of forest that excludes the land which is used primarily for agricultural use, but you might have trees which are not agricultural use, but it would definitely be important to monitor, for instance, for LULUCF, and then we need to, but at the same time, they are not forests, so they will come in when we deal with this Article 8. I think that, yes, thank you, Adrian, that was the last one. So I leave it back to you, Michelle, and thanks very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Marco was very clear, I think, setting the scene, explaining the articulation between the different legislative elements that exist today and in the future and the strategy, also explaining the main actors, let's say, and also for the promotion of Copernicus. Thank you. So now let's move to one of the main actors there, which is the environmental agency. And then we have Anne-Marie Bastrup with us. She's a forest expert at the environmental agency, and she's working there since 2011. True? Yeah, okay. And now she's in charge of FEES. And FEES is the Forest Information System, and she will present the current state of FEES and how EA is developing this new version adapted to the new policy demand for this new regulation. And the focus will be mainly on the dissemination of the Copernicus land service data, but also on the collection and the dissemination of the forest data coming from the member states. So the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for making a synthesis of my talk already. So that's really nice. Now you all know what it is about. So how do it's me, the master of the slides. I just want to, I'm always like it. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Okay, no, this is just to introduce that why did we make FISA? Why did what was it launched? A bit to have the story behind the Forest Information System for Europe. And just to recall you that forest is the biggest terrestrial ecosystem, very important, delivering ecosystem services, very important for biodiversity and also connected to the climate change and the people, I think most of you know. But also that forests currently are really under pressure, so there is really a need to find out to see where are the gaps, to find out where is the status of the forest and the trends, and to have like the best possible information that can help on like knowledge that can help both decision makers, but also at national levels to follow what is happening. Mostly here we are dealing with the European condition. And I'm like dwelling a bit because this morning I was in another meeting about a project called Pathfinder and with NFIs, and also really discussing about the role of forest information at local level versus national level and at European level. And that triggered quite a lot of interesting thoughts that maybe I will share with you if I have some time, else another time. So it's just to show you the role, repeating a bit what Marco was saying, the role of information, that it's not only per se, but it's also feeding in a lot of European legislation. So this is also on top of what has already been there for many years, for example, the Habitat Directive and other acquis. But then there was also the EU Green Deal that put a tremendous focus on forests compared to what it was before. So you see there very briefly some of the main legislation, and not exhaustive, but they are really decisive one
also related to the situation we have with climate change and biodiversity loss. So if we looked at what was the first purpose of FISE, and it's really about collecting, analyze, and make available harmonized data and information. I would say more information than data. This is another discussion where we should talk about data and information. Forest community is always very picky on terminology, so I have to be careful, but everyone have to be careful on that. But the purpose is mainly to support policymaking in the forest-related sectors, so the broad sectors, and also facilitate expert knowledge sharing and dissemination. Again, a bit repeating what Marco was saying, but saying that already in the first shape of FISE, that was like a bit leaning to future needs for this forest information. So you can see the FISE was launched in February 2020, and it's a result of a long story about forest information. The need has been there since 1989, and it has been in different institutions and landing at the EA and launched there in 2020. And there was a whole work on assembling all the information you could find at European level from different other forest processes, and connecting to these data sets, and also including the Map My Tree pledge. That was an exercise also that was mimicking, testing how a data flow could happen from a country level to a European outcome. And then in 23, what was next? Well, in fact, it was a regulation coming out in November 23. And now we have the discussion in the Council, in the Belgian presidency. And the challenging thing is whether this discussion will continue under the Hungarian. I think it will, but we have the election, which might be a break in the discussion, who knows? But somehow there are discussion whether it will be agreed, adopted 25 maybe, or 26. Anyway, Marco was mentioning the different annexes, and the Earth observation annexes indicators should be starting 12 months after entering into forces, and that's already in 27. And for the other indicators is in 30 months later in 29. And it's so far expected that all the information gets into the FISE. That's something I've stolen from Marco. He's my source of inspiration also for presentations, but I change it a bit just to recall the two types that are currently on the table, and not mentioning the additional one, but how they can come into FISE either in a standardized ways or harmonized way if it's coming from the member state collected indicators. So what we are doing now is like we are transforming the FISE from what it is a bit, or I would transform is a bad wording, I would say adapting, because you couldn't see it in the former version, but now we have a menu which is called policy and reporting, and where it's very empty at the moment, but it's supposed to receive the flow of information that will come. And if I'm right, yeah, now I will just the focus on the Earth observation. But the flow is like maybe twofold. First of all, here we see the Copernicus flows, the land monitoring service from the Sentinels, maybe others, and how that information will come into FISE. In fact, it is already more or less into FISE, because FISE is really in partnership with the Copernicus. And Copernicus portal is an excellent portal where you have both access, description of the products, and so on. So what Ludwig is working on, and the EA is supporting, of course, is like this transformation to adapt to the requirements of the proposal, which is like the frequency should go from every 3 years to annually, and it should be at least 10 meter resolution for most of the the proposed variable, Earth observation variables, apart from defoliation, which until now is taken from a global product. But I also want to highlight that the member states are also using heavily the remote sensing and Earth observation tools. You see down there you have the NFIs, which are still one of the main forest information sources at the national level. But this information is also how do you say, coupled or integrated or playing with diverse remote sensing techniques from drones, LiDARs, using the Sentinels, using Landsat, and applying different ways of producing spatial information, KNN methods, and so on to produce maps, and how really having also an expertise in this exchange of the two tools to, in fact, improve the estimates and improve some of the statistical outcome of products. So, so that may also be a way that comes into the fees. Maybe this is a reflection, some of it may be a reflection for this opt-out option. It could also be more that it will be not getting directly into fees, but used for improvement of the forest information, the indicators or parameters coming out of the National Forest Inventory. So if we look now at, this is the other part, more on the Annex 2, where you really see in the bottom, you see all the different kinds of products that are coming from the member states and also reflect how fit the information is, in fact, to deliver on the Annex 2. So it's not only field data in situ, it's also other statistics. It's this combination of remote sensing and field data. And then there is a whole procedures existing and many, many research projects ongoing that are working on harmonization of these parameters or variables. You have different names for it. Also resulting for many projects that have been done together with the Joint Research Center. And also exercise in upscaling to different geographical request. Here I put not 3, but in fact the proposal, forest monitoring proposal mentions more NUTS 2. And here I also want to really mention the NFIESTA platform, which is, it stands for the New Forest Estimation and Analysis. And it's like a software that it has been developed the last 20 years and tested on many of the NFI products. And it allows for both single plot and cluster sampling. You can also use it for transnational assessment. You can use it for cross-border assessments. You can also use it to make estimates from very different NFIs and also auxiliary data, including remote sensing products and maps at large scale. And so it's very flexible, and it's really reflecting all the subtle difference that you have among the NFIs. So for a body like EA, who will the Annex 2 have to work really closely with the country, this is like a gift from heaven almost, because I don't think the EA or any institution will be able to really understand what happens at the member state from the raw data and to the harmonization for all the single NFI. It will be beyond the capacities that I can imagine, at least. But of course, there is a need all the time to have this quality check and analysis and getting into the different the ReportNet tool, which is a way to canalize and make the data flow into the fees, where the function of fees will be mostly to share and disseminate so far. Meaning, and this will be for all the different 3 different annexes. And so far, it's also not really in the proposal. what will happen with this data. So there is the definition is the resolution of it and the frequency of it, and that it should be user-friendly and easy access and downloadable, and also that some narratives are linked to some of these data. But there is also a huge potential in these data sets, and that discussion is really not taken. But I think when it's going to be taken, I think it's very important that it's a dialogue between all the actors within this framework. So this is my last word, and I hope you got something out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie, and thanks for this opening for the collaboration between all the actors, of course, in the context of fees. Now we stay with EA, and because EA is managing the Copernicus land monitoring service, at least for the European dimension for now. And we will have Ludwig Vorslund now is the CLMS, Copernicus Land Monitoring Service, pan-European vegetation expert. Is working on the high resolution layers, phenology and productivity, but also on the vegetated land cover characteristics, where forest is included in this, like grassland also. And Ludwig will present what Copernicus is currently delivering, but also what he could deliver or he should deliver in the future to support this regulation. And then also to see the change of frequency of this delivery of data and how they will maybe impact and support better the regulation. So Ludwig, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is this okay? All right, thank you very much. I must say I'm humbled being named the Master of Maps in a room literally filled to the brim with Master Maps, but I think it's a good introduction to my intervention here. It's indeed about maps. I will show you a bit of our snippet from our production relating to forests. So let's go. I hope, is it like this? All right. Oh, too much. Okay, so first I dive into it instantly. We have our tree cover production, the tree cover and forests within the, as Michel mentioned, the vegetated land cover characteristics. Here we have two products we usually call the flagship or the primary products of this production. There's more products around here, but these are the main ones. And it starts with tree cover density. It's mapping the canopy density from 0 to 100%. And I will get back to the frequency a bit later, you see in the bottom there. It's in 10-meter resolution, so and for the whole of our area of interest, which is the EA 38 or 39, depending on the inclusion or exclusion of the UK. And it's moving annual. It's being published annual. I'll get back to that. And it's carrying a spatial accuracy and consistency of above 90%. And then aligned with this product is the dominant leaf type. That it's mapping for the exact same pixels, but it's instead mapping the coniferous and deciduous classification. It too is in 10-meter resolution, annual, etc. And then we, as a third product here, derived from these two, is the forest type. This is a product that is inheriting the classification from dominant leaf type, and then further filtering is applied to align with a FAO forest definition. So for example, the below 10% tree cover density values, those pixels are filtered out. Only patches constituting half a hectare, so that's a minimum mapping unit filter being applied, and also trees in the agriculture and urban context is removed from the product as well. This has been done and is being done with the support of CLC mapping, especially in the agricultural, identifying the agricultural trees, but also the sister product imperviousness to remove the trees in the urban context. We do, however, in the VLCC, we are producing also crop types where we are identifying permanent crops, for example, so novel methods will be applied, or we're looking into it to apply methods to use these products for identifying especially then the trees under agricultural use. It too is in 10-meter resolution, of course, and it's in a 3-year basis. That's mostly due to this input data for the filtering of agricultural and urban trees. It can be most likely moved to annual product as well. So a bit of history, the timeline at the bottom. We have produced these layers since reference year 2012, 15 and 18 in 3-year frequency. Now we're moving into an annual production. We are releasing in 2 months' time this spring the first batch of this annual production from 18 to 21, and then we continue with 22, 23, and kind of catch up and get to as timely as possible to releasing these products, hopefully within the next year after the reference year has conceded. And just I want to visualize a bit on this kind of high spatial and temporal resolution and what we can follow kind of events when using these data sets. Here we have a VHR image, 2 VHR images of 2018 and 21. We see quite a severe disturbance in Western Germany. As you can see, there's many clear cuts. In the lower parts of the image, you see still some brown leaf trees, so essentially dead woody vegetation still standing. And with these new annual updates, we can really follow these events, how this is a bark beetle infestation, and extra severe from in the reference year of 2020, of course. And we can really follow how it impacts the tree cover throughout the years. Also, of course, combined with the dominant leaf type, it's no secret what type of trees these bark beetles are infesting. Here we see the coniferous vegetation pretty clearly, how it's eating its way and selecting and targeting that type of vegetation. Okay, so to the next product, the phenology and productivity. This is not specifically for forest, but of course forest has a major use of this product for forest applications. It's a product we've been doing in annual production as well since reference year 2017 and ongoing. 10-meter resolution. It's deriving a set of phenology and productivity metrics, so identifying start of season, end of season, and so on. And alongside it, we also publish near real-time vegetation indices by physical variables, leaf area index, FA-PAR, and so on. And why I'm mentioning this product, of course, it's interesting for forest application, as I said, but for future prospects, we currently have an open call out for adding tree cover disturbances to this product, where we are aiming as a minimum to add timeliness, identification of disturbances in terms of timeliness, magnitude, duration, and then also a recovery regeneration aspect. The goal is to, but it's not certain yet, it will enter the development phase now. The goal is to also attribute the biotic, abiotic, anthropogenic causes of disturbances. Not any further attribution than that though. And also we are adding biomass productivity, GPP, NPP estimations to the productivity metrics. And of course, in a forest context, it's very important in combination with the disturbances to understand the effect on the vegetation vigor and health and so on for further assessments. Briefly, I want to mention a third product. This is more for connectivity and the kind of outside of forest woody vegetation. We're mapping the woody features, the linear features in between to support connectivity assessments, forest fragmentations, etc. And this is based on the VHR coverages that are being collected by the Commission, Copernicus, and is produced every third year consequently in 5-meter resolution for the full AOI wall-to-wall. Here I've collected a table of the indicators that are presented in the Forest Monitoring Law Regulation, the Earth observation indicators, and I've also selected the ones that we see our products having a significant contribution. So I've removed the forest fire and wildfire assessment indicator. I've also graded a bit on kind of an operational readiness as we see today. So you see tree cover density and forest type is of course ready to go essentially. The connectivity as it's written in the law is actually already an indicator at the EA, at the 8th environmental, 8th EAP. And to be foreseen there as well to extend with using the small landscape features as I described to extend the connectivity assessment. The defoliation supported by the global Copernicus land monitoring service with the leaf area index could be envisioned to go a high resolution as well. And something I have noted is that harmonization with the tree cover disturbance indicator is of course very important to ensure that they are telling a similar story. And as I mentioned, tree cover disturbances is something that is under development, and that's why it's yellow, but we foresee it to be launched by when these indicators are supposed to be operational. And the first one, the forest area, this to be supported by forest type, but novel data and methodologies are needed, data or methodologies maybe, to ensure that the temporary non-wooded forest land use is still being captured. This is of course tricky with purely Earth observation approach. Yes, but not impossible. Then my last slide, member state involvement. I think moving into the forest monitoring regulation and so on is important with the member state involvement in the production and also the adoption of the products that we do. A little history is that we've in the past had verification activities by member states, which were coordinated through the IONET, the EA network of member states. And the ambition was then in Copernicus 1.0 to raise awareness of the production, also to provide back valuable feedback on quality from their local knowledge, regional knowledge, and also based on their national data sets. And this was done up until the 2018 data set. So it was really valuable for kind of onsetting this production of forest layers, but also the other HRLs. And we see with the forest monitoring regulation, now we see an increased relevance of this collaboration being, to be set up again in a new manner. And we're investigating the potential new structure to be done within the National Collaboration Program. Probably going to develop more within this year. That was it for me. Thank you very much.
So thank you for the overview. Now we have to move. We will move to GRC. I think it's a presentation online from Peter Beck, and GRC has been quite instrumental in this regulation for supporting the definition of the forest data indicators, and also for promoting the capacity of Earth observation for forest monitoring. Peter Beck is from GRC D1, the same unit. He is working under the supervision of GREAT that you have seen in the introduction this morning. And so he will tell us about the recent research development and the opportunities and challenges of remote sensing for forest monitoring. Maybe it will be an introduction to the last session of the day, where we will see more possibilities of Earth observation for forest monitoring than what is currently included in the regulation. So
good afternoon.
The floor is yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Michel. Thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned earlier, so the proposal for a forest monitoring law details 3 sets of forest data for Europe. The first set would be collected and shared by the Commission and largely based on remote sensing. And as you heard from the colleagues at the EA, from Ludwig, this includes layers for which there's already operational capacity within the Copernicus land monitoring service. And the regulation would require that the production of these layers would be made much more frequent, more timely, and also more consistent. And as Michael noted, where member states have their own data on one of these attributes, they can opt out of the data provided by the Commission through Copernicus and feed their own data into the new monitoring system that FISA then will distribute. And then you may notice on the points E and F here, the fire-related layers, those are being produced through the Copernicus Emergency Management Service, which is entrusted to the GRC and its European Forest Fire Information System, EFIS. Then there's the second group of forest data that, according to the regulation, would be collected and shared by EU member states. Anne-Marie talked about those. Several of these are traditionally measured through plot-based inventories, through well-established methods, albeit often with a diversity of definitions and methods applied across Europe. In some cases, these methods already are guided by remote sensing analyses, but for several of these, remote sensing can definitely play a role to improve their spatial and temporal detail in the data and also their timeliness of delivery. And then there's this third and final category for which data will eventually be collected and shared, but depending on the development of methods. These are data for which there are methods at different technology readiness levels, but not yet the capacity for operational deployment across Europe. And in terms of remote sensing capacity, we are seeing in the literature some very exciting developments in recent years that have relevance for several of these indicators. Let me try the sharing again, because I'm seeing signals that that's not going as planned. Sorry for that. Hope it's better now. So for those who didn't see slides, you didn't miss much. They basically were the 3 groups of indicators or data rather, the ones provided by the Commission, the ones that member states will have to provide, and then the set for which methods are still to be developed. So we are seeing in the literature very exciting new applications of Earth observation to forest monitoring, harnessing deep learning methods with higher resolution data, combining optical passive data with airborne or spaceborne active remote sensing through LiDAR. Results, for example, now in canopy height maps across Europe at 3-meter resolution that line up very well in most regions with reference data. This is work by Liu et al. At the University of Copenhagen. These techniques also in a way, breathe a new life into aerial photography, which traditionally has been collected longer than satellite data, but was not typically used for wall-to-wall analysis, at least not in an automated fashion, because it's lower spectral fidelity or consistency. A new generation of methods really now allows also wall-to-wall analysis of such projects. A lot of this work is being carried out in EU-funded research consortia. Just to highlight one, Forest Paths project. They're now sharing their process not only on forest disturbance mapping, but now also attempts to attribute disturbances to distinct agents, including harvest, wind, and bark beetle damage. This is work in Cornelius Senf group ongoing at TUM. There are obvious advantages to a greater reliance on Earth observation to assess forest metrics compared to relying only on plot networks. Data are spatially more exhaustive, they're refined, more spatially refined and detailed, and they can be often delivered much more quickly than data data that has to be brought together from plot networks to then get at a statistics that is really only representative of, for example, a national or regional scale rather than at a parcel scale. And such timely delivery of data is particularly relevant for disturbances, given the changes we are seeing in the forest disturbance regime and what we're expecting for the coming decades. So there is actually also then a large demand and quite some research into near real-time forest monitoring through remote sensing. In that regard, at the JRC, we released and documented an open source Python software package called NRT. It provides a standardized interface to multiple algorithms for such online monitoring. So an image gets analyzed as soon as it's available in the context of the time series. This NRT package is optimized for fast computing and scalability, and I'd encourage you to have a look and consider contributing, as it's all open, of course. But regardless of the forest attribute of interest, whether it's disturbance or something else, a common challenge for really the full optimization and utilization of Earth observation-based methods is the availability of high-quality reference data. It's an issue we have discussed at length in a recent expert meeting on the challenges of mapping and monitoring bark beetle outbreaks in particular, but it actually is true across the board. The lack of access to reference data is a challenge, and I would dare say even a frustration shared by many researchers wanting to leverage Earth observation better for forest monitoring in Europe. When it comes to biotic disturbances, more than 40 researchers from across Europe did their best to do something about this gap, and they openly shared their own geospatial data on insect and disease disturbances in Europe. It resulted in the DEFID2 database, which was published last year, which also comes with a dedicated R package called DEFID2R to facilitate its use. And from the GRC side, we're willing to maintain and extend this database and software if there are new data contributions. By the way, we have a similar database on wind disturbances in European forest. So if you'd consider contributing geospatial reference data on either, please do get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. And finally, another challenge when it comes to using especially a new generation of Earth observation products for policy related to forest is that of appropriate quality assessment and intercomparison methods. Demands for this will be increasing, especially as we may see multiple data sets mapping the same attribute. When it comes to accuracy assessment for Earth observation-based land cover mapping, in the past years, I've seen quite some work on best practices and quality standards, which are now quite widely adopted. But now that we're moving in an age where monitoring change rather than status is more and more the norm and the need, a similar effort on best practices is probably needed on methods for accuracy assessment of products depicting change, particularly if the products are to be used for informed policy monitoring and policy making, which is ultimately the goal also of the forest monitoring law. So with that, I'll keep my intervention short, as I see we're running late, and I want to thank you again and hand back to the moderator.
Thank you, Peter. So, yeah, we will move quickly now to the last presentation of this session before the panel. And so I said in the introduction that, okay, it's mainly the land service, the Copernicus land service, but also the climate and atmosphere service is very active in the forest domain. And of course, there is an impact of forestry and forest monitoring in the climate. And so we will hear from Mark Parrington from ECMWF. ECMWF is in charge of the climate and atmosphere service of Copernicus. And so that's why Mark is on board. Mark is a senior scientist at ECMWF with 25 years of experience. I hope, Mark, you are online, yes. And so you have an extensive experience in forest fire emissions and in atmosphere modeling. So tell us about the products that are at ECMWF linked to forest and the forest sector.
Okay, thanks, Michel. Can I just confirm, can you hear me okay? And can you see my presentation okay? Okay, great, thanks. Okay, so yeah, so thanks to Michelle for the asking or giving the opportunity to give a talk in this workshop. So yeah, I work at ECMWF as part of the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service, and in the presentation I'm going to give now, it's more, I'm not a forestry expert, and we don't have a lot of directly forestry related data, but it's more that we don't have much direct data sets for forestry, but we have a number of data sets which I think are relevant and similar to as we heard from the colleagues at EEA earlier in this session. And so before I start, I should acknowledge a number of colleagues here at ECMWF who've provided inputs for this presentation. So just in case anybody isn't aware of ECMWF, we are an independent intergovernmental organization with a number of member and cooperating states, mostly focused on medium range. So that's 5 to 10-day weather forecasting. But we have a wide range, a wide portfolio and a wide range of other data and activities, including the Copernicus services that we operate and contribute to. And in terms of those, as Michelle said, we implement both the climate change and the atmosphere monitoring service, but we also contribute to the emergency management service as well. And I'm just going to give some examples from the three contributions. So it's a very brief look at some of the topics that I will touch on, but I'll move on in the interest of time. So I'm going to start with the Copernicus Climate Change Service. And so this first slide is just a list of the relevant data sets. So we have data sets on land cover classification. So these are long-term data records, mostly based on Earth observation data and mostly at the global scale, although there are some more regional specific data that also uses non-Earth observation data as well. A lot of these data sets are available through the Climate Data Store, and I provide the links here too. So like I said, land cover classification maps, information on leaf area index, and then a number of data sets that are related to forest fires, so fire danger in particular, and I'll come back to those at the end. And in the climate change service, there's also a sectoral information system, and forestry is an element of that. And so there's just a couple of example applications that I have here. There's a lot of text on some of these slides, but I'm just going to gloss over it in a way. So this is an application looking at tree growth rates and looking at maps for key European tree species. And the link at the bottom of the slide here gives a bit more information on these particular applications. And then also an application and services in support of agri-forestry. So this was a case looked at by the Finnish Meteorological Institute and looking at information on the forestry sector in relation to soil conditions, whether those are good or bad for vehicles to access plantations. And there's a testimonial given here. So this is a very basic overview. This is information coming from one of my colleagues, and there is more information on the websites of these more direct applications for forestry. And then the last slide that I have on the climate change services, some information on phenology. So Ludwig showed information about leaf area index and phenology for high resolution for Europe from the land monitoring service, and in the climate change services, one of the essential climate variables is phenology based on the radiation and leaf area index. And so these are some examples of what that data looks like. And again, this is just a very basic overview of this data set. But I will come back and touch a little bit on leaf area index shortly. So in terms of the service I'm more familiar with, the atmosphere monitoring service, so we basically provide a lot of data sets and information on global atmospheric composition and air quality and atmospheric chemistry, as well as the sinks and sources of the pollutants. And so just, I think, probably something that most people are familiar with, but just to sort of set the scene, on the right of this slide is just an extract from the State of Europe's Forests report from 2020. And the point of showing this is just to show that there is this impact of air quality and atmospheric pollutants on forestry. So while forests do play an important role and have influence in air quality through mediating, for example, some of the negative effects of pollutants, in addition to the uptake of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, but forests are also susceptible to pollution damage related to poor air quality, mostly from urban air quality and human activities. And this can impact the vegetation and tree growth through stomatal damage, particularly through high levels of ozone and the deposition of ozone and sulfur and nitrogen. And on top of this, forests also have this other role in atmospheric chemistry through the emissions of volatile organic compounds, which can then lead to further degraded air quality through the production of ozone under specific conditions, depending on how much nitrogen oxides and other precursors are available. And so this is basically building up to then showing what we provide from CAMS, which is quality assured global atmospheric composition data and European regional air quality information. So we have information on a wide range of pollutants, as well as the supplementary information, which includes the emission fluxes and deposition fluxes. And this is all provided near real time, or based on Earth observation data using to provide 4-day forecasts, but also these long-term data sets of Earth observation-based air quality information globally. And on the left, I'm just showing an example. This was from August 2022, and it's showing ozone concentrations at ground level across much of Europe during some heat wave conditions at that time. And we can see this was quite widespread. And where the colors are orange, this is where we're at really high concentrations of ozone at the surface. So I mentioned about the emissions fluxes. So biogenic emission fluxes, we have a data set that provides information on this. This is covering a 20-year period. I'm not going to go so much into the information, but the maps on the right just show some examples of some of these volatile organic compounds, and it's global, it's not so focused on Europe, but you can pick out from here that it's basically reflecting most of the more densely vegetated or forested areas around the world. And so just to show that these are significant sources of these compounds into the atmosphere, where they can influence atmospheric chemistry and air quality. And this is a data set that feeds into our forecast, but is also a standalone data set in itself and is available through the link at the bottom there. And in addition to the air quality emission side of things, there's also this move. There will be this the Copernicus service for carbon dioxide monitoring, particularly from anthropogenic emissions. But obviously, global vegetation and forests play a big role in the biosphere and the amounts of carbon dioxide that stays in the atmosphere. And again, this is a very complicated, very technical slide, but essentially it's showing the benefits of having good, improved leaf area index information and how we represent photosynthesis in our modeling system. And we can see the map is showing a difference between what we were using for leaf area index and what this has been updated to. And on the right is some time series of carbon dioxide measured in the atmosphere at a couple of sites, one in Canada, one in the US. And the dark blue symbols on these time series correspond better with the black symbols, which are the observations. And so to show that having this improved information on leaf area index and phenology, if you like, leads to improvements in carbon dioxide monitoring. But also from the weather center side of things, this also is being shown to have some impacts on, say, 2-meter temperatures, and possibly would lead to improvements in weather forecasting and surface temperature forecasting as a result of having this improved information. So it's kind of a secondary or even tertiary impact of having this information on forest coverage. And then in a similar vein for the CO2 monitoring, There are now more observations of solar-induced fluorescence available, and this is very helpful in combination with the gross primary production data that also that Ludwig showed from the land monitoring service. And by using this information, we can improve in general our CO2 fluxes and monitoring. However, there is some dependence on the plant functional type, and these complicated figures, which I'm not going to say any more about, are kind of reflecting that. So we get some improvements for some plant functional types and some types of vegetation, but it's not across the board. And so this is an active area of research which will contribute to the operational provision for the CO2 monitoring in the future. And then just the last thing on CAM. So we also, forest fires and wildfires have severe impacts on air quality from the smoke emissions. So it's an essential part of the service that we're providing, is to be able to observe and monitor this and the emissions of smoke in near real time. And so we do this through our global fire simulation system, which runs in approximately near real time. Essentially, it's to provide the information on pyrogenic pollutants for our forecasts, but it's also a standalone data set. It's a 22-year data set now that provides information on the global distribution of fires and their relative intensity. And it's all based on satellite observations. And I just show an example here on the left. These were the fires in Pedrógão Grande in central Portugal in June of 2017, when a lot of people lost their lives in this, but it's just to show we can provide this information, and some changes we're making to providing hourly information is a big improvement on what we were doing with just daily information in the past. And this kind of leads into the final thing I want to talk about very quickly, which is some information on forest fire information and applications for fire danger forecasting coming from ECMWF. So this slide here shows just a very cursory overview of the EFIS, European Forest Fire Information Service, run by the Copernicus Emergency Management Service. ECMWF is providing the fire danger forecasts for this. And we've worked with JRC over the last few years to provide information or an annual review of wildfires in Europe using the fire danger forecasts and the observed burned areas and estimated emissions. So this is jointly between C3S, CAMS, and JRC. And the latest report I provide the link to, but there will be another report published in April, which also looks at the fires around Europe in 2023. And then I've received some inputs from colleagues working on the fire danger production at ECMWF. And this is just I'm going to go through it very quickly, but it's a preliminary analysis looking at changes in forested areas in Europe and what it could mean in terms of fires and how that's been changing over the recent past and where it might go in the future. So as I'm sure a lot of people are familiar, we've seen there is in relative terms an increase in forest cover in Europe. And it depends on, it changes country to country, of course, which is what this figure is showing. And while we've seen this growth in forested areas, there's been this corresponding decline, but it doesn't correspond, but at the same time, there is the decline in the observed burned areas from forest fires. So this is showing in the European sense in total on the left, and then the map is kind of giving an example that but it isn't consistent across Europe, of course, and we see different trends in different parts of the continent. And particularly in southern and southeastern and southwestern Europe, there's higher risks generally. And if we look at the fire risks or the fire danger, then we do see for Europe as a whole, there is this generally increasing trend in fire danger over the last 20 years or so. And again, the map is showing the sort of relative changes across Europe. and this it's a complicated picture depending on fire suppression and control actions, but also how effective those may remain in a changing climate. And that's what this is my last slide. What this is hinting at. This is a paper from Siham El Garousi, who's a colleague here at ECMWF, looking at how fire risk or risk of extreme fires could change with climate change. And so what we see is across many countries in Europe an increase in the fire risk towards the end of the century, but particularly in Southern Europe and around the Mediterranean, which is where most of the fires in Europe have been occurring in the recent past. And so just to finish up with this very rapid walk through a very preliminary investigation, but we'll be happy to answer any more questions. And if I can't answer the questions, to put people in contact with the colleagues who would be able to provide more information on these data sets. So with that, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mark, for this very dense presentation, a lot of information. I'm afraid we have to move quickly to the panel discussion with some member states. I hope some are online. Maybe we were expecting one member state. Shusi, yes, you are here, perfect. I hope you don't have a presentation, otherwise it's going to be too long. Okay, good, so maybe you can sit. So we have 3 member states which are online. Olof Johansson from Sweden, Gerardo Cerici from Italy, and Jaroslav Kubicta from Czech Republic, and Jussi, who is with us here. So to be quick, I have prepared 3 questions, let's say, and then so I will ask them directly, and so you can answer. Present, of course, yourself and what your. I know you have the Finnish Forest Institute, but so to present what you are doing, and the 3 questions are linked to the Annex 1. You have seen that this data will be produced at a central level by Copernicus with EEA, but also there is the possibility of contribution of the member states. Are you going to have this contribution for your country, for Finland? And also the second question will be related to what will be the most important data that we should monitor and that you would like to monitor in the future in the context of this forest monitoring law, part of Annex 3, for example. And then the last question will be linked to, you know, that Earth observation, we need to calibrate the information, we need to validate this information, and this is based on ground information. And how is it possible to make the link to the data that you are collecting? And if there is a possibility of having a collaboration and sharing national ground data for the validation of all these forest data. So that's the 3 questions. I will start with you because you are here, and so you are the first suspect.
Thank you. So my name is Jussi Lappalainen. I come from the Finnish Forest Center. We are a public author in Finland. We enforce the Forest Act, for example, and I myself do the forest inventory in Finnish forests. We do LiDAR-based forest inventory combined with our field measurements, and we do the estimation of standing timber, basically using different kinds of statistical methods. But to answer your question, cooperation and collaboration is always a good thing. That's the main thing. But we at our organization, we are producing already some of these variables in our data production and some more for the purposes of Finnish forestry stakeholders. all of the data sets that we produce in our organization in Finland, they are open data at the moment. So basically, if somebody, even you, want to use those data sets, they are freely available from our websites. And of course, we are willing to give guidance and help you with the use of those data sets. But in Finland at the moment, our government's opinion is still under preparation concerning this regulation that we are talking about now. So I cannot go any further answering that question, for example, from behalf of the Natural Resources Institute, who are doing the National Forest Inventory in Finland. And they also have some variables that, that are same than mentioned in Annex 1 and Annex 2. But for sure, if there is a possibilities and we have the resources, of course, we are willing to contribute and do cooperation with the Commission with these variables. Thank you.
And regarding the in situ data, the ground data, do you think it will be an opportunity to have
Yeah, we collect around 16,000 field reference sample plots annually in our inventory process in Finland. And those are quite high quality sample plots that we measure. And also those are publicly available from our websites. One sample plot type, it's not available online, but we can surely provide those data sets to the Commission if needed.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we can ask, well, not moving directly to Sweden because we were in Finland, so let's move to Italy, just to jump a little bit. So Gerardo, I know you are in Berlin as you have to attend a very interesting meeting tomorrow about maybe in situ information, forest in situ information, but can you tell us a little bit more about these three questions that I have asked? Can you try to answer to them?
Okay, I can try. My name is Gerardo Chirici. I am professor of forest inventory and remote sensing at University of Florence. And I'm here because also I am responsible for the remote sensing component of the Italian National Forest Inventory that is now moving to a new cycle in 2025 with a lot of news and trying to implement more and more the remote sensing component into the forest monitoring and forest inventory. So in general, what I can say that we are very happy in Italy of this new regulation proposal, this new forest monitoring law. We try to participate as actively as possible to its development, and I think it's an important step to help to have a more consistent framework for these such important and relevant resource we have in Europe. Also to try to avoid this scattered distribution of the information across the different European and national subjects. So a general positive feedback regarding the monitoring law. Then regarding I have a forestry background, but I am a remote sensing specialist. So I am very proud to be European in the sense because the Copernicus services are really an excellent point. I think they provide a lot of information that are very useful from the different areas of the Copernicus services. If I could send a message to the Copernicus friends, to the land services, especially the land services, I could say that maybe it is time that at European level we try to implement a more detailed system of nomenclature for classifying our forest, because probably broadleaves coniferous classification is not that useful to support a real understanding of ecological processes and biodiversity and so on. So we have in Europe, the European Environmental Agency developed already a system of nomenclature based on 14 European forest categories. So maybe it is time to try to move from the 2 types to the 14 categories. And then I forgot the last question. I'm sorry.
The last question was for sharing in situ measurement. But the first question was also important. Is Italy going to opt for these, let's say, replacing these centralized produced data with information coming from Italy, or do you?
Unfortunately, as my Finnish colleague, I cannot express a final decision on this for my country. But what I can say that there is a very positive feedback for implementing most of these of the variables proposed from the regulations from the forest law. So I cannot express a final decision that is up to the somehow more political level, but I think that Italy will be is a strong supporter, let's say, of this proposal. And regarding the sharing the data, this is also something that we are trying to change in the sense that as many of the European NFIs, most of the plot level and tree level data are freely and open available online. The main point is that is related to the real coordinates of the plots, because this is the information needed to connect, to link the ground component to the remotely sensed component, and that is something that is usually is not shared by the NFIs in Europe. But for example, in Italy, we are trying to adopt a new regulation on that, so that we can share also the exact coordinates of permanent plots for scientific purposes. So I think that the implementation of this kind of European level forest monitoring regulation is a good reason for sharing this data.
Okay, thank you for these promising words, let's say. Can we move to Olof? We jump back to the north.
Okay, hi. Here I am.
Hi, Olof. Should I repeat the questions, or do you have them in mind?
I can start maybe, and then you have to help me reminding me. Just like my colleagues, I would like to say first that I cannot, of course, at this point fully represent the government's view on these issues, since there are discussions and processes remaining. My role is that I'm a forest policy director of Sveaskog, which is the state forest organization of Sweden. So we manage the part in Sweden that of the forest that is owned by the state. I would like to start by saying, addressing your questions here, whether there's a plan to contribute. I would say yes, definitely. Sweden produces open data and monitors most of the indicators, I think, in the that you have in the annexes here, 1 and 2. And we've been doing that for a long time, just like what was mentioned here earlier. And for instance, some of these parameters are calculated quite well, very precisely, like forest area. And we have had a continuous development of things that are being monitored. So already in the 60s, we started to pick up monitoring on soil conditions, forest damages in the 1980s, and including biodiversity aspects from the 1990s and forward. So there's a tradition to build on here. How we can contribute in the future will of course depend on, you know, the continued dialogue and the demand when it comes to frequency and resolution and things like that. But yes, we definitely plan to contribute in this process. It's hard to say anything about the most. I think the question was what are the most important data. I think that's really hard to answer. I could point to what I don't know if it's the most important, but it's certainly a challenge because some of these things we do not have today. I think a detailed mapping of old growth forests is something new, and that will have to, I think, take some time, and it will also that mapping will depend quite a lot on field monitoring and verifying. So there's a need to allow for observations over time when it comes to that perhaps specific parameter on mapping of old growth forests. Also, I think that forest naturalness clauses is somewhat of a challenge both in Sweden and Finland, because in later age classes it's very hard to distinguish between planted and naturally regenerated forests in Scandinavia. But those was just to mention some of the challenges. And the third question, Mikael, can you remember what was that?
Yeah, it was linked to the sharing of in situ data for the validation of the Earth observation products. Are you adopting the same philosophy than Finland, or where all the data are open, or
yes,
more restricted?
Yes, we have a philosophy on openness, sharing data, and we have been, you know, we have been doing this for quite some time now, and we continue along that route.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot, Olaf. So now we move to Jaroslav.
Hello.
Do you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear me as well?
Perfectly.
Perfectly. Yeah. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, do you know the questions?
Yeah.
So remember the questions? Okay.
I hope so, and if not, I will ask you to remind me. But just to introduce myself, my name is Jaroslav Kubišta. I'm from Czech Republic, from Forest Management Institute, which actually is an organization established by state. And today's workshop is very interesting for our institute because we are both going to be responsible for forest data in terms of forest monitoring law, but we will be also the competent authority for the EUDR. So I would like to congratulate on the choosing these two topics for today, because it was double interesting for me. And coming to your questions, I would start with the first one, that yes, we would like to provide some information also for the Annex 1 indicators, although same as others, I cannot confirm the official position of our country at the moment because we are at the beginning. But we would like to collaborate, and we would like to provide these indicators that we have available. And the reason is simply because we are of the opinion that the information provided from remote sensing cannot be accurate enough. But this is something that I was missing in the discussions this afternoon, because the quality of the information which is asked for should, in my view, reflect the purpose of the information. And we, or at least I, didn't hear so much about the real purpose why we are collecting this information. I understand that this is good to have all the info available on the forest, but for example, it makes difference for different uses. How often do you need the information? Do we really need information on the forest area annually? And my question relates to our experience. We estimated the forest area of the Czech Republic using the remote sensing, using quite high resolution aerial images of resolutions on 30 centimeters or something like this, using stereoscopic actually pairs of the images. So I believe it was quite advanced approach. And still we end up with difference of some 4 or 5% from the estimate done on the in situ data from the National Forest Inventory. And why I'm talking about it is that this difference is roughly 50 times higher than the annual change of forest area in our country. So my question is, do we really need that unprecise information on the forest area annually? And I could go on with other indicators, but this is something I believe we have to yet discuss. But coming back to the question, yes, we are willing to cooperate, and if it will be feasible, we would love to opt out for at least some of the indicators. But again, I have to emphasize this is not an official position of the Czech Republic, of course, just my opinion. The second question related to the most important indicators from the Annex 3, I understood. And to that question, I'm not really able to give some reasonable answer, because I think in the Annex 3, all of the indicators are interesting and all of them has its value. And I think we shall maybe concentrate on those that are realistic. I mean that the obtaining of this information is realistic, because in some of them it will be really difficult. And for the third question relating the in situ data from National Forest Inventory, we are willing to provide them, but without exact coordinates. So same as Gerardo was talking about the exact positions of the inventory plots. We are not ready to provide this information, and that's simply because we want to make sure that the situation on these plots will remain representative at all costs, because we've invested quite a lot in the monitoring, and we are using stable plots inventory design. So we would love to return to these plots again, and we are not willing to risk any chance of influencing the situation on the plots. So that's from my side, and I'm not sure whether I covered all the questions understandably.
Yes, you did.
Thank
It was
you.
clear. Thank you very much. So I'm afraid we have to stop the discussion of the panel now, because the coffee was a little bit short at lunch, so we have to jump to the coffee. Thank you all for this very short discussion. I'm pretty sure that we will continue the discussion, but in other platform of the Commission maybe, and with DG Environment for sure. Stay online for the last session, because the last session of the day will be for maybe new Earth observation possibilities in the forest domain. So that's important that you will be able to listen to this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a nice coffee. Bye-bye.
Okay, I hope that you all enjoyed your coffee, also at home or in the office. We're heading into the final part of our workshop. Final session I would be, but it's split into two smaller sessions. The fourth session is on international initiatives for forest monitoring. And in this session, we will investigate a bit how international initiatives outside the EU influence forest monitoring. We will hear about ongoing activities from DG INTPA, from the UN and from the World Resources Institute. And first, I want to introduce Miguel Rocha from DG INTPA. He's Program Officer for the Science, Technology, Innovation and Digitalization Unit, and he is contributing to the areas of Earth observations, connectivity and strategic backbones. Hope I'm saying this right. And he will present for us the development and cooperation efforts in geospatial data for the preservation of forests. And before I leave the floor to him, I would like to wish him on behalf of the team behind the workshop a very happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I would like to say that I couldn't have imagined a better place to celebrate my birthday. Unfortunately, that would be a lie. Now it's great to be back in the Bredel and meet all of you, some of them my former colleagues, and a lot of them I can call my friends. So very good to be here. Thank you very much. I'm here to speak about what the Commission does to tackle the issue of forests and forestry and biodiversity, because the two items are closely linked in our partner countries. And let me start by saying that, first of all, they are bad news. We're not doing enough. By and large, what we could do in tackling these challenges could be improved or better coordinated. And the second batch of bad news is that the geospatial data, which is an essential tool in tackling or being able to tackle those challenges, is not widespread yet. So this is the first message that I have, is to call out to you, to the community, the geospatial community, and ask you to engage in a conversation where we can mainstream the geospatial data and the use of Copernicus for the in the field of forestry and land cover in general. Now, the EU is, as you know, engaged in tackling the deforestation. We have the regulation, the EUDR. That is an important tool, and since 2016, I think, since the COP, since two COPs ago, we have established a forest partnership with our partner countries. And we would like to enable our partner countries to autonomously be able to develop the capacities to be able to demonstrate that they are meeting the challenges of deforestation, including for trade. They have to be able to demonstrate by themselves that the products that they export to the EU are not violating or infringing the commitments they have on non-deforestation. But that's the very first thing. And the elements that we can bring to them is to encourage them through a political dialogue to do their decisions based on evidence. And there's no better evidence than the evidence provided by Earth observation and by the Copernicus Land Service in particular, which we can then tailor to their specific needs in this context. There are there are a wide array of applications where we feel challenged in our own policy making at INTPA. and we need the help of the geospatial community. We're talking to our friends and colleagues in DG Defis, in DG Klima, the JRC, but we want to reach out to the widest possible community, because the individual needs of the partner countries vary greatly. Of course, some that have highly forested areas have specific challenges, but it depends on which other economic sectors are competing with the forests that make the needs different. And you can imagine that. So countries that are rich in critical raw materials, which are locked in forests, will have to combine those interests of mining and forestry. Those who depend on coastal or are affected by coastal erosion and depend on fisheries, well, they will want to preserve the corals and they want to preserve the mangroves, also part of the wider forestries. Some countries like Guyana, who have the most, the richest, most biodiverse forestries, they will want to trade it for carbon credits and even for debt relief. So the range of political objectives and interests, it's very different. And this is one of the reasons why possibly we haven't focused really on the use of geospatial data or what tools at large they can use. We were so concerned about tackling each policy objective or each policy need in these different countries, in our variety of constituents, that we may have overlooked this part at all. This said, we are slowly, but because this is the Commission, so we tend to take things slowly. Slowly, we are identifying specific needs for the use of geospatial data. The first is the intensive crops. Palm oil, but also the other cash crops such as cocoa and coffee. You know, we have invested in this in the past. Now we're trying to mainstream geospatial data in tackling these areas. But also in places such as Central Asia, we're looking at drought and desertification linked to water, first of all, but then also to the actual green cover of the land. Finally, there's one very concrete example of our activities that we have. I don't know if you know, but we have several Copernicus centers around the world. Now, these Copernicus centers were geared towards disaster risk management, first of all. But we realized that because we're not doing enough, that the forests in Borneo and the protection of mangroves in the Coral Triangle needed a specific support. So we're now trying to make the center in the Philippines not just geared towards disaster risk management, but also trying to focus on forestry, biodiversity, and the land products at large. So I'd be happy to provide you all with a full list of programs and projects that we have, but this would be just a long list of acronyms. So I'd be happy to email you them, but I'm open to any questions you may have at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Miguel, and thanks for underlining the importance of spatial data in all this. We never have enough of that. Our next speaker is Remy D'Annunzio from the UN. He's a UN forestry officer at FAO, and he should be connected online.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Meanwhile, I can tell you, okay, that his work is focusing on forest change monitoring through satellite image analysis, and he designs tools to better use satellite images and turn them into relevant information. And in this, he also trains forest experts during capacity building workshops everywhere on the world. So Remy, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
But we cannot see you.
Okay. Maybe that's why. Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me?
Okay, now yes. Perfect.
Okay, so you're sharing screen for me, right?
You should be able to share it, but if you want, I can share it for you.
No, I would like to share if possible.
Okay, please go
Can
ahead.
you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. So, hi, and thanks for having me. I'm Remy. I'm working in the forestry division of FAO. I'm a technical lead on forest data partnership, within which we are very interested and implicated in digital solutions for eliminating deforestation from value chains. And I would like to quickly present some work we're doing on this topic under a convergence of evidence approach. So really brief context around what we're doing there. When the regulation came in after decades of voluntary approaches on trying to eliminate deforestation, we finally have regulatory mechanisms coming in place, and they come with challenges, but also with some momentum and structure. And at COP last year, the Team Europe initiative was launched, as you probably all know. And among those two pillars, the SAFE projects and the technical facility. While the technical facility is still not fully set up, the SAFE project is pretty much active and funded by the EU and the German corporation. And it focuses on support to smallholders in their transition to sustainable value chains. And the idea around SAFE is really to create an enabling environment that is even and equitable for all, to ensure access to the market. So this is what I'm presenting today is coming within the umbrella of the SAFE project. We've discussed this morning, and it was really interesting to see the point of view of the service providers from the private sector and seeing consensus around the convergence of evidence. I think we repeatedly heard many different speakers discussing the challenges associated with relying on single layers of information, of geospatial maps, to prove compliance. And in this particular case, we see one plot of land in Ivory Coast that has different tree cover forest cover products, but that also has information from cocoa maps that are already mapped before 2020. And the message we are promoting under the Forested Partnership is that even if the products do not converge on every pixels, if we make an effort to translate them into definitions with common terms, they are providing useful information that can start to tell the story of this particular polygon. And in this case, yes, we have tree cover, yes, we have seemingly trees and forests, but we also have cocoa before 2020, and in as such, this particular plot of land could be seen as potentially compliant. So this approach, saying that we should not rely on single layers, but that altogether the layers tell a truthful and robust story, we associated this to another open source solution that's been created by the AgStack project and the Linux Foundation. It's called the Asset Registry. It's a free open source public registry to create unique GeoIDs of field boundaries worldwide based on the S2 geospatial index. And what we have proposed and are now developing under the umbrella of the SAFE project is a prototype of digital public infrastructure that implements what we call WISP, what's in that plot, that basically says we should look at those different layers of information on publicly available geoboundaries to be able to tell a transparent and robust story around compliance for plot of lands. So we're putting together different pieces of open source solutions, basically, to make that implementation available for all. So we have different pathways through which the approach is available. We have it as an API that's mostly written in JavaScript, but that's also available as Jupyter notebooks in Python, and that can be used for operational downstream implementation. The code is completely open, it's completely published and publicly available, it can be replicated anywhere. It's available on GitHub, you have the you have the address here on the slide. We also make it compatible with some of the illustration and interfaces we have developed under the Open Forest Initiative. EarthMap today has over 50,000 users worldwide, and they can now implement the convergence of evidence approach directly for any plot of land. Directly there, we've put the specific address of where it can be done. And while we are really pushing for not relying on single layers of geospatial information and think that they can be put together for verification and audit purposes, it's really crucial to have some verification information that is up to date and that is relying on the satellite imagery that programs like Copernicus provide, because it's not all a question of spatial resolution, but also temporal resolution, which is crucial in here, and being able to identify when and where changes occur within the landscape is of essence to understand and to be able to make correct decisions regarding status of compliance of any given product. So we have this other interface, it's called Correct Earth, also quite widely used and adopted by many different stakeholders, essentially developed under carbon finance mechanism initially, but now expanding in other usages, relying on sources of imagery like Sentinel-2 and Our Planet presented earlier today. This kind of tool that allows to check against regular images the same plot of land with the associated information could be a support tool for competent authorities, for instance. And I'm really grateful that we had discussion today and the feedback from the competent authorities from Germany, from France, from Norway, and their point of view on how data should be used for those audit purposes, because I think that's one piece of information that's really crucial to see how we can best develop solutions further. Anyway, I'd like to finish saying that we are primarily interested in providing robust baseline solutions that are also implementable by smallholders to make sure that those are able to produce data and that are not left behind in processes like the regulation. And we have now implemented WISP in the Open Forest Ground application. It's an open source project of Google that is being co-developed by FAO. Ground is a next generation data collection platform with enhanced offline features and nice usability. And it allows smallholders to seamlessly produce the same kind of information. This is the pictures you can see on screen are from a data collection campaign that occurred last week in Côte d'Ivoire. And we will be officially launching the tools next week during the International Day of Forest. And I would really encourage you, everybody in the audience today, to maybe have a look at the program and join us online if possible. We're going to have interesting panels with some of the people present today. In the end, it's a relatively small world. But the event will be broadcast live and translated in 6 languages, and you'll hear more about how those tools are plugged together and how we make usage of them. So I think I'll finish there, and I would like to thank you again for convening such an interesting set of people around this really interesting topic today.
Thanks a lot, Remy. And good to see that FAO is also offering open source or pushing open source solutions. And in this sense, it's completely in line what we do with Copernicus as well, but where we want to push full free and open access to data as much as we can. So thank you. Next speaker, and the last one in this part of the session, is Sarah Carter from the World Resources Institute. She is doing a lot of things, but serves as the main data liaison between the WRI and the Global Forest Watch partnership, on which she will tell you all about it.
Thank you. Can I do the slides myself, or do you need to do it? No. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It's great to be here. I'm going to present Global Forest Watch and how we might contribute to EU forest monitoring needs. If you can go to the next slide, I'll start by focusing on an overview of Global Forest Watch. Essentially, we are making open, timely, and transparent data operationally available to meet varied user needs and evolving policy needs. And I'll focus specifically on monitoring Europe's forests and then the EUDR. And on Europe's forests, the main message is that there are many new EU policies related to monitoring forests. We heard about them already a lot. And Global Forest Watch also has forest data within Europe, and we can provide some information on the status and changes of forests, which is useful to users. And I think one niche which we can really address is providing information rather than data, so things that are already analysed and assessed and presented to users who aren't necessarily technical users. Then on the EUDR, I think just like a few people have already said, there's no one single data set which can meet all the EUDR monitoring needs. And to get accurate and reliable information, you really need to use a variety of data sources, complementing global data, open data, with local data sometimes, with visual interpretation of high-resolution satellite imagery to make sure what we're doing for due diligence is accurate. And this is something which can be done on Global Forest Watch. Next slide, please. So many of you might be familiar with Global Forest Watch, but maybe not. This is what it looks like when you head onto the landing page. It's essentially an online platform where you can view and interact with different forest monitoring data. What you see here is the global tree cover loss data, which is one of the data sets which is most used by our stakeholders. It's produced by the University of Maryland. They produce a lot of the data, which is the basis of Global Forest Watch, but not everything. We are not an exclusive partner with them, and we do host other data. And just another thing to add, this is data based on Landsat. It's at 30-meter resolution, and we have this tree cover loss data available every year since 2001. So it's a long time series that people are using operationally. But this is tree cover information, it's not forest information. So if you can go to the next slide. What we need to do to understand that data is to provide some context to it. So there are a number of contextual data sets which we allow users to interact with, such as overlaying protected areas, tree plantation data, and so on. Next slide, please. One of the data sets is drivers of tree cover loss, which gets more in the direction of the kind of deforestation definitions which people are looking for as users of data. Next slide. And on the platform, people can interact with the data by drawing their own polygons, uploading polygons, and they can produce their own statistics. They can also visit the data dashboard where there's canned statistics available for countries and so on. And they can also subscribe to alerts for areas of interest for the near real-time data which we offer, which is mainly used for law enforcement purposes. Next slide. So this is an example of the data dashboard. It's customizable, so this is just an example for Finland, but you can change, for example, the canopy cover percent which you're viewing the statistics for, and you can also zoom into different admin levels, so country level, and then to lower admin levels. And the next slide, please. We already have a lot of users. As I mentioned, it's varied users, so some technical users, some non-technical users, and we also have users from the European side of things. And one highlight was last year we had a London Carbon Lab Summit in Brussels and some specific Europe and EU focused sessions. So they're really useful, and for people who are interested, you can still view some of those session recordings online. Next slide. So on monitoring Europe's forests, next slide. Yeah, we already heard about the regulations and some of the indicators which will be part of the forest monitoring law, and there are some things which are already available on Global Forest Watch which people can look at to derive information on, but we don't have information on a lot of those indicators which people might still be interested in, although of course the objective is that countries will gather their own data, but this can be an alternative data source which is available now anyway. Next slide, please. So some new data which came out relatively recently, this is last year, again from the University of Maryland. It's on forest height. It's another long time series of data. It can provide a bit more nuance on what's happening in Europe's forests. So we're going to do some analysis of this data, provide some statistics which are available for users who want to find out what's going on in forests within their region. So that's going to be something coming soon on Global Forest Watch. Next slide. We're also looking to provide information for people who are wanting to track how Europe is doing as a whole, just to make it easy for journalists and so on who don't have technical skills. So we can provide statistics on the EU level as well, for example, at the EU27 level. And then related to some of the new indicators for the forest monitoring law, we're looking to provide some more information on connectivity, management, age, and forest species, which might be useful, without trying to replicate what's already been done in other efforts, like EFIS that we've already heard of. So we'll keep a good eye on what's going on, and we always seek to use the best available data. So if we can use some open data and provide some statistics based on that on our site, we will do that. Next slide. On the EUDR, then, I think going back to this point that there isn't one data set that you can use to do due diligence for the EUDR. There are a number of tasks that we still think you can do with Global Forest Watch data, and these include for the deforestation part, setting baselines, identifying deforestation and mapping commodities. Again, it takes multiple data sets. For the forest degradation side, it's more challenging, but there are some tasks that we can get quite a way towards, and we've written some blogs to really explain some of the nuances, the caveat, the challenges that still remain. So it's worth visiting those blogs to just make sure that data is being used correctly as it should be in light of the caveats. Next slide. So in terms of these other data sets which can be used, we have a natural lands map, planted tree database, and crop maps which can be used to, again, move from this tree cover definition towards forests and deforestation. And then I think what's really crucial is this high resolution satellite imagery, like the planet data we heard about, that can be used for visual checks of what's going on. So next slide. I mentioned the natural forest map. It's currently not available on the Global Forest Watch main platform, but this is really useful for removing, for example, some planted forests or plantations, tree crops, and so on. And it is available, next slide, on Global Forest Watch Pro, which is a platform within Global Forest Watch, which is available for commodity suppliers or operators who are wanting to do due diligence for EUDR or other sustainable supply chain monitoring tasks. This is a free platform. It's using open data. Anyone can use it. And I think the statistics are out of date, but more than 130 institutions, and it's being used in more than 10 countries for these either mandatory or voluntary sustainability monitoring purposes. Next slide. I'll not go through that. You can go to the next slide. This is some screenshots of what it looks like. It looks similar to some of the platforms other people were showing for due diligence type activities, and basically you can upload locations of commodity supply sites, and next slide, interact with the data. So choose your baseline, overlay some, overlay some satellite imagery. Next slide. and overlay tree cover loss data, protected area data, soy areas, and so on. Next slide. And near real-time data to identify areas which may need further investigation. Next slide. And then produce some analyses and outputs, reports. Next slide. Which show up as charts, and you can also download them. Next slide. To get information on all the locations. Next slide. And next slide. And then just one more thing to add about Global Forest Watch Pro. It is free, but there are plans to develop a paid-for version. We noticed that some of the users were kind of super users. They had a lot of demands, maybe a lot of data, and required some extra support. And we feel that if those large users can pay for additional support and analysis capabilities on the platform, that can also support the other small operators who will then be able to still use it for free. So that's the current plan, which people may have heard of as well. This slide just summarizes some of the things I've talked about with some links in case people are revisiting the slides later. Next slide. And then what's coming next? Like I mentioned, some more information on European forests. We're working with GFZ in Potsdam to produce some of this data with the statistics easily accessible at the EU level. We're also producing some new annual forest tree cover dynamic data from the University of Maryland. This will be losses and gains harmonized annual driver data at a higher spatial resolution, and also drivers of near real-time deforestation data. We're doing that with Wageningen University. And then lastly, deforestation or tree cover loss alerts in all tree and vegetation covers, so including other wooded land, could be interesting for an expansion of the EUDR. And this data comes from, next slide, again, the University of Maryland, actually produced with NASA, and basically it tracks the vegetation fraction and a change in vegetation fraction, so loss, every 2 to 4 days, and it's available since 1st of January 2023. And we're really excited about integrating this into Global Forest Watch because it will allow us to provide alerts, near real-time alerts in all forest types, dry forests, shrubland, other wooded land as well, and also the forests outside the tropics, because currently we only have near real-time alerts within the tropics. Next slide. Yeah, so just to summarize, I think open data can have enormous potential to serve a variety of user needs. Every data set has its strengths and limitations. We have to be open and transparent about this, but we are constantly evolving to incorporate the best and latest global data and some regional data, and working with partners to acquire this. Any questions? I'd be really happy to talk about that after the talk. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sarah, for this very extensive explanation of the Global Forest Watch. I would love to open the floor for questions, but unfortunately you will understand that we're getting quite late already. Normally we have, after the last session, still some time. Let's see if we can get there. And if not, just ask questions just after this workshop to Sarah, to Miguel. So you can have a seat if you want. There will be no discussion anymore. Now, William.
I'm already seated.
If you're happy there, you can stay. Anyway, then let's head into the very last session of today, because there is a slightly different scope with what we just saw before. This fifth session is more looking into what Earth observation and forestry will bring us in the future, which things we can still expect, what's going on in the research sector and so on, not always related to current regulatory frameworks. Our first speaker is Martin Herold. He is a professor for remote sensing at the University of Potsdam and also head of the remote sensing and geoinformatics section of GFZ Postsam, and he will tell us a lot about the next steps, which would be interesting for Copernicus.
Hey, thank you. I was asked to look a bit ahead. I was asked to synthesize a bit, and we heard a lot today. So yes, my aim is to come up with a little bit something that be more forward looking. I guess somebody will move the slides and hope it can be seen online. So, I mean, one key thing that we've seen, and I guess for a technical person like me, it's almost hard to keep track of all the new policies and regulations the EU Commission has developed over the last 2 years and all their monitoring requirements. I mean, it's been quite a pace. And I think meetings like that are very important to get a bit of a check on what's actually required, what information is useful for whom and to be provided by whom. And we heard many different examples and contributions because this relates to traders, it relates to countries, to the Commission, to the citizen, to, I don't know, the global community. And all of them do require some information related to these policies. And also Copernicus, next slides, is actually in quite an important new role. We do see it as, so I can actually move it myself. Ah, perfect. We do see Copernicus much more as a compliance tool that's written in these regulations to be a mandatory tool for not only for general compliance, but also to provide some of the underpinning data, transparency, supporting the implementation and all these kind of things. And that's maybe for the cap that was already quite there, but we see this now for all of these policies, and that's quite an important role. So in terms of what Copernicus should do next, I mean, the most important thing that I would say is please maintain Copernicus as a long-term, consistent and open data program. Because at the end, if you want to use it as the tool as it's envisioned for, this is really the fundamental thing. And I think it was set out from the beginning to do so, but it's not, probably it's not said often enough how important that actually is. And that's why it's what my first point. And this is not only to provide maps and things like that. What actually Earth observation on Copernicus delivers is timely and transparent data. And for policy purposes, that's very, very important. So I just put a time series here. It's a Sentinel-1 time series of a forest that turns into something else. But basically tracking each piece of land on the planet with 10 by 10 meter, with almost, I mean, a few days of coverage and knowing what happens there in terms of how the forest is behaving or how forest turns into another land use. Having that in the information in the long term is really the key foundation for making Copernicus useful. So in terms of the research and basically what's there, I mean, there are research data out there that already, for example, for Africa provide what is the land use that follows deforestation down to the level of commodities. That is research that was done before EUDR was even developed. The data are open. It's available. It can be checked. It's part of a European project that's ongoing. And basically, we're making this step. That's my point from the research side to go from the classical, let's say, land cover, forest cover into things that relate to land use. And that's because we're using also high resolution data. That's because we're using dense time series. That's because there's AI or machine learning kind of tools that are well trained that allow that transition to happen. This also can increasingly be done near real time. So if you see a forest changing, you can increasingly start to label what these changes in forest are actually happening. So is there an expansion of agriculture? Is there a road development? Is there a logging and these kind of things? And so with these things developing, one of the, again, looking ahead pledges is there is the Copernicus land cover and forest monitoring service that has been presented earlier that's starting up, that is aiming to this. And I think it's an obvious thing that giving these new requirements in from the policy side, that these services can be expanded to respond to these new requirements, which are more on the land use side. And I think that's a development that can happen over the coming years. Another example, this is from an EU project called Forest Navigator. What Forest Navigator is doing, it's basically using latest data, including those from Earth observation, to try to navigate through European forest futures. So there's a cascade of models, economic models, dynamic vegetation models that require all kinds of input data. And so the project has compiled a kind of forest data cube. The modelers need the new and latest information on what's happening to the European forests, and to basically drive the models with the latest information. And then, of course, that is a bit of a thinking that, if you think about the Green Deal and some of these things, that these data cube, which is now mostly created for the purpose of modeling, can be enhanced by all kinds of information. And we have heard about these things. There's a lot happening in the research domain when it comes to forest biomass, forest age, disturbances, types, species, alerts. All of these are basically done already at European scale in terms of demonstrators related to biodiversity management activities. We have the Copernicus expansion missions, which allow us to go deeper in the thematic domain. That allowed us to create something which is much more enriching, and these kind of, and I'm just saying, kind of a Green Deal forest data cube that can involve giving all these indicators and requirements as part of that. I think that is a charge to Copernicus to really do something in that direction. One of the things, and let me actually go a slide back, these various layers of forest information, some of them are clearly Earth observation driven data, some are probably very field and ground based observation driven, and there are those that combine or have to be basically monitored from a good combination of on the ground and satellite data. And that is probably the area where we can make the most progress. And I mean, and I know maybe for certain reasons, but in the new forest monitoring law, for me, there's still quite a strict separation between this is Earth observation and this is the on the ground NFI, and I can probably understand politically why that is. But the point is we can really make real progress if we overcome that and see them as complementary data streams. That's where we can really make progress. And that is basically my last big point I want to make. So we have to basically rethink how we do a combination of satellite and on-the-ground monitoring. At the moment, we are combining plot data with satellite, mostly with statistical approaches. I mean, there's all kinds of things happening. But at the end, what we want to try to measure on the ground from satellite similar things, so we can really integrate things in an operational way, that we can create complementary data streams that can provide information towards the system that delivers the information. And again, there's some EU projects working on that. We have networks like ICP Forest. I think the Pathfinder project was already mentioned. They're working on some harmonized plot design. The Forwards project annual meeting this week in Berlin, they're working on this supersite concept where you really measure things on the ground, what the satellite sees, and so on. So there is from the technical side, a lot of things happening, but of course it requires also the right setting and new partnerships basically to really develop them together. So my last slide, the main things from my side, first of all, maintain Copernicus as a long-term consistent open data program. I think today was very useful, but probably a really thorough assessment of these policies and the requirements when it comes to what's really needed for whom, by whom, for what purpose, based on the expanded services that are already there into the domain of land use, commodities, focus on timeliness, think about the Copernicus expansion mission and so on. There's a lot in almost all my slides where I showed something had the link to an ongoing European Commission project or European Commission funded project on the bottom of it. So make use of that. There's a lot of good work happening that is a bit isolated at the moment that can be, I think, streamlined towards research into operation. And I guess for Copernicus, I think there's a need to invest in ground and space-based monitoring much more so than in the past and really developed in as integrated data streams. I think that's something we really can cover a lot of new ground in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin. Message very well received, especially that we should continue in a good direction with the long-term program of Copernicus being open data. We will certainly do that, as well as for the integration of in situ data. That is something we certainly subscribe, and thank you for supporting that as well. Next guest is Pierre Deforestation from the Université Catholique de Louvain, and he will also talk about the advanced forest monitoring future.
Thank you. Luckily, you are still there. thank you for your patience. And this is my pleasure to share with you, I don't know if it's not, yeah, it's coming, to share with you the key findings of a study, a literature review study we have the chance to complete with some of a small team coming from Boku University with Clement Asperger as a leader, and Terranea, a company, and myself from UC Louvain. And therefore, we try to share with you which one is the one to move? It should move. Yeah, it's green line. Maybe I need Martin. Where did you push?
Not yours. Is this the first one?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
I think it's the left and the right.
This is, but okay, thanks. Okay, therefore I will have 4 points. This is about the study, which was a 150-page literature review about forest monitoring in Europe and globally. But my first point will be related for regulation implication of EU product. Then I will come to the report findings related to the forest variables. First, let's share a little bit of our experience that we have gained in the Common Agriculture Policy, which was a strong regulation where suddenly remote sensing become instrumental in the compliance analysis. And what we figure out is actually we have to go much beyond Earth observation product delivery when it comes to regulation. The compliance of EU-derived product when it comes to regulation may require specific quality control for fit for purpose. It's not about quality assessment, it's about fit for purpose. And this goes far beyond what is generally admitted as a standard guidelines for quality assessment, because this is a fit for purpose which matter most. And for that, we need a critical role for the validation data, and this is particularly true and difficult when it comes to change assessment. Another very challenging aspect, it was a hard experience for the Common Agriculture Policy, is there is no place for satellite failure. When it comes to regulation, you rely to your satellite and you have to deliver. Therefore, the reliability of information flow is just necessary. And therefore, if you cope with a satellite failure, then you have to rely on the technological redundancy within the mission, if possible, having an extra satellite, as the meteorological people are doing, or the GPS people are doing, but we are not doing that. We don't have an extra satellite to replace the one which is broken. Then we can go to a multi-space agency, let's say, solution, or we can rely on the new space to provide what we miss. But at the end of the day, you need a workflow agility which aim to maintain the quality. And this is very challenging. My third point is about the accuracy. Actually, you usually, when it comes to regulation, you don't want to do the best possible. This is not enough. This is not enough to be linked to regulation implementation. You need to be able to do a better job, and to do that, probably you will rely on a large set of in situ data, and this synergy will help a lot to enhance the quality of your EU product. Therefore, having EU product in a regulation means a lot beyond just you doing good research or good operation in remote sensing. Then comes our key findings related to our report. The regulation for EU is very much about forest structure variables, which are very nice and also disruptive event, disturbance analysis and so on. But it comes even more interesting when it is consistent over long term. Then you will be able to look at small change, because over long term of this kind of forest structure variable, you will gain a lot of knowledge about your forest. And therefore, regulation variables are very interesting, but they will be even more interesting when we will pile up over time. And of course, a change is always very marginal. It's less than 1% of the total area. Then you better have a much better map than what we have today. Another thing that would be very useful is to have a 1 kilometer forest drought monitoring indicator. This could, for instance, allow to develop an insurance base for the forest owner. But today, Copernicus Emergency Service is already providing a nice product at 5 kilometers across the landscape, and we would like to turn this into a forest-specific, forest-type-specific product. And this is where the regulation could actually help by providing information and combining with what is existing, reach to that kind of product. Therefore, these are products that we would like to dream about. These are feasible with what we have, with the current asset in orbit, but we need to work on that. Another one is, and this is a surprise, maybe it exists, but we did not find it, an real-time forest windrows detection. Today, this is not operational at a large scale. And while there are studies showing that this is quite feasible, we just need to put that in place. Another one which is very much needed from the forestry sector is the forest pest and disease detection at early stages, not for damage assessment, but early stages. How can we detect the hotspot area of infection or pest infestation? And this is, again, feasible from the satellite perspective, but this is not in place. Some people have been doing that kind of work more locally, and we believe that we can go much further than the regulation, of course, along this line. And another one, I think this is the last one, is about the forest vulnerability. Today, we have good ecophysiological modeling of forest type, but actually, when we come to the result of this modeling, they are not linked with the forest, the current forest in place. Therefore, we need forest species map and the ecological modeling to get into a very interesting result. This is something which we would be able to do once we will have the NFI dataset coming from the in situ inventory, and probably the remote sensing will be able to scale up this forest species map. My third point is a different kind. What I just mentioned seems feasible from the literature and has been demonstrated locally, but this is not in the regulation. My third point is about what are the forthcoming forest variables which are enabled by new mission. And you know the biomass mission is coming. It will be a very exciting mission, but it won't be an operational solution because we have only one satellite. And having one satellite, this means that tomorrow the satellite may be disappearing. It's not allowed to develop operational product or even use in regulation that kind of product. Similarly, the land surface temperature mission is a great one. It will allow to have evapotranspiration or water stress. I mean, we have that kind of product already at very close resolution, thanks to a revisit of 30 minutes. This is where the evapotranspiration is meaningful when you have a very short revisit cycle. We will have a much longer with LST mission, which allow to demonstrate what can be done, but it won't be very, very efficient for forest monitoring. The hyperspectral dataset that will be developed with the CHIME will be a great demonstration for what we can do with that kind of hyperspectral instrument. You can see there experiment where we can see the evolution in the signature because of the ring bark tree that we assess over time, or you can assess hyperspectral signature which are related to pest infestation. But again, this CHIME won't have the revisit to put in place an operational system at European level. But it will be very, very instrumental to have them to go along that road. The last one, the FLEX, is even more exploratory. It could be a very, very good success from a research point of view about species richness or functional diversity. This could be very, very important, but it will take a while before it turns into EU products useful for operation. The last one, 3 canopy 8, we have seen that already several times, and this is already demonstrated and soon operational probably, but there is no LiDAR mission in the plan as far as I understand. I mean, we can even dream about that kind of things. High resolution LiDAR allow you to look at the impact of forestry management or forest management under the canopy, and you see the small bubble, you don't maybe not see it. These are the forest management 200 years ago in Belgium. You have this Bombi area, and this was related to the charcoal production area, and 200 years later, you see them as a Bombi area in the woodland. But actually on the ground, you don't see them, but you can find them on the LiDAR. If we want to assess how the people manage their forests, what kind of tractor they use, this is the way to go. But of course, this is not operational. Then my last point is about, let's move beyond forest. I mean, forest is only one part. What we want is forest ecosystem. It's not even forest ecosystem, it's forest ecosystem functioning that you want to monitor. And today, actually, this is already feasible. And if we got the in situ data, which are required by the regulation from the NFI, it would be a major advance to link this in situ observation with the capacity of Earth observation to develop actually brand new information like you have here. This is the European biodiversity infrastructure called LifeWatch, where you can derive biodiversity abundance for a large set of species thanks to the matching of in situ and forest-derived variables. You can do also that kind of things about a larger community of species. When you look at the distance from broadleaf, from the edges, you know that the resilience of ecosystem will be related to the habitat resources. And that is not about forest mapping, it's about the functioning and the role of the forest within the ecosystem and the impact of the different species. Just to conclude, for sure, better quality of EU-derived products are required when it comes to regulation. It's about accuracy, uncertainty, and definition of what you are doing. The reliability of the EU-derived product is much more important when it comes to regulation. And for that, we need a quality stability, we need technological redundancy and agility. EU capacity currently in orbit allow us to move much further than what is required for the regulation. And this is probably where we can team up with the National Forest Inventory. As soon as we will realize how much we can do together, maybe we can speed up a little bit the sharing of the data to help actually the forest management, not to help the Earth observation people. Last but not least, new missions are really exciting. They will keep us busy. They will be instrumental for the future, but we should not consider this as an operational system. These are fancy products to learn about remote sensing. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Pierre, and happy to know that we still have a lot of work to do ahead of us. Very short question, or? Very short.
Flex and biomass are research one of them might lead to later development of Copernicus, the Copernicus system. Biomass itself, unfortunately, will not provide data over Europe due to
Okay. I'll not dive into that further because then.
No.
Good to know. Then I invite Marion Mesador from Kairos. Am I saying this right? And she will tell us what gets measured, leveraging satellite monitoring to ensure forest protection and restoration. The floor is yours.
So am I supposed to play with the stick or request the changes? I can do it, okay. So thanks for the invitation. My name is Marion. I'm a product manager at Kairos, and I've been working on forests for the last 2 years and now expanding the scope to a few other topics related to risks. The reason I named this presentation that way is because what gets measured gets managed is a kind of a motto for our CEO and kind of encapsulates the way we usually work. We are a French startup that was started 8 years ago, and that is a geospatial company. And we try to fill the gap that was just highlighted during the last presentation between what is technically feasible and what is operationally available. And so we focus a lot on translating the data layers into something that is directly usable for a few different markets. And this is particularly visible on the forestry side. So maybe I'll try to just touch on a few use cases that we cover with our forest expertise at Kairos, so that you see the full scale of what can be done and what still needs to be increased and done in the future. So yes, it's working, wonderful. So very quickly, Kairos is now focusing on producing environmental data based on geospatial information for 3 main goals, missions. So we have a lot of effort on greenhouse gas emissions monitoring. Maybe you've heard about us on methane, where we have a very big product monitoring large emissions, mainly from the oil and gas sectors. Then there's a big mission around protecting people and ecosystem and assets. So that's where the forest expertise stands. And then managing the energy transition. So if we move to forest quickly, what I want to insist on is that Europe is leading the way on this question, but it's really a global approach that we need to have. And it also changes the way, like the things that you can really do in terms of tech, because we have very good data in Europe and it's increasing. We've seen so many examples over the day. But then because regulations are applying in Europe to companies who have a global reach, and because our footprint as Europeans consumers also is related to areas that are outside of the EU scope, we have to produce global models. So we need to learn from the data that is available in Europe, but then we need to cover way larger and more challenging areas. So one of the first things we've done at Kairos was developing a product for the voluntary carbon market. The idea was to support this market, which is developing projects in conservation and reforestation or afforestation usually in developing countries, to help this market with more transparency, because it's been challenged a lot because of the gap that was sometimes huge between the promises of this market and the actual environmental impact that it was delivering. So we have a full product covering most of the carbon market today with 10-meter resolution data on canopy cover, canopy height, and biomass content of those forests. And another project that is directly linked to that expertise we've built over the last 3 years is the One Forest Vision, which is a scientific platform and effort of collectively mapping the Congo Basin with 10-meter resolution data plus high-resolution data plus underground collection. So we're not doing this alone, of course. And it's really the result of a political move. There was a summit, international summit in Gabon last year, organized by the Gabonese president and the French president. And it resulted in this very big scientific effort that will unfold over 4 or 5 years, I don't remember. So we're really proud of this and producing the layers. So we've produced the first layers this year, and the next step is to include data that comes directly from the ground so that we improve our knowledge of this specific ecosystem, and we can have an at-scale model that gives us good results on a very large area, and some of those places are hard to access, based on things that we learn on locations that have been checked on the ground. Next use case. So, oh yeah, before I move to the next use case, the only tech slide in this presentation, just wanted to pay tribute to Copernicus data today. Most of the things we do is based on Copernicus data. We use more high-risk data to do some checks, and a lot of them for training. But then really it's because of these incredible data sets that we are able to scale. And that's really what's driving the value for the customers we're serving. So this is an example of how we go to the biomass maps. It's a long process of training on JEDI LiDAR using Sentinel-1 and 2 data, and then measuring the height and the cover, and then assessing the biomass content. Second use case, EUDR, of course. There's been a lot of presentations, so I don't want to dig too much into details. What I want to highlight here is there's been a lot work done on deforestation, but if we want to assess the status of a farm as of the cutoff date, we need to go way beyond deforestation. So there's been this amazing first pass done by the JRC in trying to distinguish natural forests from plantations, but as explained earlier, there's a lot of edge cases. And this is really impactful in terms of commercial exclusions for the companies. So all of our effort at Kairos over the last months have been to focus on those edge cases and trying to reduce the cases where we need to go beyond the satellite images. And of course, there will be cases still. So our process is using the JRC as a start, as a first pass, a base map, and then we try to identify all the deforestations on those parcels so that we kind of have a first view on, was this cleared before, and maybe this was already converted, and it's going to be a risk assessment rather than a full certainty in some cases, but we try to reduce the scope, as you can see. And then we also use the expertise we've built for the voluntary carbon market in measuring the height and the cover, to try to understand the diversity of the trees on that specific parcel, with the idea and hypothesis that, okay, if this is a plantation, the covers, like the height and the cover is going to be quite similar over the parcel. And so contrary to a natural forest, which will be more diverse and have more texture. So we are leveraging our expertise to try to differentiate natural forests versus planted ones in very tricky cases, and do this at the global scale again. Third use case, I'm changing completely the focus in terms of market. We are doing this for insurers and for public bodies mainly. We have worked a lot on wildfire risk, and I have actually 2 different use cases I want to present to you. This first one is we are producing huge wildfire risk maps. We are now covering North America, Europe and Australia, and increasing the coverage as we speak, with 30 centimeter maps, risk maps of wildfire. And vegetation is only one layer of this model. We have, I think, something like 15 entry points for this model. And it's a near real-time updated product. And the idea is that with climate change, you cannot rely on historical data anymore for physical risks, and particularly for wildfires. We've seen insurers stopping insuring, specifically in California, for a few companies and people themselves, because they were not able to predict the next fires based on what has happened in the past.
So this view is based on a few measurements, the humidity of the soil, the slope, the proximity to infrastructures, but also a near real-time monitoring of vegetation status, so that we can predict the most at-risk areas at each wildfire season. And there's another approach to wildfire that has been heavily relying on our expertise in forest and vegetation monitoring. And it's based on the management of vegetation encroachments around buildings. So this we've done a lot in France specifically, where there's a regulation that tells you to clean vegetation around your house if you're close to a natural forest. And it's not really well known and applied. And so this product we didn't think about until the firefighters in France came to us and told us when there's several fires starting, we need to decide what is the easiest one and the hardest one to defend. Because we need to assess the impact we're going to have if we go that way or the other way, and also the level of risk we're taking for our teams. And so we are monitoring, again, near real-time monitoring and base maps updates, the vegetation around buildings, and telling them this is harder to defend than this part. And LiDAR, high-resolution LiDAR, was mentioned during the last communication. I want to pay tribute to a French effort here. There's been a high-resolution LiDAR collection for the entire country that started 2 years ago. It's almost complete now. We've been using this to train a 5-meter resolution canopy cover over the entire country. And this helps us bring that kind of results where we are at the building level, months after months, telling the firefighters where they can go and where it's more risky for them to go. So that's all I wanted to share today. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Marianne. Then we have Quentin Douard, CEO and founder of TimTrack, and he will present for us the SWIFT project.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, Chiara. I am Quentin Douard, CEO of TimTrack, a company based in Belgium. We do, among other things, traceability system for wood with RFID technologies. But we're also working on the SWIFT project that I will now present to you. It has started about a year ago. And what I would like to emphasize here is that within the consortium, we have some of the companies that are actually end users. They're foresters. They manage forests. So they go in the field and provide us with some very crucial feedbacks. So it's needless to say now that we know the forest is crucial for us for the future. We know also that billions of people rely on it for food, for shelter, for resources, and that the forest is threatened today because of various parameters. And as we've seen, some increasing wildfire are happening in the southern part of Europe, among other things like pests and diseases. And this is why the SWIFT has decided to work on early detection, mostly, based on satellite imageries. And that's why we are here today. The system is supposed to be very affordable and understandable for the forester that need to focus on their work. So how does it work? In principle, we have the satellite imageries that are interpreted into an algorithm server, the SWIFT server, that will provide some alerts, that it will be sent into a web server to display it onto a web platform and into the native app that the forester will carry and provide some feedback in the forest, whether the detection has been absolutely right or false, or there is another feedback to provide to the system. And therefore that feedback goes back into the algorithm and make it learn to improve the system by itself. So at the end of the day, the SWIFT system will be automatic, except for the feedback from the user, the forester themselves. The type of detection that we're working on are the bark beetle attacks, the health loss, and the fire risk areas. These are early detection to make sure that the forester can focus really on areas before anything can happen or expand. But we're also working on the identification of fire damages and wind throw damages to calculate the volume that has been affected, the wood volume, and therefore provide the forester with information on priorities for the task of management. The heat stress and water excess stress are also important in various parts of Europe, because if one year there is a stress, the following year you better watch out for the sanitary aspect of the forest in this area. And in terms of data, we're using the Galileo within the GNSS system with the tablets used on the field for the forester today to have the most precise data possible, of course. And then the Copernicus data from Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, the wind gust era 5, land data for the wind throw surveillance. And some examples of results that we've got already. This is one of the work of our partners on bark beetles in France from images of 2018. It actually, with the training models and classifications, actually helped the GFC company watch out what is happening over there and stop the spread of bark beetles over 5 times. So this is a very concrete case that worked in the system. And we've also, with our German partner, worked on the fire risk detection, and they could provide us with some of the areas elsewhere than California, but in Europe, to prevent eventually other further problems. That's it for me, if you have any questions.
Thank you so much, Quentin. If you have questions, we will maybe allow 1 or 2 at the end of this session. But I still have one speaker to go, and that is Rolf Schmitz. He will tell us more about collective crunch and the things he's doing about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, final. I'll do this myself, right? So my name is Rolf Schmitz. Thank you very much for having me here. Collective Crunch is a company that applies AI with extensive use of remote sensing of satellite of Copernicus data to come to better outcomes for forestry and nature-based solutions. We're a Finnish-German company. I am a German, but the core of the company is in Finland. I'm a co-founder of the company, and I take care of the business development outside of the Nordics, because the Nordics were reasonably well established now. So I work with customers in Portugal, Spain, Chile, Colombia, and the USA at the moment. And yeah, let me get through this. Not moving? Should I point it this way? I guess so, right? It's always really embarrassing when the AI guy can't handle the slides, right? Okay, so we've created a GIS solution that is very, very powerful, and it makes extensive use of Copernicus data sets. I want to echo something that Martin Herold said earlier. The combination of ground truth is absolutely critical in this field, and it's the expertise, the core expertise that we bring to this area. And I will try to point that out in a couple of use cases in terms of how critical the accuracy is. I've got a list of things that we use in Copernicus here, in Finland, the Nordics, and quite a few other countries. Like you just said about France, there are public LiDAR campaigns. We make heavy use of those. They're kind of a bit on the threshold of, they give you good ground information without being in situ information as such. We use harvest information. You might be aware of Ponce harvesters that have GPS. information of the tree that has been harvested and cut, and puts the outcome of the stem into a location on a map. We have a database of more than 500 million stems from the Nordics in our as sort of driving the AI system that we operate. So it's a fairly extensive and sophisticated system. In terms of sort of how widely we do this, I mentioned a couple of companies earlier. We cover 25 million hectares with the system. The Nordics, Baltics is generally perceived as the most advanced in our field of activity. 8 of the top 10 players there are working with us, are our customers. I won't go through this at the end of a long day, but there's sort of several very large players. Their state forests. We had actually Sveaskog in an earlier session here. And I come to 3 use cases that I want to point out. And again, I want to emphasize the accuracy requirements for this. So forest inventories, how many trees do you have there? What's the species mix? In this case, or in any of the cases that we do, we provide data that drives management decisions about forests. And that needs to be accurate. We had in an earlier discussion somebody saying they have a 5% difference between their pure in situ inventory and the remote sensing. Those kind of error rates you have, of course, when you model nature, but you really have to be accurate here. So our system had to be better than LiDAR, which tends to be made every sort of 8, 9, 10 years because it's quite expensive to do LiDAR flights. Our system had to be better than an expert, a forestry expert that is making use of LiDAR data. So it's really that kind of accuracy that you need to reach with a system like that. And that's been operational and covers 80–90% of our business. Of course, we all know, and it's been talked about earlier, bark beetles are a big problem, or sort of pests more generally. They have sort of biophysical markers that you can follow quite well. In this case, we have an operational product. We've won a Quality Innovation Award for Finland. We developed this together with Metsä Group, which is one of the big 3 players in Finland. Again, we use their existing in situ data about bark beetle outbreaks to train our system and give them an early indication of bark beetle outbreaks. And I can't overemphasize the accuracy need in this space. We have one customer where we are in weeks of debates now about the accuracy of the system, because in any statistical system, you will have false positives. You have very limited forest resources. You have a few foresters to send around this way or that. If you send a forester 2–3 times to a location where there isn't a problem, the use of the system breaks down. So you need accuracy. And something that I really want to emphasize here, because I read the same documents that you read of very laudable ambitions of the commissions of where you want to go and so forth. I am completely convinced you will not reach that on Copernicus itself. I completely echo what you said earlier. You will need ground truth for calibration, otherwise you will not get there. I really, from a technical perspective, I can't emphasize this too much, and I see a lot of people nodding here. So that's the bark beetle thing. And the third one is large-scale tracking of forest biodiversity. And biodiversity has been mentioned here quite a few times. Of course, biodiversity is key for the resilience of forests, but it is not clearly scientifically understood and defined how you identify it, how you track it, and so forth. So we have at the moment, and we're actually going with a press release in the next few days out with 2 partners, where we are creating a system that tracks forest biodiversity. And I kind of overemphasize it's forest biodiversity, because we look at species mix, health of, like the same methods that we had before here, stress levels, dead tree detection, and so forth, to come to an umbrella tracking of the biodiversity, of the underlying biodiversity. Because if you track the forests and you see that the forests are stable, then the underlying ecosystem is likely to be stable too. And if you see it deteriorating, then the underlying ecosystem is going to deteriorate with quite some likelihood as well. And then you can pinpoint your actions to that specific area. But again, you need to be accurate because otherwise you're sending literally people into the wood. If there is no problem there, the system use collapses. And so that's the third one. We see a lot of interest in biodiversity. There is ideas of trading biodiversity in the same way that carbon is being traded. I think that's a laudable effort, but it's a lot more complicated to define and track biodiversity than to talk about a chemical element like CO2, which you can't really argue much about. And so that is going to be, we believe that's sort of the next frontier of what you do. And we find that in a lot of laudable and very well thought through documents originating from Brussels, if I may put it that way. But it is this very serious challenge to really track this at scale. I believe we're one of the leaders in this space, and we're doing it in Finland, which is a relatively simple forest in the terms of species mix it has and so forth. So if we go out and now say, well, you know, next year we're going to track the forestry in much more complex environments, I can almost guarantee you it will technically not be feasible because the groundwork of defining it and let alone the tracking with technology of it is not in place right now. So in that sense, optimist that I am, and having started a company 6 or 8 years ago now and so forth, and you know, we want to move. But I really want to emphasize, as it has said before, Copernicus is a fantastic tool, a great platform. It is core to our business. We would not exist without Copernicus. But it is a necessary condition. It's not a sufficient condition to get there. That's sort of something that I thought maybe a little bit verging on controversial in terms of, but sort of, you know, getting the discussion towards that end. Thank you very much. I'm sure you will be relieved that the final speaker is coming to his final slide. That's my name. I really thank you for your patience and hearing me out.
Thanks a lot, Rolf. This is, again, proving it doesn't matter how smart your AI model is. We need good ground truth data. We cannot repeat it enough. With this being said, I will hand over to Tobias for a few closing words. Are there burning questions? No? Very good. Don't hesitate to have a last coffee with the other speakers, to ask a few things, maybe to have dinner this evening, to contact the speakers. For the people online, you have the contact details in most of the presentations. And then it's up to Tobias. Thanks a lot.
No, so I have the honor to close this nice workshop. So first of all, thanks for being here. I really noted that the workshop was well attended. We had 70 people or more even here present in this room, and around 250 people connected online. So for me, really a huge number, and also until the end of the workshop, practically all stayed online. So I think it was really proof that it was a good workshop. For me, we had really objectives to promote a bit the use of Copernicus data and to unlock the full potential, and I think we managed this quite well. We know that the products from Copernicus are well suited for forest monitoring systems. However, we of course are aware that what is technically feasible is often far away from being operational, but I think we managed a bit to close this gap. Quickly to recall what we did, we structured the workshop about the Deforestation-Free Products Regulation, where we had good information on governance, obligations, tools for implementation with feedback from member states. We had a good session with private sector initiatives with very good input, for example, from Airbus Intelligence, Trade Aware presenting their system, what's in use. We had a pitching session with the private sector. We had good feedback from the supply chain, from coffee and so on. And in the afternoon, we had sessions on forest monitoring in more detail. We had international initiatives, and we had at the end a very inspiring session now on forest monitoring beyond the regulation. So I think in the end also we really got very good new ideas what can be done. three remarks. What I found really remarkable today was, first, I think from the timing, we were very good. We are now in the middle between the enter into force and into application of the EUDR. So we really see that many member states, many are now in the middle searching for tools. So we really find, okay, this fits well. And we also only a couple of months after the proposal for the forest monitoring law. So I think we came in here with this workshop at a very well timing. What I also found very positive, we got not lost in a lot of technical details, what I feared a bit, that we would have long discussions about what is really tree cover, what is forest degradation, even all this discussion, what is accuracy. So we really avoided that. So I think really everybody concentrated here to came to the point and to have contributions really suiting well for this audience. And we also were not distracted into many things. Also, we are following what could be discussed about carbon sequestration, biomass, biodiversity. We mentioned that, but I think we really stick well to really our core group here on forests. And I think what I also really liked today was really the involvement of the private sector, thanks also to EUSPA. We had in the second session, also in the last session, quite interesting inputs now really from SMEs, from startups. So I think this aspect is also well that it's not really a discussion between forest institutes, but it's also really from the economic side involving the private sector, it went very well. Quickly from the results, I think what we find out is that Copernicus is already delivering a lot, but of course there is a lot of potential what we can do more. We really notice that we have now so many new Green Deal policies, so it's not possible really to follow and to track all these initiatives. So policy goes now very, very fast and we have to follow that. But we really are on a good way that we see that Copernicus comes more and more really also a compliance tool, that we work on this compliance assessment so that this gap between policies and Copernicus gets smaller. It's for me really a clear consult. But of course, for some details for the EUDR compliance, we need more fit-for-purpose products. So the Norman Copernicus tools and products we have are not sufficient. So we need to do more, and we really need to be better to go in that direction. I think we have a clear confirmation that we need to keep Copernicus as this long-term mission, really not a one-off thing, and we need to continue with this timely and transparent data tool. That was for me very clear. We should, when we need it, expand the service. I like really this example of the new global land cover and tropical forest mapping and monitoring service. So in case we need something, really Copernicus can even provide this service. We need really better how we can rethink, we link to integrate ground data in situ and space-based monitoring. I think this is also clear that we need both elements. And also this idea to not only say we focus on forest, we have this idea to transition from land cover to land use. And also like this example, then not only to look into the forest, but okay, it's really a forest ecosystem. It's functioning, it delivers services, it has other products. So it's really, we need to not really to stick on only to a small thing forest. We need to think a bit wider. And the last message I think I want to give, what I really also think is good, there was a clear call from me also towards the space community, to the people really working with satellites and data and so on, that we need to promote more the use of geospatial data and Copernicus data. So we, from the Copernicus side, we need to go more towards really the forest people and say, hey, we have here some good data tools. We can do a lot, but we also have to go beyond forest. And I think this is for me the message, and also to the community, not only the users, but also the Copernicus community. We need to go deeper and continue this good dialogue we had today with the forest community. That's my summary for today, and with that I think I can close this nice workshop Copernicus for Forestry. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Bye-bye. don't know, it's something like my hair. It's a definition. Thank you.